Well, that's good.
Too, but
So?
I wasn't able to find them.
All right. Mrs. Alamillo, good morning. Is Dante there?
No, Juan. I couldn't contact him since yesterday, and I'm feeling very worried.
Good morning. Are you in a better mood, or are you still upset with me? I'm not going to argue with you, Mom. But I have to tell you something, and I hope you won't get worked up. I'm returning to the hacienda. It's an amazing idea, Sarah. You know what? I'm going to pack all my suitcases. No, Mom. You didn't listen to me. I'm going to go back there, but you're not coming. Sarah. No, you can't do this to me, darling. I'm doing it, and my decision is final. Darling, listen to me. The only reason I've done the things that I've done is for your sake. I've sacrificed everything for you. No. You don't need to cry. Stop crying because I'm not going to fall for that. Do you know what I'm grateful for? I'm grateful that you're alive. It hurts me that you've been at death's door, and I hope that they find the one responsible. But I thought that once you got out, you'd be a different person. That you would finally grow up, but you're still the same person. How can you say that to me, darling? Do you really not care about your mother? You are a bad daughter. You're so ungrateful. You're treating me like this because, of course, now you have Juan Del Monte by your side. Stop it, Mom. You know very well that I am nothing like what you're saying because I've proven that to you. The same way that you... No more.
Shughuli ni pepo zaidi msikilizaji. Haya,
Safaricom Chapa Dimba imefika ukanda wa Nyanza kuwabaini mabingwa katika fainali zitakazoandaliwa Jumamosi ya Septemba tarehe 30 na Jumapili Oktoba mosi mwaka huu ndani ya Moi Stadium Kisumu. Beki Mwamburi na Steve Shitera watakupeperushia matangazo ya fainali hizo live kwenye station yako number 1 Radio Citizen na kunogesha mambo zaidi.
Mzazi Willy M. Tuva na DJ Flash tutakuletea Mseto Extra Live kutoka uwanjani jijini Kisumu.
Safaricom Chapa Dimba.
Cheza kama wewe.
forget about cash. Can we create a cashless world? Our greatest threat to health is handling cash, simply because we pass the germs through the notes that are particularly the soiled and also the coins.
Get ready to make a difference in the fight against cancer. Faraja Cancer Support Trust is holding the Be Bold, Go Gold walk to create awareness around childhood cancer. Join us on Saturday, 30th September at the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, KALRO. Register today to run the 5-kilometer, 10-kilometer or 21-kilometer races. For more details, visit our website or call this number. This event is supported by Royal.
I would have thought the roof was green.
Aish, yenyewe, your roof meparara. Yo, sio green.
What pote you meparara?
Mike. Hey, this roof looks amazing.
It's the same CoverMax roof I've always had. It has never let me down.
Juicy, by the way.
Get CoverMax. It's more than just a roof. It's color that lasts with advanced color technology.
Ile time mtadisa kujenga, chakupeleka kwa dila wa MRM.
Ukiweka, umeweka. CoverMax, a quality product from MRM.
Sitaki makelele.
My feelings ni nini mase?
Kichwa cha niuma sana. Hata gari kama nikusoni.
Homadex imetengenezwa kwa njia maalum kutuliza maumivu mbalimbali.
Nipe Homadex. Faster.
Homadex inayo aspirin kama kiungo. Homadex ndiyo yenyewe. Maumivu yakizidi, pata ushauri wa daktari.
Imagine sasa ukiwa na as low as 200 shillings. Yes, so mbili unaweza futa landlord kazi. Kila mtu sasa anaweza kuwa home owner na boma yangu. Jishikie keja yako leo. Start saving any amount towards the 10% deposit required for unit allocation. Jisajili kupitia *832# ama uingie www.bomayangu.go.ke. Kisha weka shilingi 200 kama registration na deposit yako ya kwanza. Usipitwe, chukua hatua, ujipatie keja yako leo. Piga *832#. Boma Yangu is a government affordable housing program.
Get more value for money with Carrefour My Club. Changamkia deals kibao. Shika Fusion assorted yogurt at $2.49, Mika Cook at $29.995, fresh cow meat boneless at $5.39, na red grapes at 215 shillings. Enjoy more value with Carrefour My Club.
Bob too. Hey Buddha, the transaction ndio imekushinda ama?
Relax.
Leo umenyoa watu kama kuku juu ya tokens. Nunua KPLC tokens bila charges only on Airtel Money. Dial *334#. Select Lipa na Airtel Pay Bill, then select KPLC.
Ushindi Clean is Mirror Clean. Ushindi Dishwash has the power of citrus that removes grease completely. Ushindi Dishwash. Grease gone, freshness on.
The wait is finally over and it's about the time. A brand new dawn right here, Citizen TV, as we bring to you Kenya's Gold.
Ni kipindi ambacho kinakufafanulia bayana na batini kuhusiana na masuala ya ukulima na vile vile kukupeleka katika safari ambayo vyakula ufuata kutoka shambani hadi mezani pako.
We will hit the farm, till the land, plant the crops, and finally we will harvest in plenty thanks to our rich soils, which is our gold.
Jiunge nasi kila Jumatatu hadi Ijumaa
from 6 p.m. all the way till 7 p.m.
Jina langu ni Emmanuel Terer.
And my name is Violetta Ngina, and this is
Kenya's Gold.
From Citizen TV, this is Tonight with Sam Gituku.
Good evening and thank you so much for choosing Citizen TV. Tonight on Data Point, we'll be focusing on the program that in 3 weeks' time we're expecting President William Ruto to roll out, the Community Health Promoters Program that will go across the country. So far, 100,000 kits have been distributed, and the target is to get those 100,000 community health promoters working in the different counties. And of course, those kits have 42 assorted items that are expected to be assisting these health promoters to execute their duties. And talking about that, it is expected that it's going to cost the government of Kenya, that is inclusive of the counties, up to 6 billion shillings, and this is split between the counties and the national government. Already the government of Kenya has committed to giving 2,500 shillings per person per month as a stipend contribution. The counties, some of them currently pay 0 shillings, others pay up to 3,500 shillings, and there's a continuing conversation as to how much the counties should be in a position to pay, and we'll be looking at that later on in terms of the details based on the numbers that we have in as far as the distribution of the CHP kits is concerned. But speaking of that, what is the scope of these healthcare promoters or community health promoters? We'll be looking at what the qualifications are, what they'll be coming to tell you, because they have up to 100 homes that they are supposed to be taking care of. And of course, they have received smartphones that have been formatted to be in a position to supply the healthcare information that they'll be getting from their work. So we'll be talking about that later on Data Point, but also tonight, the news gang is back, and tonight we're focusing on the ongoing conversations at the Bomas of Kenya. Of course, the never-ending conversation about the elections of 2022. We'll also be speaking about the international agenda of President William Ruto on what that means, especially on the financial infrastructure across the globe, but also different concerns in the international conversation. But first, here are the top stories tonight.
The Selena 4 were forced to resign. It was never our intention to resign.
As commissioners, we were there in the kitchen. We know what happened.
We were threatened and forced to resign. Cherera 4 appear before dialogue team and term presidential election results as unverifiable.
Our honest observation as a church is that there is more of rhetoric and excuses than conscious efforts to take practical implementation.
Stop rhetoric and get down to work. Anglican leaders tell Ruto government to stop overburdening Kenyans and implement election promises.
We are saving lives and livelihoods before tragedy strikes.
Government in deliberation ahead of El Nino rains as counties prepare budgets of 15 billion shillings.
800 million would probably deliver 40 boreholes, 40 classrooms, and perhaps could deliver 10 level 3 hospitals. We don't have those kind of things.
It is a crime scene. Senate raises alarm over multi-billion shilling stalled projects in Turkana. And our sign language interpreter is Yula Nzale. And we begin at the Bomas of Kenya, where the Cherera 4 made an explosive return today with claims that they were forced to resign from office after President William Ruto took office as the 5th president. The 4 former commissioners also threw a wide blanket of doubt on the credibility of the last year's election, with claims that the results declared by then Chairman Wafula Chebukati were never tabulated as required. Session with the National Dialogue Committee, Juliana Cherera and Irene Masit appeared before the National Dialogue Committee from remote locations, while Justice Nyangaya and Francis Wanderi appeared physically. And as Chemutai Goin reports, former IEBC Chair Wafula Chebukati and Commissioners Professor Abdi Gulie and Boya Molu declined the committee's invitation.
Thank you very much. Until the announcement. A question to
At the Bomas of Kenya, the ghosts of the disputed 2022 general election were literally coming back home. Bomas, which was the election headquarters of the then bitterly divided IEBC, is now home to the National Dialogue Committee, before which smoky exchanges ensued.
Commissioner Wanderi, what you are saying is not a small matter.
It is not a small
matter. You have a whole nation to deal with here.
Yes.
How
How come you are not able to prove to the Supreme Court, show any evidence where what the chairman announced and what was verified was invariance? Why didn't you prove that to the highest court of the land? Then you come to bring it here.
Mheshimiwa Mbalile, with due respect, we are not saying we were right and everybody else was wrong. We are just explaining the procedure, the way it happened. Where there are flaws within that procedure, let the committee recommend the legal action to be taken. That's all we are here for.
Appearing before the dialogue team, former IEBC commissioners Juliana Cherera, Irene Masit, Justus Nyang'aya and Francis Wanderi called for an audit of the 2022 presidential election results, saying due process was not followed by the chairman Wafula Chebukati in tallying and announcing the results.
On the issue of tallying, this is what the Supreme Court says, that the chairperson on his part did not make matters any better by maintaining a stoic silence, even as things appear to be falling apart. And I asked you a simple question, which I want you to confirm and explain to us, that did you participate in the tally?
Do you have a single incident where a form was verified on the floor, confirmed by party agents to be the results as announced on the polling stations, because the party agents were confirming against their agents' results? They confirm it, you announce, for instance, or Commissioner Ishomo announces. The form goes to Chairman Chebukati for tallying, and from the final tally, or as the tally, because the tallies are there on the portal.
Up to now, we don't know the results, and it's very important that we audit these results. It's very, very important, because when we audit and even made open to everybody, even those people who have been elected and who lost as MPs, and even others, they will know their results, because I want to say this was not tallying, there was no tallying, there was no verification, it was just, it is not, I don't know what to say about it as a commission.
Did you have time to investigate the efficiency of the Secretariat? It looks like the chairman was working with the Secretariat to the exclusion of the rest of you.
The chairman was issuing press statements alone without consulting and bringing all the commissioners to speak on what was happening on the ground.
The commissioners saying they were targeted for standing their ground that Chebukati, Gulie and Molo mismanaged the election.
The Shelela 4 were forced to resign. It was never our intention to resign. And therefore, we would want to ask that the reason why the Shelela 4 were removed from the office is because they questioned the process that the chairman used to declare the results.
Let's allow an in-depth closure to this matter, because only then the country can move forward. We wish to have a very independent and strong commission. If it is not for us, it will be for the generations to come. We want the next generation of commissioners at IBC be people that will be handled with integrity that it deserves, and their voice will not be shut down, because as commissioners, we were there in the kitchen. We know what happened. Some of these things need to be spoken in a safe space.
Cherera and Masit indicated they now live out of the country out of fear for their lives. They fought back tears while narrating their tribulations, Masit saying she has been branded a traitor and forced to flee the country. Cherera on her part saying her young family had bore the brunt of the political lynching. Chemutai Goin, Citizen TV.
And we'll bring you more from the Bomas of Kenya shortly. But in the meantime, the Anglican Church of Kenya has called out President William Ruto's administration, accusing it of engaging in rhetoric and excuses instead of putting deliberate efforts towards implementation of campaign pledges. In their pastoral message to the nation, led by Archbishop Jackson Ole Sapit, the leaders faulted the government shareholders' notion, saying that all Kenyans should be treated equally as the election period is long gone, as Hassan Mugambi now reports.
After a 3-day prayer and reflection meeting by the Provincial Synod of the Anglican Church, the leadership of ACK weighed in on the performance of the Kenya Kwanza government 1 year on.
Our honest observation as a church is that there is more of rhetoric and excuses than conscious efforts to take practical implementation. We urge the government to go beyond promises and lip service and embrace practical programs to alleviate sufferings of Kenyans.
The Anglican Church leaders faulted political leaders for likening the government to a shareholding company where those that supported Kenya Kwanza stand to benefit, calling for equality in appointments and regional development.
The cessation of public appointments in already divided nation, Kenyans deserve equal opportunities and the treatment regardless from where they come from.
With the bipartisan talk underway, Sapit discouraged political leaders from speaking against the process, adding that such utterances are likely to divide the country further.
We call upon the teams involved to embrace the spirit of good faith during the talks and to provide ways that can help the country address deeply rooted systemic issues which have polarized this nation.
On the issue of the skyrocketing cost of living, the clergy called on the government to devise means other than taxation that can help generate revenue.
Excessive taxation is detrimental not only to the spirit of the investment, but it is also a demotivating factor to the people who work hard to make a living. The high increase in taxation, notably the VAT added on petrol, is a source of concern for all. We believe it is imperative for our government to appreciate the fact that Kenyan citizens are already stretched to their limit.
The vehicle died on the spot, while 2 succumbed to their injuries at the Namanga Health Center. The ride of the motorcycle and 2 pillion passengers sustained injuries and are receiving treatment at the same facility. Bodies of the deceased were moved to Kajiado Referral Hospital mortuary, and the vehicle was heading from Nairobi to Namanga with the occupants. In the meantime, the government says it has put in place adequate measures to mitigate the effects of El Niño rains set to start mid-October. In a stakeholders meeting chaired by Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, the government has estimated that it requires more than 10 billion shillings to manage the effects of El Niño, especially in arsal areas, as Stephen Leto now reports.
El Niño rains are said to be on the horizon, and the skies will open starting the second week of October. The El Niño rains, projected to be stronger than the 1997 deluge, will run until the end of December. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua chaired a multi-agency team seeking to mobilize resources to be used in handling the effects of heavy rains.
We do propose that we have proper coordination, stakeholder participation, and as we go on, each sector to prioritize possible response in terms of prime urgency.
And out of the 23 counties that we have, we already have an estimation of about 8 billion shillings. You can imagine by the time the others come, we'll probably be at 15 billion shillings that will be required to fund this El Niño preparedness and response activities.
DP Gachagua, however, told agencies involved not to take advantage of the El Niño rains to drown taxpayers' money in floods.
We are not preparing to respond to the El Niño expected disaster. Rather, we are consolidating and refining coordination strategy for mitigation. Unlike the past, we are saving lives and livelihoods before tragedy strikes.
The government has projected that the El Nino rains may affect the national examinations scheduled for end of October. Defense Cabinet Secretary Aiden Duale told the gathering that he has put the military on standby and the Air Force will help in the distribution of national exams in areas was affected by the unexpected heavy downpour.
In the event, the Ministry of Education, when they are conducting their exams, some areas will not be accessible. We have our aviation section that is ready. Our equipments are ready.
It is very important for us, Kenyans, to take measures to reduce the negative impact of these rains. That is why we are appealing to those living in low-lying and flood-prone areas to move to higher grounds.
The gathering at the Deputy President official residence called for immediate unclogging of city drainage with concerns of a ticking time health hazard. The Council of Governors want KEMSA to supply medicine to the local health centers before the onset of El Nino.
If KEMSA is giving us 2 weeks turnaround time, the drugs are at 60%. If we don't capitalize KEMSA, how do we expect KEMSA to give us drugs within less than a week and deliver last mile?
Treasury Cabinet Secretary Njuguna Ndungu has been tasked to report back to a technical committee next Tuesday to outline the availability of resources to be used in the El Nino mitigation measures.
So we are ready. The only person who was supposed to give direction properly here, and I can see he's not straight, is the Minister for Finance. You know, it's good we say the truth. From Ranger Red Cross, from the Governor, Chair of Council of Governors, from Minister Miano, Minister Susan, everybody who spoke here, they have the tools.
Stephen Letos, Citizen TV.
Interesting. Now, it is emerging that missteps by the executive arm of government could be the cause of the crisis the education sector has fallen into following the National Assembly's move to halt the reforms in the sector. Concerns raised by the Teacher Service Commission and other stakeholders over implementation of the recommendations without the input of key stakeholders and Parliament has been affirmed by the National Assembly. And as Brenda Wanga now reports, frantic efforts are being undertaken to salvage the reforms.
A meeting between Parliament's Education Committee and senior education sector officials, including the Teacher Service Commission, made this month in Mombasa, threw open the door to accord a glimpse of the intrigues that preceded the presentation of the final report of the Presidential Working Party on education reforms to the President. The TSC, in its presentation to the lawmakers, accused the Working Party of denying the Commission the opportunity to have its input in the report before the final drafting. The National Assembly, in halting the report's implementation, cited the failure of the Ministry of Education to follow due process before beginning implementing them. The teachers' employers have raised concerns about some of the recommendations and the impact on the constitutional powers and independence of the Commission. The Teacher Service Commission told the committee that despite submitting a memorandum and engaging a committee of the Working Party on the 18th of November last year, the Working Party failed to consider the Commission's input on critical matters involving the teachers' service. As a result, the TSC says the outcome of the Working Party, if implemented, will limit, interfere, and/or out the Commission's constitutional mandate. To an extent, the Commission will lose its independence. It also states that by moving to implement the recommendations, the party proposes to take away key mandates and functions of the Commission underpinned by the Constitution through amendment of the statute law.
The secondary has been very seamless.
Among the recommendations of the Working Party once implemented but that are opposed by the Commission include the move to have the Ministry of Education oversee the retooling of teachers who graduated before this year, the setting of entry standards of teaching service, the establishment of a comprehensive school management system that places pre-primary management in the same category as primary and secondary schools, and the harmonization of teachers' performance evaluation with that of the rest of the civil service. The TSC also faulted the recommendation to discontinue the categorization of schools into national, extra-county, county and sub-county to career pathways, and the reduction of learning areas in primary, junior and senior schools, stating that this moves extended beyond the Commission's mandate and would lead to redistribution of teachers and additional financial burdens on schools. The Commission says that some of these recommendations should have waited to undergo the necessary legal amendments. They are not the first ones to have raised the alarm over what stakeholders have called the hurried implementation of the Working Party's recommendation.
Receive this report, subject it through the further processing, definitely it should be tabled in cabinet to be a white paper as a policy document and all that, and taken to Parliament for debate and discussions and to see where legislations need to be done, amendments which need to be done and all that. Those things have not been done and yet they are being implemented. So that's why we say that it's being done in a hurry, but it's leaving lots of casualties.
PS Education Belio Kipsang, on behalf of the Cabinet Secretary for Education, told the stakeholders meeting in Mombasa that the ministry had already put in place the steering committee, the legal committee and the departmental committees that were working to produce the sessional paper for forward transmission to Parliament. Brenda Wanga, Citizen TV.
Now, the Senate has described Turkana County as a crime scene embroiled in multi-billion shilling corruption through scandalous stalled projects effected by the county government of Turkana. Turkana Governor Jeremiah Lomorukai told the parliamentary watchdog inspecting the stalled projects that the financial discrepancies were effected by the leadership of his predecessor, Joshua Nok, and called for investigating agencies to unearth the alleged corruption and bring to book those culpable. Seth Olale reports from Lodwar, Turkana County.
Revelations of alleged multi-billion shillings graft orchestrated through overpricing of projects that have since stalled were made before the Senate Committee on County Public Accounts and Investments during an inspection exercise in Lodwar town. The 800 million shillings office of the governor of Turkana is yet to be completed and occupied 8 years after commencement of construction. The parliamentary watchdog, learning from the current contractor on site that the initial cost of the project was 600 million, but was raised by an additional 200 million shillings.
800 million would probably deliver 40 boreholes, 40 classrooms, and perhaps could deliver 10 level 3 hospitals. We don't have those kind of things. When we leave this place, we'll be going to see the governor's residence, which is told. Then we are going to see the speaker's residence, which is told. Then we are going to see the assembly premises, which is told. What is in it for the people of Turkana?
Despite the story building lacking power connectivity, about 30 air conditioners costing millions of shillings were installed.
Turkana now has new leadership, and we want to encourage the governor to take control. We want to encourage the governor to be firm, so that we don't seem just to be investing in things for the bosses and things for the political classes. We need to see a lot of this money going out to help the women and the youth and the people of Turkana.
Next stop, the incomplete official residence of the governor, still under construction. According to the Senate Committee on County Public Accounts and Investments, 200 million shillings was pumped into the project that followed with an additional 90 million. The parliamentary watchdog labeling Turkana County a crime scene embedded in massive multi-billion shillings graft through stalled projects.
The stalled projects, the state of financial mismanagement that we have seen in Turkana over the last 10 years, I think we could reach the conclusion that this is a crime scene.
Turkana Governor Jeremiah Lomorukai squarely blaming the leadership of his predecessor for the alleged corruption.
This thing was perpetrated by the regime that left, and many other projects in this county, including even the governor's residence. I think we need to visit to see the shape of it. It's completely not complete. And this is because of, to me, I think there was lack of leadership.
Earlier this week, during examination of audit queries at the Turkana County Assembly, Governor Jeremiah Lomorukai revealed that the assumption of office of governor declared a pending bill worth 7.2 billion shillings in its handover report. However, after verification, the eligible pending bills amounted to only 2 billion. The Turkana County government is calling upon the investigative agencies to move with speed in order to bring those culpable involved in the alleged graft to book. Seth Olale, Citizen TV, Lodwar Town, Turkana County.
Right, now it's time for Data Point, and tonight we're focusing on the community health promoters, the program that is expected to be unveiled by President William Ruto on the 20th of October 2023, which will be on the Mashujaa. Let's just take a look at what that entails. Already we know that the national plan is that to have 100,000 community health promoters, CHPs in short, and those will be responsible. One promoter will be responsible for 100 homes within their vicinity or their locality. And of course, they have so far been given the kits, the CHP kits that have been distributed from Nairobi to the rest of the country through the county government. So far, their understanding is that the government of Kenya, that is the national government, will be providing stipends of up to 2,500 shillings per month per person that will be involved in that program. And the counties are expected to give a minimum of the same, 2,500. There are certain concerns, but we'll be looking at that later on. If you have to calculate, then it comes to about 500 million shillings per month for both the national government and the county government. Now, in a year, that would be 6 billion shillings shared between the two levels of government. Now, they are, like I said, they have received, or they will be receiving, at least for Nairobi, they have already received these kits. And these are the items. In total, there are 42 items in those kits, including a first aid kit that has several items. Then they'll be having a digital thermometer. They'll also have a glucometer, which you have, this obviously is for checking the sugar levels in the blood. They'll have a pen for doing that work of pinching the finger. They'll have the blood lancet, the exact gadget that will be used to pinch, and also auto prick rather. And then they have the test strips, 50 of them at a time. Once they finish, then they can go and refill to the nearest health facility. They'll have a blood pressure monitoring machine, a weighing scale, and medicine box that will have assorted medicine for different issues, including zinc sulfate, which will be in a position to help maintain the immunity of the patients, but also helps very much when it comes to patients that are struggling with diarrhea. Povidone iodine solution will be very necessary for cleaning infected wounds, but also they'll be receiving paracetamol, both a tablet and syrup, syrup for the children, tablet for the adults, for relieving pain, but also dealing with fever issues. Albendazole will also be in form of a tablet or a syrup, which is a dewormer. The syrup to be given to the children, the tablet for the adults. Then also there will be antacid tablets to deal with hyperacidity, as well as chlorine clear water tablets that will be used to treat water, especially for drinking. And then oral rehydration salts, or ORS if you like, will be used especially for the children that will be suffering from diarrhea, to also work with the zinc sulfate. Now, this is how the distribution looks like based on the conversations we've had with some of the county governments. For instance, in Nairobi, they say they have 7,480 community health promoters. They are receiving 3,500 shillings. Of course, the 500 shillings is going to NHIF contribution, and they have budgeted for 314 million shillings to go into that. Tharaka Nithi says they have 1,267 promoters. They are paying them 3,500 shillings. Of course, the 500 shillings is for NHIF contribution, and in total that becomes 53.2 million shillings for Tharaka Nithi County. Kisii County talks about 2,900 CHPs, currently volunteers. They're receiving 2,000 shillings, but then the 500 shillings goes to NHIF contribution, in total 87 million shillings. Kiambu County says they have 3,214. They need more, but so far they have this, at a rate of 2,500, coming to 96.4 million shillings in a year. There are counties like Nandi and Meru. They have, yes, community health volunteers, but they pay them nothing, apart from sometimes occasional allowances for airtime or transport, but it's not in a consistent format. Then for Kirinyaga County, they are saying that they'll be getting 2,000 community health promoters, and they'll be being paid 2,500. That's a budget of about 60 million shillings in a year. But there's a schedule that has been shared by the government in as far as the distribution of those kits that I just described, with 42 items. For instance, Kiambu is saying that they have been allocated some 3,070 kits. Of course, the stipend by government would come to 92.1 million shillings if you had to consider that figure. But also Laikipia, they are receiving 1,153 kits. Nyeri County, 2,563 kits. And Mombasa, 2,282 kits. And if the government is going to distribute the stipends based on the number of kits, then these are the amounts that each county will be receiving for that. Then, what else do we need to take care of? Kilifi County receiving 3,650 kits. If you have to calculate based on that, then the stipend from the government of Kenya at the national level will be 109 million shillings. Samburu, 973. Homa Bay, 2,860. And Garissa, 2,006. So those kits, each per community health promoter. The qualifications for the CHPs are as follows. You just need to be literate, meaning you can read and write, but also need to be community oriented. That is, you reside in that community. You will be trained in a manner that is going to be continuous. Already some counties have done this training, some have been doing it, for instance, Tharaka Nithi and Nairobi, and you'll be attached to a health facility, a community health facility within your area of coverage. Now, continued here is that they are all receiving smartphones. These are CHP properly specially designed CHP smartphones. They're just expected to be in a position to use them for this purpose, not for anything else. The phones have been locked to that, but also the community health information system is what has been installed in those phones, meaning that they can be monitored at any given time, especially from the health facility that they are reporting to. And of course, they are Safaricom supported. Now, the scope of service is as follows. They'll be involved in promotive and preventive services in their areas. They will promote early detection, and that is why they have those kits, especially to check on the glucose levels in the blood, but also the blood pressure. They'll also be involved in community sensitization, provided they have information, and also they'll be visiting older persons and pregnant women the more, especially because of the conditions that they are in. Now, some of the contentious issues that have been raised by different stakeholders, including the counties, that the Council of Governors has not taken a position on the county stipend. They're expected to meet sometime next week to iron that out. The funding of additional budgets, because obviously because of this program, then some counties like Meru that have not been spending anything on that, they have to create a budget for that. The number of CHPs per county, remember I've just indicated the kits that have been distributed. Some counties need more, others are planning for less. Then the government of Kenya funding of 2,500 shillings. Will it be 2,500 or are they going to match? Remember, Tharaka Nithi is paying 3,500. Will the government of Kenya match the 3,500 or are they going to just pay 2,500? And what happens to that difference across the counties? And of course, NHF contributions will be coming to be a factor, especially knowing that already there's a conversation to reduce the minimum contribution to 300 shillings. In the case of Kiambu, which is a good point to reflect what you're talking about, Kiambu currently have 3,214 CHPs, or community health volunteers at the moment. The government of Kenya has distributed 3,070 kits. It's slightly lower than what they have, but they are saying that Kiambu demand is 5,125. Obviously, based on these calculations, of course, at the moment, Kiambu spending 96.4 million shillings. Based on the kits, they would receive 92.1 million shillings, very different from this. And of course, if they are to go with the 5,125, then the total budget between the county government and the government of Kenya at the national level would be 307.5 million shillings. And that is considering that each CHP would receive some 5,000 shillings every month. And that is a data point tonight. Of course, you continue to monitor what happens, knowing that the promise is to launch this program on the 20th of October, which is next month. That's data point.
know so many women here will confess that they have been verbally abused during labor or during childbirth.
Women parliamentarians launch campaign to end violence and abuse at childbirth.
Usanium Investments presents the domain Kisumu along Kisumu Mambo Leo Miwani Tamak Road, starting from 399,000. SMS Kisumu to 20321 or call 0725 000 222.
Just close the doors, and you're in a world of your own. Travel is not just about the destination, it's also about how you get there. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Jipange na View Sasa. Jipange na View Sasa imerudi kwa vishindo. Jishindie maelfu ya pesa kila siku kwa kutazama content kupitia View Sasa kwa shilingi 10 pekee. Kuna mshindi wa shilingi 1,100 kila siku, 1,500 kila wiki na mshindi wa grand prize ya shilingi milioni 3 cash money. Kushiriki, piga *487*3#. Chagua Jipange na View Sasa, kisha chagua video package, ujipatie points na uongeze uwezekano wako wa kushinda mamilioni. Hakuna kudownload wala kusubscribe. Unaenda nywe. Jipange, ushinde mamilioni na View Sasa.
Step by step, every day, practice only.
A mom knows the importance of a good habit, like a nutritious and tasty breakfast with Blue Band every day, filled with omega-3 and 6 and the energy she needs.
Every day is a chance to show.
Breakfast with Blue Band. Grow their success day by day.
I love his sister, but I'm sure she doesn't feel the same way.
Vile hiyo look yako inanikumbusha ile time nilikuwa na cancer.
You're reading too much into things.
I would have sworn the roof was green.
Aish, yenyewe, your roof meparara. Hiyo sio green.
Watu pote juu meparara.
Mike. Hey, this roof looks amazing.
It's the same CoverMax roof I've always had. It has never let me down.
Inakakaa juzi by the way.
Get CoverMax. It's more than just a roof. It's color that lasts with advanced color technology.
Lete mtadisad kujenga, takupeleka kwa dila wa MRM.
Ukiweka, umeweka. CoverMax, a quality product from MRM.
Nunua KPLC tokens, bila charges, only on Airtel Money. Dial *334#. Select Lipa na Airtel Pay Bill, then select KPLC.
Is finally over and it's about their time. A brand new dawn right here, Citizen TV, as we bring to you Kenya's Gold.
Ni kipindi ambacho kinakufafanulia bayana na batini kuhusiana na masuala ya ukulima na vile vile kukupeleka katika safari ambayo vyakula ufuata kutoka shambani hadi mezani pako.
We will hit the farm, till the land, plant the crops, and finally we will harvest in plenty thanks to our rich soils, which is our gold.
Jiunge nasi kila Jumatatu hadi Ijumaa.
From 6 p.m. all the way till 7 p.m.
Jina langu ni Emmanuel Terer.
And my name is Violetta Ngina, and this is
Kenya's Gold.
I just took a shower above the clouds. You know why? Because this is the Emirates A380.
All right, let's take you back to the Bomas of Kenya, where former Attorney General Professor Githu Muigai has recommended the reduction in the number of constituencies and counties, citing a huge burden on the taxpayers. While giving his perspective on the boundaries delimitation process to the National Dialogue Committee on Thursday, the former AG said it will be cost-effective to have a lean parliament. As Ben Kirui now reports, several other groups, including the Amnesty International and the Registrar of Political Parties, made their submissions.
Maybe on a light note, is that how...
When he took to the floor of the Bomas of Kenya before the 10-member National Dialogue Committee, former Attorney General Githu Muigai proposed a reduction in the number of constituencies, as well as scrapping off a few political positions by scaling down the number of counties that have forced the government to make excessive expenditures.
We have too many people in parliament. We have too many constituencies. So that we should be reducing constituencies, not increasing.
The conversation on boundaries comes at a time when Kuria East Member of Parliament Marwa Kiyatama tabled a bill seeking to amend the constitution. The bill proposes to increase the number of counties to 52 from the current 47 capped by the constitution.
We have too many counties. We should reduce counties, not increase counties. They are costing us a lot of money, and quite a number of them are not viable.
Githu Muigai also advocated for mechanism to enforce party loyalty. The former Attorney General suggesting that elected officials should maintain fidelity to the party under which they were elected, and crossing the floor should result in the loss of one's seat.
You commit to that program, that our party...
The Registrar of Political Parties, Anne Nderitu, on her part, proposed that the political parties fund be entrenched in the constitution. Nderitu saying the move would ensure Parliament allocates the required funds to political parties.
It is true that we have never realized the 0.3% since the inception of the fund in 2007. But I want to note that the fund has been growing over time.
Nderitu submitted to the NDC that sanctions should be brought into the Political Parties Act to maintain fidelity of party members.
The law is very clear. To us, once somebody has been elected on a particular party, there must be, if you want to move, then there must be the required regulations and laws on how you move from one political party to another.
Amnesty International, through its director Irungu Horton, emphasized the need for the NDC to prioritize independent investigations into unlawful use of lethal police force, extrajudicial executions, enforced disappearances, and the significant delays in achieving justice for those seeking police accountability.
Crisis started at the point that the police refused to accept notifications, that they began to intimidate and arrest organizers, and wherever protesters gathered non-violently, they dispersed them with tear gas, rubber bullets, and as the months continued, live weapons.
Ben Kirui, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
The top leadership of Kenya Prison Service will no longer be outsourced from other security agencies. Instead, the correctional facilities leadership will be handed to a career prisons officer to ensure a clear career progression path. Speaking in Parliament when he appeared before the National Assembly Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunities, Interior Cabinet Secretary Professor Kithure Kindiki said outsourcing the top management of security agencies was demoralizing career officers. The prison service is currently headed by Commissioner General John Warioba, a retired military general.
So they have made it clear this is the last time we are going to have an officer outside the Kenya Prison Service leading the Kenya Prison Service, because it demoralizes the officers who we recruit every year if they cannot aspire to rise to the top and so forth. So we are working on that area on succession management, career progressions, promotions, and much of it has been addressed in the Presidential Task Force report. It's only that I didn't want to preempt it.
The Kenya Women Parliamentary Association KEWOPA is now seeking to criminalize violence meted on women during pregnancy, childbirth and after childbirth. Githunguri MP Gathanu Mushamba has presented a motion to the National Assembly that seeks to amend health-related laws to make it an offence to abuse women during the process of childbearing and offer stiffer penalties for those found culpable of engaging in obstetric violence. Brenda Wanga reports.
When Abigail went to deliver her baby at a health facility, she did not expect to be forced into delivery via cesarean section. She had indeed planned and prepared for a natural birth.
And then they tell you your baby will die because you don't sign that paper. You will sign 1,000,000 papers because you want your baby. And they pushed me to a corner so badly. And I was personally, and they made me feel I was the only one remaining between me and holding my baby.
She had just undergone what is now being described as a form of obstetric violence manifested as forced procedures. Obstetric violence is a form of gender-based violence exercised by those in charge of healthcare for pregnant persons accessing services during pregnancy, childbirth and postpartum. In Kenya, a survey conducted by the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights indicates that 20% of women have undergone this kind of violence that manifests through non-confidential care at 8.5%, non-dignified care at 12%, neglect or abandonment at 14.3%, non-consensual care at 4.3%, physical abuse at 4.2%, and detainment at healthcare facilities after birth at 8.1%.
You know, most of these times when these things happen to us, we don't even know that it's a violence against women. We just think it's something that is happening to all of us. And so I'm also joining my colleagues to say maybe the numbers that we have there is not the right numbers.
OBV is physical and verbal violence. We have had very serious verbal abuses. Personally, I'm a victim, and I know so many women here will confess that they have been verbally abused during labor or during childbirth.
Let's not limit violence to physical assault. There may be utterances that we utter to people that cause more harm than even the physical attack that we do.
Obstetric violence is said to be facilitated largely by doctors, nurses, midwives, spouses, the general public, the media, and the hospital support staff. However, medical practitioners say they aren't entirely to blame for the cases of OBV.
Let's also look at the context of the environment. If I am 3-4 nurses with 20, 30 patients, can I really optimize the kind of care I would provide? It's highly unlikely. And yet everyone is looking for individualized care.
But to come out with the legal framework, come up with the ways of how data is going to be collected, and to call upon all the women leaders, both at parliament and executive, that this is an issue that is right within our homes.
The movement to address this form of violence is expected to culminate in stiffer penalties for those who are found to have facilitated the violation of women at their most vulnerable. Brenda Wanga, Citizen TV.
That's an important story. Now, Investments, Trade and Industry Cabinet Secretary Moses Kuria presided over the launch of the 12th Aggregation Center in Narok County. Speaking at the launch, CS Kuria said the park will be of immense benefit for Narok residents as it will provide value addition, access to market for their local products like meat, leather, milk and beads. Narok Governor Patrick Ole Ntutu said the industrial park will create avenues for agro-business ventures, employment opportunities and skill development, directly impacting the lives and incomes of Narok residents.
Agro-business and small enterprise, the industry...
wa maana sana ambao ni ushirikiano. Tukiweka hii mambo ya gozi, tuweke kisawasawa. Kila ng'ombe itatoa shilingi 1,100 kupitia kwa ngozi, bila kuhesabu maziwa na bila kuhesabu mambo ya nyama. Hiyo ni kumaanisha ya kwamba kila mwezi katika hii kaunti yenu tunaweza kuwapatia shilingi bilioni 15 kupitia kwa ngozi peke yake, na hapo nyinyi mtakuwa mbele. Na ndio juzi rais akatuamrisha tukaweka shilingi bilioni 1 katika hii kiwanda ya ngozi ya Wasongilo hapa iko hapa, na akaniamrisha niweke bilioni 1.8 katika kiwanda kingine yuko upande ya Kenani, ndio tuweze kuweka mambo ya ngozi ikuwe sawa sawa.
Sisi tunataka industry 3 hapa. Hii ndio ya kwanza. Ya pili, nimesema tutajenga kiwanda yetu hapa ya maziwa ili wananchi wetu waweze kuleta maziwa yao hapa. Nilikuwa nimekuambia tumetega ardhi hapa ili tujenge a modern abattoir ambayo ng'ombe zetu zote zile ulikuwa umeona pale Kerin hapo Aitong na kungineko, ili ng'ombe zote zitakuwa zikichinjwa hapa ili sisi pia tupate faida ya ng'ombe zile ambazo tuko nazo.
EABL reports 55% reduction in carbon emissions in the last year.
Usanium Investments presents the domain Kisumu along Kisumu Mamboleo Miwani Tamak Road, starting from 399,000. SMS Kisumu to 20321 or call 0725 000 222.
¿Me puedes dar un cappuccino, por favor?
Sí, claro.
Emirates cabin crew come from all over the world, so they can communicate in so many languages. 你好，你好好康，谢谢。
Ruiru Mabati Factory offers the best quality mabati at the most affordable prices. With over 10 years experience, our products have 15 years warranty and are kept certified. We manufacture box profile, Europe tile, Jenga tile, corrugated S profile among others in a wide variety of colors. Enjoy our free delivery in just 72 hours. To order, call us on 0111 050 700.
Kingdom Bank offers you an opportunity to earn up to 10% interest from as little as 50,000 shillings on our fixed or call deposits. Kingdom Bank is your best choice for financial growth, stability and investment. As a subsidiary of the Cooperative Bank of Kenya, Kingdom Bank has a track record of reliability and trustworthiness. Talk to Kingdom Bank about business, personal and junior accounts as well for the best returns on your savings. Terms and conditions apply. Kingdom Bank is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Hi mom, kuna ugali beef leo? Chapo mbili na kuku hapo madhe.
Nyinyi, mnadhanini kibanda ya madhe?
But mom, you can open your own restaurant. Your food is tamu. Too tamu. Too tamu.
Hata mimi kama ile kawaida madhe.
Unangoja nini? Pika ki 5 star na unga wa 210.
This way I feel we Garcias will always be united. Through the good times and the bad, honey.
That's for sure, Mom. From now on, it'll only be all good things that'll be happening. Here.
Brookside Dairy Best.
The more the milk, the better the chai. Chai kweli in a Brookside Dairy Best.
Come to Kidani Mabati and enjoy an array of Mabati options at discounted prices. Pay a 50% deposit and the balance on delivery to Jenge Kenya na Kidani Mabati.
Ngata ya moti ama service ya moti. Breko for 2 or dinner for 4. Shopping ya basket ama shopping ya trolley. Lipa na Coop Bank Visa card for anything and everything at selected outlets and get a free voucher. It's fast, convenient, na haina charges. Kadia Power. Cooperative Bank. We are you.
Endeleza Bizna boost ya biashara. Download the M-Pesa Business app or dial *234# to opt in ufanye biz iwe na.
Welcome back. In business, East African Brewery's strategy to reduce carbon emissions has begun bearing fruit. The brewer has reported progress in its net zero journey by emitting 55% less carbon in the last year. Net zero status refers to a balance between the amount of greenhouse gas emissions produced and the amount removed from the atmosphere. A number of factors led to this progress, key among them being the rollout of biomass steam plants in Uganda and Kenya to increase renewable energy use in its operations.
You are showing the path to business sustainability in a way that demonstrates that profitability and environmental stewardship are indeed mutually inclusive.
And in our conversations, whether it's about brands or about people or about the farmers or about our journey from grain to glass, all our partnership, we are going to work with him and others to make sure that we are having green, energy-driven, e-mobile trucks.
Sustainability is not solely the responsibility of management, but a collective effort that starts from the top, with the board setting the tone.
Now, the Kisumu Lakefront Development Corporation has initiated plans to restructure the city to face Lake Victoria in a bid to enhance leisure tourism across the Western Circuit. In a 4.1 billion shilling plan, the Kenya Urban Roads Authority will build a 26-kilometer road across the lakeshore, with the private sector expected to set up social amenities. And as Laura Otieno reports, the Lake Victoria Tourism Association has welcomed the move to upgrade the infrastructure as it seeks to market Kisumu as a hub for both leisure and corporate tourism.
Nearly 4 years after the demolitions of hotels and eateries within Kisumu town, to pave way for the expansion of the Kisumu port, the hospitality industry has sprung back to life with leisure resorts dotting the Lake Victoria shoreline. According to the Kisumu Lakefront Development Corporation, the hotels are set up in line with the new city design plan, where Kisumu City is restructured to not only face the lake, but also develop green spaces in line with the Sustainable Development Agenda.
We want to minimize vehicles because we want to ensure that you approach these hotels through the lake. So that if you want to go to Impala Club, you go through the lake. If you want to go to Sunset, through the lake. If you want to go to wherever, go through the lake. A marina is a huge thing. It's like a bus stage where you park vehicles. So all these boats must have somewhere they park.
The Lake Victoria Tourism Association welcomed the plan to set up a 26-kilometer road along Lake Victoria's beachfront to attract more investors. The Kenya Urban Roads Authority is expected to implement the mega project, which will feature a walkway and cycling ranges that face the lake at an estimated cost of 1.4 billion shillings.
That kind of infrastructural development in terms of the road you're talking about allows for easy movement and access to our beaches. It allows for developers, it gives impetus to developers to be able to develop their lands.
The construction of the promenade has been slated for January 2024 and will take an average of 18 months to complete. With the setting up of a 1.4 billion shillings promenade around Lake Victoria, stakeholders are angling for the revival of leisure tourism by encouraging not only domestic travel but also international guests to marvel at the beauty of Lake Victoria. Laura Otieno, Citizen TV.
And small and medium-sized enterprises in the country are set to benefit from a partnership spearheaded by Sidian Bank. The lender has signed a 1.5 billion shilling deal with the African Guarantee Fund to bolster growth of the SMEs in Kenya. The partnership will enable Sidian to provide enhanced support to the SMEs over a period of 7 years. The most prevalent challenges faced by SMEs is the lack of sufficient collateral to secure loans.
As we launch this partnership with the Africa Guarantee Fund, one of the areas that we have successfully done is to empower women-managed businesses. And this guarantee, one of the aspects of it is to ensure that the women-led SME businesses get better support, which has worked well for us, and that supports women businesses to the tune of 75%. The partnership between us and African Guarantee Fund also comes with technical assistance. So not only for the bank to increase skills and capacity, but also for customers to be able to do much more.
Half of the SME, they die within the first year. That is extremely bad. Within the first year, half of the SME die. And that's why this kind of relationship between AGF and Sidian is very critical to see what type of support we can bring to the SME so that we can reduce.
24 counties are set to receive 500 metric tons of sunflower seeds under the edible oil promotion project. The seeds are to be procured from Zambia as part of a 5-year program set to boost local edible oils production and reduce the importation by up to 50%. This announcement was made during a joint meeting between the Agriculture and Food Authority and the Council of Governors, who will implement this project at the county level.
Agreed on how we are going to progress production of at least 200,000 acres of sunflower, moving it from just 4,000 acres previously. And we want to thank the national government for that cooperation and support. And I'm here representing the Council of Governors, the entire governors team, and particularly the counties that are going to be running with the sunflower process.
The regulator and as the people who are dealing with this crop who are given the responsibility of importing, and like explained, we couldn't get seeds here. Even the Kenya seed couldn't be able to get us the adequate seeds. Even what we have gotten is not enough, but it's good as a starters, because next year we'll be able to even to produce our own seeds.
This is addressing one of the key agendas of the national current government. The current government is focusing on 3 areas. It's food security, make sure that we're producing enough for our people. Number 2, reducing on imports, and this is where this edible oil component is lying.
It is not a heavy capital investment. It doesn't take long to grow or to mature. Within a period of 2-3 months, the farmers will be harvesting their crop and extracting oil.
Endeleza Biz na boost ya biashara. Download the M-Pesa Business app or dial *234# to opt in ufanye biz iwe non-stop.
Is finally over, and it's about the time. A brand new dawn right here, Citizen TV, as we bring to you Kenya's Gold.
Ni kipindi ambacho kinakufafanulia bayana na batini kuhusiana na masuala ya ukulima na vile vile kukupeleka katika safari ambayo vyakula ufuata kutoka shambani hadi mezani pako.
We will hit the farm, till the land, plant the crops, and finally we will harvest in plenty thanks to our rich soils, which is our gold.
Jiunge nasi kila Jumatatu hadi Ijumaa
from 6 p.m. all the way till 7 p.m.
Jina langu ni Emmanuel Terer.
And my name is Violetta Ngina, and this is
Kenya's Gold.
Setting up a fundraiser is now just a click away. Visit www.saidika.co.ke and start your fundraising journey today. Medical emergencies, funerals, weddings, supporting your church, school, or corporate needs, Saidika makes fundraising much easier. Once you visit www.saidika.co.ke, select Start a Fundraiser and watch your cause come to life. Share your fundraiser with friends and the global community for seamless support. Donate and receive funds easily through mobile money, debit or credit cards. Dial *802# or visit www.saidika.co.ke and be the change today. Saidika, connecting hearts, changing lives. Together, we make a difference.
Sasa kwa tau moja tu unaweza pata third party cover for your private motor vehicle valid for 30 days. Say goodbye to expensive motor vehicle insurance. Pata bima kutoka Direct Line Assurance. Kujisajili bonyeza *487#. Weka namba plate ya gari yako, ID namba yako, email address yako na ulipe tau moja tu. And your digital cover will be sent to you instantly. Collect your sticker at your nearest Total service station. Dial *487# upate third party motor insurance valid for 30 days. Pap, ni tao tu.
Welcome to Homelink Mabati Factory, your trusted partner in roofing. Place your order for box profile, V-tile, prime tile and canopy sheets and enjoy affordable prices and free delivery on 0794 800 000. Homelink Mabati Factory. We promise, we deliver.
Nimekuwa nikitumia Bulwark skimming filler na kazi yake ni safi sana. Bulwark imefanya kazi yangu kwa rahisi sana. Ni rahisi kupaka na ikishakauka hata maji hizi haribu. Ile nayo quality yake sio mchezo. Hata client akiona nyumba vile inatokea anafurahi kabisa. Kwa finishing ya ukuta, achia Bulwark. Na pia Bulwark wanajali maslahi yetu. Nikishanunua Bulwark, natuma SMS na pesa inaingia kwa simu mara that. Na economy siwezi kosa unga ya familia.
Bulwark wall filler is available at all leading hardwares. Bulwark, do it right.
We love to share our cultures. And the one thing that unites us all, that celebrates precious moments, nurtures our Kenyan spirit, drives success, welcomes,
the more the milk, the better the chai,
and even inspires. Our language does all of this and more. Na ni lugha ambayo kila Mkenya anajua. The more the milk, the better the chai. Chai kweli ina Brookside Dairy Best.
This is your beautiful day. Everybody's looking at you.
Wait. Ma'am. Sorry. Sorry, forget it. Sorry. Hey, sorry, baby. Hello. Sasa hata kukula pato wachaanza kukula. Pate.
And where's the pastor?
There he is. And he's eating roskoko.
With rice.
New beginnings bring people closer together. The delicious taste of Amana is now in an exciting new pack. Amana by Unga Limited.
Heritage Mabati provides premium quality and affordable roofing profiles, including gauge 30 box profile at 405 shillings, Roman long tile gauge 28 at 621 shillings, stone coated tiles and Roman stone coated tiles at 600 shillings. We have stock available 24 hours and free delivery planning on 50% payment. Lipa Pole Pole is also available. Call 0746 667 456 or visit our offices to enjoy our discounts.
Kikohozi cha muda wowote, kutokwa na jasho kwa wingi usiku, uchungu kwenye kifua, afya kudhoofika, tafuta matibabu. Labda ni TB ni ugonjwa wa kweli. Ukipimwa matibabu yapo utapona. Daktari kwa ushauri, tumia dawa kwa nidhamu. Elimu tupashane, tupige vita TB. Pimwa TB waishi poa. Pimwa TB waishi poa.
Jipange na View sasa. Jipange na View sasa imerudi kwa vishindo. Jishindie maelfu ya pesa kila siku kwa kutazama content kupitia View sasa kwa shilingi 10 pekee. Kuna mshindi wa shilingi 1,100 kila siku, 1,500 kila wiki na mshindi wa grand prize ya shilingi milioni 3 cash money. Kushiriki, piga *487*3#. Chagua Jipange na View sasa, kisha chagua video package, ujipatie points na uongeze uwezekano wako wa kushinda mamilioni. Hakuna kudownload wala kusubscribe, unaenda nywe. Jipange, ushinde mamilioni na View sasa.
And it's time to get a little sporty. Football teams and other users of the Kasarani and Nyayo Stadium have 3 months to find alternative venues, as the two facilities will shut the doors in January for renovations. The two are part of the 4 stadia that will be presented for selection to host the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations that requires 6 stadia across the Kenya, Uganda and Tanzania. Sports Cabinet Secretary Ababu Namwamba says the upgrade will be supervised by a joint monitoring mechanism formed by the 3 countries that won the rights to host AFCON in 2027. The Talanta Stadium, that will be built from scratch, will be a purely football stadium with no running track. Ababu, together with FKF President Nick Mundwa, arrived on Thursday afternoon from Cairo, Egypt, where the voting for the host countries took place.
We will deploy the Africa Cup of Nations to strengthen the bonds of East Africa integration even further. We made it clear to CAF that East Africa is one. When you talk about the dream of an integrated Africa, the ignition for an integrated Africa is East Africa community.
I know many people, like the President said, didn't believe. Now the work begins, so thank you to everybody. Thank you to my colleagues that supported us. Thank you to Uganda and Tanzania on football, but most importantly, thank you for the investment and commitment that the government has made. Let's go do the job.
The Football Kenya Federation Premier League matches continue over the weekend, with 1 match scheduled for Friday and 4 matches to be played on Saturday and Sunday. Muhoroni Youth open the weekend fixtures at home to Lindsay Stars at the Muhoroni Stadium. Muhoroni have 3 points from 4 matches played this season, collecting 3 draws and 1 loss to Tusker FC. Lindsay Stars, on the other hand, have 3 points in 4 matches. The Anthony Kimani-led side will have to play at their best to get maximum points at the Muhoroni Stadium.
Tusker ndio kidogo walitupanish, na nadhani tutarekebisha, but tunajua na coach pia nadhani anajua ni hizo games 4 zimetuprepare sana kwa game yetu yenye tuko nayo Friday.
Preparation iko vizuri, vijana wametrain vizuri, na hakuna injury kufikia saa hizi. Ukiona game ya Tusker tulicheza kidogo na player wetu, very crucial player katika midfield, alipopata injury naona kidogo midfield tukaanza kuchanganyikiwa kidogo, lakini amerecover, amerudi, so tuko na depth kwa team.
FKF Premier League side Police FC has fired coach Francis Baraza and unveiled Dravko Logarusik as their new coach following a false start in the season in which they have not won a single match in 4 outings. Lukman Mahmoud reports.
He's not new in the local football scene, having coached 20 times Premier League champions Gor Mahia as well as AFC Leopards. The Croatian has now been tasked by the law enforcers to save their sinking ship. Assistant coach Salim Babu, who was roped in from Zoya Sugar, has been retained to help Logarusic understand the players quickly. Logarusic was unveiled at the Police Circle Stadium on Thursday morning and promised to help Police clinch their maiden league title this season.
They're going to help me with some information. Also, I'm going to work with them 1 hour and a half today, 1 hour and a half tomorrow to try to pick up some pieces which we can change in such a short time. And then let's come on Saturday, let's do the job. We are not here for top 4, we are here for top 1.
He added that he will not require a lot of time to settle in his new office and will start with the weekend match against Bidco United to prove his worth.
Of course, first game will be a bit, all of us should be a bit nervous until we're gonna know situation a bit deeper and to know better players and everything, but we have to start from the first game to bring results. That's the reason why we are here.
Police FC chairman Nyale Munga says they were forced to take quick actions due to the poor performance in the 4 league matches in order to achieve their dream at the end of the season.
Tuliangalia jinsi tulivyoanza ligi msimu huu, haikuwa inapendeza wengi. Kidogo tulikuwa tunakwama mahali na hatujapata win mpaka sasa katika mechi zile 4 ambazo tumecheza. So kufikiria zaidi tukaona ni muhimu kuinject professionalism katika hiyo team. Ndio tukaona tuchukue a world class coach ambaye akija hapa akikaa hivi kila mtu atakuwa anatetemeka na anajua kweli Kenya Police FC ipo.
Logarusic's first game is at home at the Police Circle Stadium on Saturday afternoon. Police had employed Baraza from Kagera Sugar in Tanzania in November last year after parting ways with Sami Pamzo Omolo. Lukman Mahmoud, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Kisumu All-Stars will host Migori Youth at the Moi Stadium in Kisumu, with both teams having started the National Super League with mixed results in the 2 matches played so far. Kisumu All-Stars have picked 1 point against Silibwet FC and lost 2-0 to Nairobi United in a match that was played at the Kasarani Annex. Migori Youth, which finished 3rd in the NSL log last season, have 2 points out of a possible 6. In other fixtures, Darajani Gogo will face Mathare United, with Kajiado playing against Vihiga Bullets. Nairobi United will take on Gusii FC.
Of course, critics will be there, expectations are there, because it's a great club with a huge history. Everybody expects a lot, but as a coach, I'm trying to take this pressure away from the players. Let me deal with that. You play your football. We'll get the results. They'll come.
Fullback Baltazar Amaya scored 2 tries as Uruguay overturned a halftime deficit to defeat Namibia 36-26 for a bonus point victory in Lyon on Wednesday night and send the African side home from another Rugby World Cup without a win. Namibia led 20-12 at the break after scoring tries through wingers Gaswin Monton and JC Grilling in the opening 11 minutes. But having played 4 games in 19 days, the most punishing schedule of any team in the tournament, they could not sustain the challenge. Uruguay scored tries through hooker German Kessler, scrum half Santiago Arata and winger Batista Basso as they claimed a 4th World Cup victory in their history, with a game against New Zealand to come on October 5th.
Number 5. Backwards with the hand on the blue. Play on. Edge again, not rolling away.
And Arsenal, Chelsea and Newcastle are all through to the 4th round of the English Premier League Cup after winning their opening matches with an identical 1-0 scoreline. Newcastle United eliminated favourites Manchester City.
He'd been in the game, but he had time to take that touch before then taking on the shot. And goes Murphy again. Joelinton. Strong surge from Joelinton. Cutting it back. Alexander Isak! Newcastle United make the breakthrough. It hasn't taken long in this second half when a much more positive approach has been rewarded. Last season's runners-up in front against the 8-time winners.
Here come Chelsea. Maatsen. Lovely ball through. Palmer. Jackson waiting! Nicholas Jackson for Chelsea! Could that be the catalyst for more? Chelsea.
To Spurs, Jurgensen. And cut out by Nketiah. He can roll it square looking for Nelson, who puts Arsenal in front. Reece Nelson rolling the ball into the back of the Brentford net. A goal which was awfully avoidable from the home side's point of view. Neatly taken by Nelson after it was...
National dialogue at home and a westward charm offensive abroad. Everything between Bombers and Haiti on the News Gang.
Usanium Investments presents the domain Kisumu along Kisumu Mambo Leo Miwani Tamak Road, starting from 399,000. SMS Kisumu to 20321 or call 0725 000 222.
Is finally over and it's about the time. A brand new dawn right here, Citizen TV, as we bring to you Kenya's Gold.
Ni kipindi ambacho kinakufafanulia bayana na batini kuhusiana na masuala ya ukulima na vile vile kukupeleka katika safari ambayo vyakula ufuata kutoka shambani hadi mezani pako.
We will hit the farm, till the land, plant the crops, and finally we will harvest in plenty thanks to our rich soils, which is our gold.
Jiunge nasi kila Jumatatu hadi Ijumaa.
From 6 p.m. all the way till 7 p.m.
Jina langu ni Emmanuel Terere.
And my name is Violetta Ngina, and this is
Kenya's Gold.
Come to Kidani Mabati and enjoy an array of Mabati options at discounted prices. Pay a 50% deposit and the balance on delivery. Tujenge Kenya na Kidani Mabati. Get ready to celebrate a legacy of developing reputable and ethical leaders in Kenya from institutions that birthed 38,000 plus graduates impacting society the past 50 years. This Saturday, 30th September, Focus Kenya turns 50 in style. Join us from 10 a.m. at the University of Nairobi for an unforgettable event. A day of celebrations to reflect on the 50-year journey as we launch the Focus History Book. The Focus at 50 anniversary is proudly sponsored by Royal Media Services.
Equity only calls you from one number, 0763 000 000. Do not engage callers from other numbers claiming to be Equity staff. Do not share your PIN, code or OTP with anyone. Do not accept banking instructions on phone. Forward suspicious messages or phone numbers by SMS to 333 for free. Kataa utapeli. Usikubali kuchezwa.
Why are you going to tell him?
That I love his sister, but I'm sure she doesn't feel the same way.
Vile hiyo look yako inanikumbusha ile time ulikuwa na cancer.
You're reading too much into things.
Ruiru Ruiru Mabati Factory offers the best quality experience. Our products have 15 years warranty and are kept certified. We manufacture box profile, Europe tile, Jenga tile, corrugated S profile among others in a wide variety of colors. Enjoy our free delivery in just 72 hours. To order, call us on 0111050700.
Imagine sasa ukiwa na as low as 200 shillings. Yes, so mbili unaweza futa landlord kazi. Kila mtu sasa anaweza kuwa home owner na boma yangu. Jishikie keja yako leo. Start saving any amount towards the 10% deposit required for unit allocation. Jisajili kupitia *832# ama uingie www.bomayangu.go.ke. Kisha weka shilingi 200 kama registration na deposit yako ya kwanza. Usipitwe, chukua hatua, ujipatie keja yako leo. Piga *832#. Boma Yangu is a government affordable housing program.
Africa's most awaited loyalty program is here. It's making you a priority when checking in. It's a priceless smile from a gift given. It's a sweet escape to premium lounge facilities. Good afternoon, passengers. It's an upgrade to a class of more comfort and luxury. It's the excitement of discovery and the strengthening of family bonds on holidays. It's Asante Rewards, your loyalty program from Kenya Airways.
Get more value for money with Carrefour My Club. Changamkia deals kibao. Shika Fusion assorted yogurt at $2.49, Mika Cook at $29.995, fresh cow meat boneless at $5.39, na red grapes at 215 shillings. Enjoy more value with Carrefour My Club.
Wekelea na shabiki kaende.
Kunaitwa Daniel Musau, natoka Machakos County. Wakati nilipata hii habari nilikuwa najitayarisha kuja Nairobi kwenda hospitali. Nikaambiwa mimi ndio mshindi wa nusu milioni. Nilishukuru Mungu sana. There's a project nilikuwa nimeanza. I decided to do a lot of water harvesting. So wakati nilipata hii straight ilikuja tu kwa mind. That was my project for this year, na already nimeanza, nitaimaliza. Hii mchezo ni real, ni kweli. Nilikuwa na kijana mmoja akaniambia hiyo simu vile inakuja juu hata Truecaller inasema ni shabik.com.
Wekelea na 50 bob pekee for a chance ya kuomoka na 500k. Lazima kaende, iende kila wiki.
Play responsibly. Betting can be addictive. Not recommended for the persons under the age of 18. Authorized by BCLB number 587.
Safaricom chapa dimba, Mzing chapa dimba, Tuna chapa dimba, cheza kama wewe. Na chapa dimba hadi dreams zime come true. Skili imejipa sabu safu wame come through. Mepata chance ya kushine na mawantu. Sikuzi kupta wanatambua na nibazona mashabiki wako bazi ngazi intime nice kwa kimoja weka dimba kati ligi solo na fan page. Dreams valley tuko on na majambe form ya wajambe form. Safaricom chapa dimba, cheza kama wewe. Mzing chapa dimba, cheza kama wewe. Tuna chapa dimba, cheza kama wewe. Cheza kama wewe.
Clean hands frequently with soap and clean water to avoid the spread of respiratory diseases such as coronavirus.
Stay 5 degrees cooler.
Body odor is caused by germs, and on active days, the sweating and odor are more. That's why you need the new improved Dettol Cool with up to 5 degrees instant cooling sensation and odor protection. Be Dettol sure.
Diapers come in various sizes and are designed to fit babies at different stages of growth. It's crucial to choose a diaper size that matches your baby's weight and age.
New Soft Care Space Series is rooted from space technology. Keeps you dry and comfortable for 12 hours long.
Soft Care. Protect your leap.
Shabikia na Mia. Bet with 100 Kenya shillings or more kwenye shabiki.com for you to stand a chance of winning amazing cash prizes whether your bet wins or loses. Kila Tuesday, 25 winners wanashinda 5,000 Kenya shillings each, na on Friday, 5 winners wanashinda 10,000 Kenya shillings each. Register, play and win. The more you play, the higher your chances of winning. Not recommended for the persons under the age of 18. Authorized by BCLB number 587.
The El Niño rains may be weeks away, but at the Bomas of Kenya, it's raining bones and skeletons as the national dialogue assumes something of a national therapy clinic room where all are bearing it all. Like the proverbial sphinx rising out of the ashes, the Cherera 4 resurfaced at the Bomas of Kenya to rock the election party with fresh assertions that last year's presidential election results were neither tabulated nor verifiable. The Cherera 4 have had it out on the Chebukati 3, have laid it out on the Chebukati 3, saying only the chairman knew who won the election. IEBC was only one of several issues that are causing disquiet among some moments of kufungua roho. From the Police Oversight Authority, admissions to killings of protesters, to submissions on extension of presidential terms, to reduction of counties and constituencies, it is a week of confessions at the Bomas of Kenya. Now, away from Bomas, a westward charm offensive landed President William Ruto in the American West Coast and swept him eastwards to New York, the home of the United Nations, where the planned deployment of 1,000 Kenyan police officers to Haiti cemented growing perceptions that the fifth Kenyan president is the latest darling of the West. On Jamila's memo, what is happening to humanity? Observations from a Kirinyaga home for the elderly. On Sam's Sense, do reports of the controller of budget make sense anymore? On Kaikai's Kicker, AFCON is coming to Kenya at last. And on My Take, it helps to aim, then shoot and aim later, as the Education Ministry has just found out. From Bomas to Haiti, dialogue to diplomacy, and from police to gangs, the news gang is here.
Let's allow an in-depth closure to this matter, because only then the country can move forward. We wish to have a very independent and strong commission. If it is not for us, it will be for the generations to come.
The Cherera 4 were forced to resign. It was never our intention to resign. And therefore, we would want to ask that the reason why the Cherera 4 were removed from office is because they questioned the process that the chairman used to declare the results.
Up to now, we don't know the results, and it's very important that we audit these results. It's very, very important, because when we audit and even made open to everybody, even those people who have been elected and who lost as MPs, and even others, they will know their results. Because I want to say This was not tallying, there was no tallying, there was no verification. It was just, it is not, I don't know what to say about it as a commission.
What a week it's been at the National Dialogue Talks, and we've had some revelations over the week, but today's was by far some of the most interesting, perhaps explosive. And yet again, ladies and gentlemen, the election is a big conversation. What happened last year at the Bomas of Kenya once again? Is this the first time that we're hearing from the Cherera Four after their resignation? And now it comes in, and here we are again. Sam, take us to Bomas and those revelations, and you know what this means. That election book is hardly ever closed, huh? It remains open despite a Supreme Court petition, despite everything happening. Here we are again from commissioners, or former commissioners of the IBC.
And it's going to take a very long time if that book is to be closed, maybe never. And if you listen to them, you can feel the bitterness that they speak with. Because recall that after the declaration of the presidential elections by Wafula Chebukati, and they came to the Serena Hotel to question those particular results, talking about the opaqueness of the results. A day after, I think that's when they were talking about the mathematics, became something else in their social circles. And that question has never been settled, because even when you look at the petition of the Supreme Court, they filed their own affidavits in response to the petitions that were filed by the Supreme Court. And you recall the confusion that was, that you have here the Azimio side is protesting the results. You have IBC defending the results. Then you have, I mean, it's IBC on one side, Wafula Chebukati and the other commissioners also filing the affidavits, but also you have a part of it, the four commissioners coming and contesting the same election. And you remember that confusion on what it was. Even in the preliminary stages, there was a discussion on whether do the lawyers representing the four commissioners represent IBC, or do they represent them in their capacity? And can they really, the four commissioners, can they really go ahead and seek representation? I mean, how would you procure that? Which was quite a contentious issue, because procurement of legal services is guided by the commission. But then again, you recall there was that process of removal, that a tribunal was formed to remove the four commissioners from office. And immediately, I think the first one to resign was Cherera herself. Yeah. Or was it Justice Nyangaya? I think it was Cherera herself, yes. Followed by Justice Nyangaya, and thereafter Commissioner Wanderi. But Irene Masit chose to go the full route. And I remember her appearing before the tribunal, I think it was towards the end of 2022, and sometime in January. And then the outcome came, and it was a decision to remove her from office. So when you hear her speaking in an emotional manner, it is because now she understands what it has meant, that she went through a tribunal process and she was removed from office. And once you're removed in such a manner, you cannot hold any other public office. You hear Commissioner Wanderi saying that they were forced to resign. Well, they've never spoken about it, saying the circumstances under which they had to throw in the towel. But for him to say that, I mean, it's pretty interesting, because then you start to think, is it true that they were prevailed upon to resign instead of facing the tribunal? Or did they think and decide that for their own best interest, it is better to move on and save your face, especially when it comes to public appointments, because you never know in future, you don't know what the future holds for you. But at least now legally for Irene Masit, she cannot hold any other public office. And yes, you're right, that it's actually the first time we're hearing them speak about this. Irene Masit had an opportunity at the tribunal, but I don't think she really utilized that opportunity.
And so today she was so emotional. In fact, throughout the session, her video was off. Yeah.
Yes.
And, you know, she mentioned things about being you know, sort of excluded, you know, from her community for a supposed betrayal. I mean, it was quite the session.
Right. I mean it's heavy. So really we'll continue to hear, I mean, what transpires. Unfortunately, the other three commissioners, of course, their term ended in January, Wafula Chebukati and Co. they didn't show up, and of course they gave their reasons.
Yvonne, and I think we need to remember that I think this whole week that the National Dialogue Committee has been sitting, the issue of IBC has come up several times. I think today was almost like the climax of it all, with having the former commissioners there. And I think we can listen to the president of LSK, Eric Theory, speaking, and then we continue with the discussion.
The Law Society will not be in support of any proposals to create such offices unless really they are made in such a manner that conforms and to the Constitution, and also are done in a manner that will promote the achievements of the objects of the Constitution. We can look at the past, that is the 2022 election, and audit it, see what lessons we can learn from it, and move forward with those lessons. Or we can say that we look at the framework, and I think the legislative framework requires a little bit of panel beating, so that then we impute in the system itself, we put in adequate mechanisms to ensure that there is an audit of the process, and all the parties and the members of the public, if they need to, have a way to access those audit results.
Talks about looking at the past and auditing. And Yvonne, if you look at our past as a country, the credibility of our presidential elections has always been a contested space. So much so that there's a trust deficit in our democracy when it comes to our electoral processes, which have been tainted by controversy. And I think other than the 2002 election, reports have shown that subsequent polls in Kenya have been marred with allegations of irregularities, vote rigging, intimidation, and general electoral malpractices. And then things came to a head after the announcement of the 2007 general elections. The results of the presidential poll were fiercely contested, and the declaration of the winner triggered widespread violence that witnessed loss of life and property was destroyed. Thousands of people were displaced. And then following that, we had an independent review commission, which was popularly known as the Kriegler Commission, which was formed to investigate what caused the chaos and make recommendations. And they issued a report in which it recommended, one, the introduction and adoption of technology in verifying voters at the various polling stations. The technology was supposed to be used biometric registration system, because after an analysis of the elections on the voters who participated in the polls, about 1.2 million deceased voters were found to have participated in the elections back then. So the Kriegler report and the promulgation of the Constitution introduced some changes in the laws that govern the electoral processes. The enactment included the Elections Act 2011, the Independent Election Boundaries Commission Act 2011, as well as the Elections Act 2011. So this paved the way for Kenya to adopt technology in its electoral processes. However, after that election in 2013, we had another one. It was contested. They went to court. The winner, the court said Uhuru Kenyatta was validly declared as president. And then we went to the 2017 elections. There was an election, there were results, they were contested. And at the time, the court declared the presidential elections null and void. And I remember the Supreme Court said, and I'm quoting, the IBC failed, neglected, or refused to conduct the presidential election in a manner consistent with the dictates of the Constitution. And the court found that the commission committed irregularities and illegalities in the transmission of results. Irregularities affected the integrity of the poll. That was by the then Chief Justice Maraga. So there's still that distrust that shrouded IBC coming into the 2022 elections. Consider the fact that some of those commissioners mentioned in 2017, the chairman and two were still part of the commission. So, and everything else that happened in August, and then the four who joined 7 months to the election. And some of the issues that had been mentioned in the Kriegler report was having a commission in place, I think almost 2 years to the election. And then everything else that came to a head on 15th of August 2022, and then you have a split screen where on one side you have an announcement, or another one you have other commissioners refusing. There's a lot of unresolved issues, Yvonne, and that came to a head today, which is more than a year later. So even though that the court process went on, we have a government in place that has been in place for a year, there's still a lot of unresolved issues about the elections and the IBC.
Yeah. Unresolved issues. Again, coming to the fore, Linus.
Yes, and we saw the president of the LSK talking about the need to look at the past and pick our lessons. And the question we must ask as Kenyans and ask ourselves very frankly is whether there is willingness to learn, because there have been absolutely many, many lessons. No one would have thought that after 2007, 2008, and two very eminent commissions, that is the IREC by Kriegler, and then there was the Commission of Inquiry into the Post-Election Violence, both which really worked hard to give Kenyans a picture of what goes wrong in elections. If you look at the conversations we're having today, 2023, that was 2007, 2008, so many years, several elections in between, the issues remain the same. Yeah. And we keep raising the issue of the legal and constitutional framework. We also talk of the management system within the IBC. These are the same issues we've had over and over again. When you also go to the courts have really produced a number of judgments that would have helped this country improve on its electioneering. But we're still seeing lapses, one after the other. And back to the point that Jamila was making about the split screen of 2023 election. Look at how that division played out. It played out more along political affiliation lines. We had a commission of 7 commissioners, 3 supporting one side and 4 supporting another. And we need to face those facts as they are. Is that what happens to the independent bit of the IEBC? Because the IEBC that Kriegler was talking about, the IEBC that those processes ought to have produced, the IEBC that the Constitution of Kenya 2010 envisions, is one that is independent, one that can tell politicians this is what is going on. But we have an IEBC, unfortunately, for the last few years, that really is a body that takes political instructions from politicians. There has been a competition of who appoints which commissioner, which side determines the appointment of the chairman. So independent really doesn't make sense. And until independent makes sense in the IEBC, we're going to have the same problems. You see, when we compare ourselves with the electoral age mates, supposed, like Ghana, a country that has really gotten it stable for some time now. And remember, we've had multi-party elections with Ghana almost at the same time. We started in 92, they started in 92, all the way to now. They have had many political transitions, from the opposition to this side, from this side to this other side. The National Patriotic Party, NPP, and the National Democratic Congress have been switching places in power, sometimes with very small margins. Yeah. The elections are very tightly contested, but they don't blow up their country. They don't have these commissions all over the place. They're not inviting foreigners to babysit them across processes, but we are doing that. And I'm looking at the national dialogue that is going on at Bomas of Kenya. And look, the committee itself, it's very interesting because the committee is supposed to be sitting at the high table as they are, that the physical bit they're getting right, but you're supposed to actually listen and then deliberate later.
But they're engaging.
Happening? They are not doing that. Yeah. What the National Dialogue Committee is doing is it's a contest. This is a high table contest. They should as well present their own points to the committee. They should appear before themselves if there's something like that, because I saw Eugene Omalo walking out today. Walking out of, on who? You're part of the committee. It's very interesting because this committee maybe has not understood its brief. This brief for this committee means you'll sit and listen to the hard things without fronting your own opinion. But what we are seeing is, you know, I saw yesterday, was it
Hassan Omar?
Hassan Omar?
Yeah.
You know, telling one of the people submitting views that no, you know,
I think when they were asking for prosecutorial powers,
yes.
one of the IPOA commissioners, and he said, no, I don't agree with that, and you know, the Constitution called for a separation of powers.
Yes. And now, what a conversation like this ought to envision is the committee will sit and listen. So you really have to shed your combat side. Because what we are seeing is this is a high table of combatants. You know, they're still really ready to shoot at each other, and meaning again that we are sitting on delicate ground. I don't know how long will this hold. The other day they were almost holding each other's shirts. Today there was a walkout. So it's still a very delicate process, and. I've seen sections of our own industry, the media, talking about BBI 2. Is it? Yes, I think, but only that it's not looking. The problem is in the committee itself. There are a lot of opinions around the around the team. You know, ideally, if you want to go that direction, so look for people who can actually sit and listen. And bring those fighters to appear before the committee. So sometimes when you look at those things, including walkouts and the shouting matches between them, you wonder whether this is heading anywhere. But let it stand out that the tragedy remains where it still is, which is we are having the same conversation from 2007 to 2023. Nothing has changed.
Was it foolhardy perhaps or naive to expect something different, because who are the people who are sitting in the National Dialogue Committee? They're still the same players who have been on opposite sides of the conversations that are happening here, be it elections, be it the cost of living, be it you know, the selection of the IEBC commissioners. Was it foolhardy to expect anything different? Because everything that has played out, particularly over this last week, is the same contestation that we have had in this country politically, at least for the last couple of years, in the lead up to the 2022 elections, and, you know, the contestation that took place after. So what I particularly witnessed today was nothing different from what we had seen during the campaign period last year, was nothing different from what we saw you know, during the elections and thereafter. Today there was the back and forth between former Commissioner Wanderi and Governor Cecily Mbarire, and it was going back to, you know, but you didn't prosecute these matters in court when you had the moment to. And here we are. And you recall there was a time, there was a conversation about who should be in this National Dialogue Committee. Should it continue to be the same players? Should we have perhaps members of civil society or the religious, you know, organizations sitting there? And from what we've seen, you know, we are right back there. So in what way are we going to get a report from this that would be different from the conversation we've had on one side and others perhaps going to the street? So what changes? What's different? What comes out of this, Sam?
You know, I'm even wondering, whatever report you get from that dialogue committee, where do you take it? Because look at the panelists that are listening there. Cecily Mbarire, Governor Embu, is the chair of UDA.
Yeah.
Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka is the leader of the Wiper Party, and also a principal within Azimio formation. Eugene Omalo is the leader of the DEP Party of Kenya. If you're talking about Kimani Ichung'wah, he's the leader of majority in parliament. Opiyo Wandayi is the leader of minority in parliament. If you look at the other leaders of majority and minority in the Senate, Aaron Cheruiyot and Okongo Mogeni, I mean, they're politicians and they come from political parties. So even because these talks are being...
Sorry, Sam, could we see a split screen of a report like we did in August 2022 during the announcement of the results? One party saying, yeah, we agree with this, the other party saying, you know, we don't.
Thank God you haven't had of a press conference.
Could be coming.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Maybe from a hotel.
Yeah.
Or maybe not. Again, there's no possibility of a minority report here because they're split 50-50. So really, I don't know what we're going to expect from that. But also, I take keen interest in what Wafula Chebukati was saying in writing to the dialogue committee, but also informing the country that the three of them, himself, former commissioners Boya Molu and Professor Abdi Gulia, are not going to appear before the committee, and saying that doing so would be to betray the staff of IBC, those that lost their lives, those that were tortured. And remember the start of the year, President Ruto talking about there was a plot to even kill the commission chair at that time. And I mean, there were a lot of comments from all over, people saying that he shouldn't say that, because when you say that and then eventually form a commission of inquiry, what are they supposed to do? To bring a different outcome to you, yet you already said that it happened? So Wafula Chebukati in his letter is still calling for a commission of inquiry to really understand what transpired. Should I say on my birthday, 15th of August. as Wafula Chebukati was declaring the presidential election results at the Bomas of Kenya. So he wants that inquiry done to determine why were some of the commission staff tortured, others abducted and even killed. Remember, there was that returning officer from Embakasi. So he's arguing that for him to appear there, it would be going against that. But then again, even if he calls for that commission of inquiry, he told the president when he was handing over in January, to date, no action has been taken. He continues to say that. Will it ever happen? So really, the split that was in the IBC boardroom continues even after their tenure of office. So really, one of the agenda items was to audit the election results and other related matters. It was to talk about delimitation of boundaries. Whatever they're talking about, what is that? Is it review of boundaries? Is it auditing the election results? Or is it just back and forth between interested parties at different corners?
Yeah, I want us to listen to Mule Masao, who's the ELOG National Coordinator, on just that very issue, auditing elections. Have we had a serious audit of our elections?
There is a need to always conduct an evaluation of the entire electoral process, not just on the presidential process itself. And this is informed by our reports, which keep talking about the process of voter registration, for instance, the process of voter education, and other processes in the elections, including the political party nominations.
Yeah, so like we say, we've been talking about the same issues over and over. I want us to take a break. We come back, we'll talk a little bit more about that, including some of the other issues that have come up before the National Dialogue Committee. There have been some key issues as well. We've talked about boundaries, delimitation, and counties. Do we need more counties? Do we need less counties? We've heard from some interesting speakers before the National Dialogue Committee. This is Newsgang. More when we return.
Jipange na View Sasa. Jipange na View Sasa imerudi kwa vishindo. Jishindie maelfu ya pesa kila siku kwa kutazama content kupitia View Sasa kwa shilingi 10 pekee. Kuna mshindi wa shilingi 1,100 kila siku, 1,500 kila wiki, na mshindi wa grand prize ya shilingi milioni 3 cash money. Kushiriki, piga *487*3#. Chagua Jipange na View Sasa, kisha chagua video package, ujipatie points na uongeze uwezekano wako wa kushinda mamilioni. Hakuna kudownload wala kusubscribe, unaenda nywe. Jipange, ushinde mamilioni na View Sasa.
The wait is finally over, and it's about their time. A brand new dawn right here, Citizen TV, as we bring to you Kenya's Gold.
Ni kipindi ambacho kinakufafanulia bayana na batini kuhusiana na masuala ya ukulima na vile vile kukupeleka katika safari ambayo vyakula ufuata kutoka shambani hadi mezani pako.
We will hit the farm, till the land, plant the crops, and finally we will harvest in plenty thanks to our rich soils, which is our gold.
Jiunge nasi kila Jumatatu hadi Ijumaa.
From 6 p.m. all the way till 7 p.m.
Jina langu ni Emmanuel Terer.
And my name is Violetta Ngina, and this is
Kenya's Gold.
We know times are tough, so save money by buying airtime from M-Pesa to any network with zero transaction fees. Dial *487*2# and get your airtime PAP with zero transaction costs.
Come to Kidani Mabati and enjoy an array of Mabati options at discounted prices. Pay a 50% deposit and the balance on delivery. Tujenge Kenya na Kidani Mabati.
View Travel presents Hidden Gems and Well-Hidden Treasures. 3 days, Mombasa, Diani or Malindi from 13,999. 3 days, Masai Mara or Amboseli from 14,500. 3 days, Savo or Samburu from 23,000. 2 days, Mount Kenya, Naivasha or Nakuru from 3,900. 5 days, Dubai or Zanzibar from 640 USD. 5 days from 1,050 USD. 5 days, Egypt, Thailand or Turkey from 1,150 USD. 5 days, Malaysia or Singapore from 1,100 USD. 5 days, Santorini or Maldives from 1,680 USD. Contact us on 0703 254 254 or book online at www.viewtravel.com.
Welcome to Homelink Mabati Factory, your trusted partner in roofing. Place your order for box profile, V-tile, prime tile and canopy sheets and enjoy affordable prices and free delivery on 0794 800 000. Homelink Mabati Factory. We promise, we deliver.
Get more value for money with Carrefour My Club. Changamkia deals kibao. Shika Fusion assorted yogurt at $2.49, Mika Cook at $29.995, fresh cow meat boneless at $5.39, now red grapes at 215 shillings. Enjoy more value with Carrefour My Club.
Wekelea na shabiki kaende.
Kunaitwa Daniel Musau, natoka Machakos County. Wakati nilipata hii habari nilikuwa najitayarisha kuja Nairobi kwenda hospitali. Nikaambiwa mimi ndo mshindi wa nusu milioni. Nilishukuru Mungu sana. There's a project nilikuwa nimeanza. I decided to do a lot of water harvesting. So wakati nilipata hii straight ilikuja tu kwa mind. That was my project for this year na already nimeanza, nitaimaliza. Hii mchezo ni real, ni kweli. Nilikuwa na kijana mmoja. Akaniambia hiyo simu vile inakuja juu hata Truecaller inasema ni shabiki.com.
Wekelea na 50 bob pekee for a chance ya kuomoka na 500k. Lazima kaende, iende kila wiki.
Play responsibly. Betting can be addictive. Not recommended for the persons under the age of 18. Authorized by BCLB number 587.
To tell him
that I love his sister, but I'm sure she doesn't feel the same way.
Vile hiyo look yako inanikumbusha ile time ulikuwa na cancer.
You're reading too much into things.
Clean hands frequently with soap and clean water to avoid the spread of respiratory diseases such as coronavirus.
Stay 5 degrees cooler.
Body odor is caused by germs, and on active days, the sweating and odor are more. That's why you need the new improved Dettol Cool with up to 5 degrees instant cooling sensation and odor protection. Be Dettol sure.
Mortein Doom with its trusted formulation. It provides protection in seconds. So spread the Mortein Doom message of how you and I can fight to end malaria.
Mortein Doom, Kenya's #1 choice.
Shabikia na Mia. Bet with 100 Kenya shillings or more kwenye shabiki.com for you to stand a chance of winning amazing cash prizes whether your bet wins or loses. Kila Tuesday, 25 winners wanashinda 5,000 Kenya shillings each, na on Friday, 5 winners wanashinda 10,000 Kenya shillings each. Register, play and win. The more you play, the higher your chances of winning. Not recommended for the persons under the age of 18. Authorized by BCLB number 587.
The data that we have on deaths is 57.
Not 73.
Not 73. And this is how they are classified. Kisumu 33, Nakuru 2, Nairobi 20.
Come again?
They are all under investigation, but Kisumu we had 33, Nakuru 2, Nairobi 20, Kakamega 2. Injuries were a number of them, and all that data is in this report that we shall be submitting to the committee.
That right there is Anne Makori, who's the chairperson of IPOA, that's the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, speaking about the reports of deaths that they have received, in the recent past, particularly those suspected to be extrajudicial killings or killings at the hands of the police. So, this was one of the other issues that came up. Linus?
I think this week what we've seen is the more of opening up at the national dialogue hearings. We've seen submissions that were extensive in a way, because we've not had the IPOA, the Police Oversight Authority, speaking this frankly before about numbers, about the deaths that actually happened during the elections. And I just wanted us to listen to Commissioner Dr. Walter Ogony, who speaks of the challenges they faced in processing the forensic information.
When we want forensic analysis of the weapon that was used, then we sometimes encounter bottlenecks because this laboratory is under the control of the DCI. The DCI, to me, and I want you legislators, is part of the NPS. He is under the command of the IG, and he cannot be independent. He denies or they alter the evidence because they have to give us the report of the weapon used. They say, as per our analysis, these weapons were not in the possession of the police as at the time of the action.
You look at that, and one of the things that you'll definitely ask yourself is, what exactly is going on at Bomas? What is this process? Is it a truth and reconciliation hearing? Is it a post-election review thing? Is it a dialogue of political parties and all that? It's carrying so many characteristics all in one, and that's why we see groups and entities coming, each submitting its own issues, because there was a contestation when these teams were getting together in Bomas, and one of the contestations was, or what should the agenda be? One of the questions they really fought over is whether they should review or look into what really transpired in the election of 2022. Yet you see for the last few days, especially today, we've had these issues dominating the agenda. You have IPOA coming up and owning up on numbers and the challenges that they were facing. And what should worry us is how do you package an outcome out of this? Because if we don't decide at entry point what you want to achieve, then you have this thing that is just funneling out into everything and anything. We are hearing everything and anything now. And I just want us to actually go to Professor Githu Muigai, a very eminent former Attorney General, who submitted his views that in my view sounds like very solid constitutional reforms proposals.
We have too many people in Parliament. We have too many constituencies, so that we should be reducing constituencies, not increasing. We have too many counties. We should reduce counties, not increase counties. They are costing us a lot of money, and quite a number of them are not viable.
Look at that. Now, this is about reviewing the Constitution, and it's been 13 years, and Githu Muigai was part of the process of putting together the 2010 Constitution, and so he's proposing massive changes. So, is this the team to process that into some form of outcome? I don't know. Sometimes I honestly can't figure out what is going on at the Bomas of Kenya.
Yvonne, there are 13 issues on the table after they finally agreed on what to be discussed or not. But the issues about the election is taking prominence, and there are some issues that are being discussed more than others. Yes, it will be almost unfair to expect all the issues to be given equal time in terms of discussion and submissions. But it's not only the IEBC issues and the election issues that are on the table. Whether this committee will be able to take anything forward or not. There are other issues there, including the National Government Affirmative Action Fund. I've not heard much about that. There's the Senate Oversight Fund. We've heard about boundaries delimitation. There are the issues about the cost of living and related issues. This should have really been one of those issues that have been discussed quite a bit in these sessions, but I don't think, other than the chair of LSK, I've had really a lot of conversations about the cost of living and related issues, because he went on about the finance bill and what it means, and they've gone to court and everything. The implementation of the 2/3 gender rule is another issue. Adequate checks and balances is another one. Preventing interference with political parties and coalitions, which was very important for Azimio. I've not had it really being discussed as much, though we had the Center of Multi-Party Democracy there talking about one other issue, which is the Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, and the issues about the leader of opposition. Maybe we can listen to Priscilla Nyokabi, the chairperson of CMD, and we can continue with the discussions.
The Prime Cabinet Secretary, this one should head the government business and be accountable to Parliament to foster inclusivity and cooperation. Our views here are also based on strengthening political parties.
Strengthening political parties. Again, Yvonne, the issues that are on the table, they're not being given equal time for discussion. And my worry is we're expecting, I think, the sittings of this committee where they're receiving views to be over by Tuesday. Tomorrow we have the UDA meeting, so I don't expect that they'll have any sittings because members of UDA are in the committee. So they'll be attending that session. But then we only have Monday and Tuesday. Will we be able to actually... And then hizi kutoa maoni ni kama inakwisha hapo. So my point is, will we be able to actually get the information we need, the submissions we need on each and every issue that is on the table? Considering the fact that how much time it took us to actually settle on these issues, because one of the issues of contention at the beginning when the committee was being formed was what exactly are we going to discuss? So we've already decided there are 13 of them. We have tunapokea maoni, but kuna zingine ambazo hapa zitapitwa tu hapo hivyo tu.
And this is the 60 days, right? Yeah. So once they're done with hearing the submissions, they then retire to the favorites, no? Naivasha, Mombasa, one or the other or both, and then that's it? Sam?
I mean, I don't know.
Like, was this it? It sort of feels like an anticlimax. Like, is this it? Is this all?
You see, the interesting bit is that, I mean, it's not the usual task forces, committees, commissions, whatever it is, because usually they have terms of reference. In this particular matter, what are the terms of reference? It was demands from either of the political sides. It was the Azimio and it was the Kenya Kwanza administration. And so every side presented its issues, and they were to sit together and identify what are the issues then for this committee. And they spent some time, if you remember, even we used to discuss this on the show. Eventually, their hard work gave results, and the results were everything Azim wanted to discuss was on the agenda.
Yeah.
And
everything Kenya Kwanza wanted to discuss
was on the agenda.
So you have a list of so many issues, and you expect them, because they couldn't agree, what do you knock out? What do you keep? I mean, I do not think that Kenya Kwanza was interested in auditing the election of 2022.
Certainly
but
not.
It is on the agenda, meaning it was sufficient to keep the calm. But the calm is not being kept, as you can see. So already you're seeing that I think I've seen a draft petition being taken to court to challenge the place of this national dialogue. Like, what are they saying? You're talking about looking at the Constitution, amending it. You're inviting people to come and make participation or contributions within 7 days. Like, who are you? I mean, who set the rules? Why are you limiting the space? Are these issues that have been factored in the agenda of the 5 pillar issues broken into about 12 to 13, are they everything that Kenyans are concerned about? So I don't know if that particular matter will find its day in court, but the day it does, then I think there'll be very serious questions being posed there.
And yet, it'll come 100 million shillings. Is it 100 million? 100 million later.
100 million shillings. I mean, what you're seeing on TV is that's how to spend 100 million shillings.
Here is my take, Yvonne, pun intended.
Go for it.
Yeah, I think this is a warm-up session of something that may come or may not happen. Make no doubt, Kenyans, we are experts of committees, task forces, commissions. We've done these things and we do them very, very well. And we are very thorough. And in fact, this is the least, how can I put it? This is not the A team of such processes. Not at all. By far not. You cannot compare this, for example, with the teams that were involved in both Bomas 1 and Bomas 2. Remember, to write this constitution that we have today, there were about 4 or 5 such similar processes. Starting all the way back with the Akanu parliamentary committee that went around the country asking people whether you actually want the constitution changed, whether section 2A to be removed and things like that. So if I was to draw comparisons, this is the Kanu committee stage. Because normally, and we've done these things as a country, there'll be a point where now the heavyweights come in, the experts of those boardroom conversations, experts of terms of reference and you know and directing processes of such talks. So this can be just be a warm up. So what should we expect? Some, I don't know what the report would look like, whether you know, there's something that is done in therapy sessions, which is just write your recommendations, write your views, but don't indicate your name. Because I'm yet to really see how such a divided team, and you know, divisions showed today when the issues divide them, you know, it becomes very, very clear how far apart politically these two sides are. They're still at war. They're still fighting. So it's inconceivable to expect a report that is joint when it comes to some of those issues, especially on this question of the auditing of the elections. Are they going to actually have a common position? Are they going to have a common position on the so-called cost of living, it's very, very difficult to expect that there'll be those common positions, which is why we should consider this a warm-up sort of. If Kenyans actually think there are serious issues coming out of Bomas that then require further processing, this is not the team that will do it. There'll be another process. There'll be another bigger process that is more broad-based. Remember, before this happened, we used to hear from very eminent religious leaders who are saying, no, we should be part of this process.
Yeah.
They have not clamored to be part of this particular one for now.
They've actually given it a wide berth.
They've given it a wide berth because they know this is not it. This is not the one. What they're thinking about is obviously a more solid process with clear terms of reference and a more serious political atmosphere in terms of the willingness to actually get something out of such a process. I think for now, both sides, both the government and the opposition, are going through a therapy session about some of the issues that really divide them, especially the election. And you could see, I mean, from the events today, that the therapy may not necessarily be working that well yet. So this is not the process that some of those religious leaders really expected. There are Kenyans out in the wings, including some who have taken time to present their views there. I don't think they present those views there thinking that this is the team that will process them. I think they are doing this to start a conversation, not to get these things addressed.
And Yvonne, if you look at that list, issue number 1 is Article 43 of the Constitution, the cost of living, and related issues. The cost of living was the issue which was touted or pushed most Kenyans to the streets during Maandamano. And it was an issue that the Azimio side kept insisting that needed to be in the agenda. The government in the beginning said, no, cost of living is a government issue, we'll deal with it as we deem fit. But then now, as you've said, Gituku, the issues that Kenya Kwanza wanted are on the table, the issue that the government, that Azimio wanted are on the table. But then now, I think it was one of the commissioners who said it, NCIC Commissioner Sam Kona said, when politicians are unhappy, it's a problem. But when they are okay, issues affecting the people are pushed on the sidelines. And I think this is what we are seeing. All the members of that committee are politicians representing either or. And as Lina says, this is not it in terms of ultimately what the outcome will be. That's why you're saying some important players are giving it a wide berth, because it should be a bit more open, a bit more inclusive of others. Mwananchi wa kawaida hana sauti pale. Religious bodies hazina sauti pale. Maybe non-governmental organizations hazina sauti pale. So it's almost an exercise in futility, if you ask me. And Linus has said that isio enyewe. Is this a 100 million shillings worth exercise in futility? Or is it an exercise kunyamazisha watu kidogo, so it seems like we are working to try and find solutions to the issues that are affecting us, that have been affecting us for the past 1 year in terms of maandamano, hatukubali serikali and all that. Because if it's not really genuine something that will ultimately end in something, then why are we having it in the first place? 60 days inaisha when? Mwisho wa October.
Yeah.
And then? Yeah. And then, yeah.
Because the issues, all the issues are not being tackled, they're not being given equal time as they should be.
Now, here is something else that is coming up. I want us to switch gears quickly and talk about something else that's coming up, perhaps in 3 months. Something interesting that came out of the president's trip to the United States. We first saw U.S. President Biden thanking and acknowledging Kenya for agreeing to send what is called a multinational security force to Haiti. It's a Caribbean nation, and from our Foreign Affairs Cabinet Secretary, we heard quite a few statements this week So, Sam, we're sending police to Haiti. There's been some serious gang violence over the last couple of years, a current wave of brutality, specifically after July, when the president was assassinated, and now Kenya going in to help with the funding of the United States, and we're told by January. So, have we seen police being deployed? I know we have deployed members of the military to other countries, but police, that would be a first.
Not really, by the way. We've deployed to Darfur.
Police?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there was a police element in South Sudan. In peacekeeping operations, sometimes there is that police element where you provide them for training. And I remember visiting Darfur to cover a story, and it was really nice to see Kenyan police officers together with South African police officers who are conducting training
Yeah.
Okay. So for those trainings, actually, UN sometimes deploys police, not military officers alone.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now that they're going into, is it to train police in Haiti? At least from what we've heard with this one, Sam?
I think what I had the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs say is that the officers from Kenya that will be traveling will also be part of some training, pre-training, so that before they can now get to carry out the mission, they have at least a bit of understanding probably of what to be wary about. Because when you look at the violence that is going on there, I mean, it's serious. We're reading more than 2,700 people a month, which is pretty high. I don't think we've dealt with such kind of violence to that magnitude in this country. 2,700 is close to how many people that lost their lives on road carnage in a similar period. And so for police officers to be going there, I think the government owes Kenyans information, because yes, Kenya wants to position itself in how the international community looks at it. And I saw the president of the US hailing the president of Kenya of that extension of assistance, because really they would use that help. But in as far as the terms of reference, I know these are operational issues that will be communicated to the police, but I think the Kenyan public really deserves to be informed. Even when you say that it's 1,000 police officers, from what cadres, from what do you call them, from what forces within the National Police Service that will be going there, and what should they be expecting, knowing that it's not always smooth when it comes to such kind of operation?
Yvonne, I think it's important also to note, I was reading an article in one of the local dailies about this, and it said that other than Kenya, you have other countries contributing to the mission, including a Caribbean nation of Antigua and Barbuda, the Bahamas, and Jamaica. But when you look at it from another angle, what exactly is broken in Haiti that Kenya and all these other countries are going to fix? And it's different, because unlike other countries where we've sent peacekeeping forces like Somalia, DRC, South Sudan, or Mozambique, in Haiti there's no rebel group fighting to take power. In fact, Gituk was giving some of the statistics. More than 2,000 Haitians have been murdered in the first half of this year by violent criminals. In fact, kidnapping is big business in that country. In the first half of this year, there were at least 1,000 kidnappings. Snipers shoot and kill at will civilians walking on the streets. You have gangs which are roaming neighborhoods. You have IDPs, internally displaced people, camps in Haiti, not because people are fleeing war, but they're fleeing gangs. The violence has shut down many schools. Other than that, they have had natural disasters from earthquakes and flood and disease, and it's estimated about 60,000 people have been struck by cholera in the country of 11 million. And they're still recovering from the 2010 earthquake, and it's nearly half of Haitians are going hungry. So it's a situation that I don't think any of our forces that have been sent anywhere have actually really faced in terms of what exactly they're going to deal with. And as Gituku says, I think it's important that more information is given out about exactly what they're walking into, what is the situation in Haiti, what kind of training will they be given, what exactly are they going to be doing there, because the situation and the reports and what we know and hear about Haiti is really almost horrific.
With respect to the security situation, the UN Secretary General has called for or believes that what would help to disarm the gangs and restore order is a, quote, robust use of force. With respect to the humanitarian situation that you have described, Jamila, he calls it a living nightmare. So these are some of the issues that they will be going in to do. Apparently, we are going to be, the intervention of our police officers will be to neutralize the armed gangs, to protect civilians, and then, of course, after that, restore peace, security, and order in that country. And the Foreign Affairs CS also talked about, helping rebuild vital infrastructure, as well as establish a stable democratic government. So that's quite a tall order. But, Linus, you'd mentioned the fact that where we've seen police being deployed, for instance, in Darfur, it's under the UN. Is that the process that undergoes that? Is that the usual process? And if it is, we have yet to, get the UN Security Council go ahead. Is that?
And here he's
is that
hoping,
how that works?
Absolutely. And here he's hoping that, as a country, we really have to have a UN resolution that then allows us to deploy our people there. Because Haiti is a very difficult landscape. The descriptions we're giving here and the descriptions coming out of that place, of a country and the capital, for example, Port-au-Prince is controlled, I think 60 to 80% is controlled by armed gangs. And there are boundaries there. You cross one area to another, it belongs to another gang and things like that. I dare say it's nothing that our National Police Service has ever dealt with. You can't compare it with the war on terror that we have here, because look, Al-Shabaab is a hit and run team. We don't have a place where
the capital.
There's no enclave that they control. So they plant IEDs and all that. But here in Port-au-Prince, you have areas that are actually controlled by armed gangs. You have institutions that basically have collapsed. I saw a description somewhere of the police service there being an enabler of the gangs, helping gangs with armored vehicles and even tear gas canisters and things like that. It's not a nice place. And then when you look at the political environment again, these are things that we need to also reflect on what we shall find there as an intervention force, because you have a Prime Minister, Ariel Henry, who is not elected. Remember, he came to office after the assassination of the president. The president of Haiti was actually killed in his house by armed gangs. These are some things that we should find unimaginable in our own context here. The president was killed way back in 2021. And so Ariel Henry has been acting more as an interim kind of leader of government. He's unelected. He's also fairly unpopular, as you would expect of a divided country like that. I mean, he's not running a system that is holding the country together. So we are we're going to find a very complex situation. And then there are basics as well, like this is a French-speaking country. So
Matua said they will be trained in French between now and January before they're deployed?
Learning a language takes longer than some of those drills that they do in security services. I don't think you can actually learn effectively for 3 months and be fluent to engage in a foreign country. We need to actually list that as a challenge. We need to acknowledge that it's going to be a challenge. We have a deployment mission of KDF in DRC, which has fewer problems than what the team to Haiti will face. Because Eastern Congo, at least, they speak Kiswahili, so they were in our neighborhood. So some of those basic things like language are out of the way. And of course, not finding any structure in place, that should be really the worrying situation. Because are we getting the full brief on whether there is actually an existing state, because an argument has been professed that there isn't a state in Haiti. What you have is someone who acts as prime minister, and then you have so many gangs. You have police officers trying to protect the shaky state. So very, very ugly. And finally, the point about the possible hostility, because Haiti is the first black independent country created out of a slaves' rebellion. They don't like what they consider occupation. There have been a number of interventions that have been done over the years. The U.S. was there between 1994 and 2004. America, it didn't work. Why didn't it work? Before that, there were other interventions. There was a peacekeeping force led by Brazilians. It also didn't work. So there's a whole history that is actually looking so difficult that we just hope that the CS Foreign Affairs, Dr. Mutua, is right when he says that Haiti people are saying, "Oh, Kenyans, come help us." We hope that is the bottom line.
Indeed.
But how did you know that?
Sorry?
Public participation.
I'm just wondering how we know that. I mean,
how we know that the Haitians are asking for our help.
Yeah.
Well, the CS said that yesterday in the press conference. Was it yesterday or the day before?
Yes.
That Haiti is saying, come. And some of his arguments actually that the deployment will raise the profile
of Kenya.
Of Kenya. That's not what peacekeeping missions do. It's not about profile. It's not about prestige. Even though our military, that's KDF, Kenya Defense Forces, have over the years really raised the profile of the country because of the previous missions that they have participated in to a number of places, including Namibia, Sudan, East Timor.
Yes.
KDF made a very good name as part of the United Nations peacekeeping force. But I just fear that Haiti is not Namibia, it's not East Timor, it's not Sudan, it's just Haiti.
January is the date. We shall wait to see what happens, and definitely hope if we do go through with this that our police officers who end up being deployed, if we do, come back safe and sound. It would be a pity to send our Kenyans out into very hostile territory, only for them to come back in, I don't want to say it. All right, so that means it's time to end the show. I will do this job today because the person that finishes is Jamila. So tumalize hii kitu na tunaanza
na mimi.
Haya.
In Islam, we are told about an occasion when someone asked our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, a question. He asked him, "Who is most deserving of my kindness?" He said, "Your mother." Again, "Your mother." Again, "Your mother." Then your father. Then your nearest relatives. I say this because of a heart-rending story we ran earlier this week about a home for the elderly in Kirinyaga County. Now, some 39 women call the St. Mary's Village Home for the Aged their permanent address. This is their life now. Not because they have no relatives. They do. But it is sad that at this age, they are not surrounded by their family members, but strangers who have become family. These strangers take care of them, give them food, safety, and company. Among them is 85-year-old Salome Mudhoni, who claims she came to the home after mistreatment at the hands of her relatives.
Siku hizi sana katika familia negligence imeingilia kwa sababu watu wameama nyumbani wameenda sana katika mji. Mtu hataki kusumbuliwa kwa sababu unaona kuosha mama, kumpatia chakula kila siku.
This is a story told by several women who claim that they were neglected at home by their relatives and have found a place where they are welcome, cared for, and have friends. What's more interesting is that there's a waiting list a mile long for those who want to bring their elderly there. He is one of the fathers, one of the priests, who is running the home.
Siku hizi sana katika familia negligence imeingilia kwa sababu watu wameama nyumbani wameenda sana katika mji. Mtu hataki kusumbuliwa kwa sababu unaona kuosha mama, kumpatia chakula kila siku, tunaona kama tunasumbuliwa sana na wao. Tunasahau kwamba wao wametuzaa, wametulisha, na hata hiyo mali tumepata ni kwa sababu wao walitukubali.
That's what our elderly parents and grandparents have become. Wanautusumbua. They have become a burden and are forced to look for affection and care at the hands of people who are basically strangers. As a society, we are slowly forgetting our culture and our roots. The value of a parent, the respect we should show, the love and care that we should give, especially when they need us the most. Leaving the village and making a life in the city does not mean forgetting our wazee. Their prayers and wishes do matter, whether good or the bad. Bora baraka kuliko laana. But when we abandon them, maybe because they develop medical challenges or have simply become a bother, we are forgetting a saying that malipo ni papa hapa duniani. Umri utakuja tu na utakupata hata wewe. And if the Almighty wills it, we will live to a ripe old age. And all of us would want to be cared for by our relatives. But when many of us get caught up in our daily lives and forget those important individuals, we are slowly losing our humanity. In Kenya, we have about 3 million elderly people, some of whom are happily living among their relatives. But there are those who long to see those relatives, but are unable to. We should never, ever make the elderly feel like they're a burden. Instead, we should be collecting their blessings and wisdom and pray for a good ending for them and for us. It is African. It is Christian. It is Muslim. It is just human. And that is my memo.
On my kicker tonight, Kenyans and East Africans at large have many reasons to celebrate winning the joint bid to host the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations Soccer Finals, the continent's greatest football tournament. First, none of the 3 East African nations have ever hosted the prestigious tournament, even though Kenya blew up its right to host the football finals way back in 1996. East Africans are also celebrating because this is a football-hungry and soccer-crazy region that has never quite achieved what it deserves in football terms. This is the region of the most ardent devotees of the global football cult. This is the home region of that famous Tanzanian football fanatic who wept uncontrollably in a stadium in Dar es Salaam when his team, Young Africans Yanga, lost a derby game to arch rivals Simba. Ni hujuma, he cried. You remember that. This is the home of Premier League jersey donning Kenyans who proudly profess their dedication to English Premier League teams. Yes, they even fight over them and on unfortunate occasions commit suicide for the love of the English game. So it is right for East Africans to proclaim football is coming home. For Kenya, this will be the second chance. Lack of political goodwill cost the country the hosting rights in 1996. The government at the time fell to paranoid laws and dragged its feet on availing resources for the construction of requisite facilities. And a CAF inspection team was utterly embarrassed by what Kenya pretended to offer as venues. The rights were cancelled and South Africa invited to literally save the tournament. The political atmosphere today is promising for the Nations Cup. President William Ruto, who unveiled the joint East African bid in May this year, clearly means business, and there is no doubting that his government's intention to meet the hosting conditions in totality. Now, while the government works on the facilities, a lot of attention now needs to shift to the tough task of ensuring that there'll be a playing unit that will match the profile of the tournament. The headache and pressure that comes with playing in the tournament as the home team is enormous. National pride is at stake, and so is the fans' morale. We must have a home team that can go beyond the group stages and survive some of the knockout stages, and heck, win the tournament if no one is watching. 4 years is a short time, but 4 years is also long enough for Kenya to put together a strong and coherent national soccer squad. Back in 1987, when Kenya last hosted a major tournament, that is the All-African Games, national pride was the driving force as the Harambee Stars went all the way to the finals and survived big scares along the way that included giants Cameroon, Tunisia, Ivory Coast, and a terribly stubborn Malawi side that took 2 days to beat. I remember following the stressful radio commentary as the Malawians very shamelessly camped on the Kenyan half of the Nyayo Stadium in an evening game. A blackout saved Kenya. Harambee Stars regrouped overnight and saw Malawi off the next day. So on the pitch, let there be no doubt, hosting the AFCON 2027 is going to be a real national headache, especially if the playing unit is not prepared well and in good time. As for the facilities, we look forward to the promised new stadiums. A football-only 50,000-seater stadium at Jamhuri Park is particularly exciting. But why should we call it Talanta Stadium and not Jamhuri Stadium? Wasn't Talanta about that Talanta Hela that had a false start? Why make that false start a monument? Let us just have our Jamhuri Stadium. It is within the vicinity of that same arena that hosted our football greats in an independence celebration game against the great Pele and Brazil. So just give us Jamhuri Stadium and keep Talanta for Hela. That is my kicker.
For more than 12 years now, the country has enjoyed the services of the Office of the Control of Budget, the office that by the Constitution oversees implementation of budgets of the national and county governments by majorly authorizing withdrawal from public funds. The same office prepares reports on the implementation of budgets and highlights key issues of concern over how public resources are being utilized by the national and county governments. That office has so far prepared and published 12 annual reports over how resources have been utilized. And there is a pattern. As early as 2012-2013 financial year, the controller was already complaining of a low expenditure on development programs. The absorption rates into development projects was extremely low, lower than 50% in 2012-2013, when it stood at 44%. As early as then, the control of budget was already raising concerns over the rising public debt. In May 2013, the Controller of Budget, Agnes Odhiambo, reported that public debt stood at 1.9 trillion shillings. Yes, 1.9 trillion shillings. She found it too high for the economy then, saying revenue shortfall was forcing the government to more borrowing. And she said, and I quote, "There is a need to contain the sprawling public debt which may not be sustained if the trend is not contained." End of quote. Sounds familiar? Well, the total budget in 2012-2013 was just over 1.2 trillion shillings. The Kenya Revenue Authority collections were just 759 billion shillings. 10 years later, the country has almost tripled the collections to 2.16 trillion shillings. The national budget has more than tripled too. And the public debt has grown more than 5 times to sit at 10.25 trillion shillings. Never mind the warning by the Control of Budget then that now is a record of history. And Dr. Margaret Nyakango, the current Control of Budget, is similarly warning that the 10.25 trillion shilling budget or debt is not only above the ceiling of 10 trillion, but that there is need to audit and match debt to projects. What have we done in 10 years? Is there need to have these reports if, despite a very clear warning in reports presented to Parliament and all levels of government, our national planning remains oblivious of these realities? Are the reports by the Control of Budget just a constitutional formality? I have perused many of those copies. The format remains consistent. What changes is the financial year, the figures, and probably the percentages. But the narration and the commentary is very similar. The complaint that counties are underperforming in the collection of own-source revenue remains so much so, 10 years on. Have we become numb to the numbers? That even when the COB raises questions of possible impropriety, payments made outside the automated payrolls, and therefore a risk to theft of public resources, nothing changes? Are we turning the Office of the Control of Budget into a mere desk of national futility? So much numbers counted, but they don't count. And we have seen public officials acting surprised over how much of resources are going into non-priority expenditure. How MPs sitting at committees express utter shock when it is revealed that the public debt is out of hand, or how little we are spending on development expenditure. 10 years ago, 18.5% of the expenditure went into development. Now, with more resources, the percentage has dropped to less than 15%. And yet, 13 years into the Constitution of Kenya that requires transparency and accountability of public expenditure, we still have substantial expenditure considered confidential. And as the COB calls for matching of debts to projects, some syndicated loans, if not all of them, remain a well-kept dark secret. The Eurobonds are still a national mystery, and the country will repay one in June next year, worth $2 billion taken in June 2014. National debts treated as private transactions exclusive to a few individuals. And when the Auditor General once asked about the Eurobond, the National Treasury explained that it went into budgetary support. When he attempted to follow the money to the Federal Reserve of the US, he was made a national joke. But the joke has come to bite, and it's not funny. A country must decide what weight it puts to the national account compiled by the Control of Budget, the Office of the Auditor General, and other oversight bodies. And while at it, the silence by the National Treasury on these matters is chilling. It was a bit relieving to see the Central Bank of Kenya in August, the governor giving a hint as to the change of borrowing structure for this financial year between foreign and domestic sources. But the National Treasury has remained mum on this. Now that we know how much we owe and how much we shall borrow, how about how much we spend? On what? As of the silence from the National Treasury, it is disturbing. Silence is not the code of communication in any treasury the world over. And that is my sense tonight.
Recently, a senior member of the executive in government advised that doctors lose patients all the time, despite their best efforts. Well, that worried a lot of us. My hope is that this is not the approach that governments take when making decisions or embarking on projects. Because just this week, Parliament rejected in totality the report of the Munavo Task Force. So let me remind you about this task force. This was the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform. This task force, with a whopping 42 members, was set up by the President in September last year to evaluate the competency-based curriculum and recommend appropriate reforms to other sectors of the education sector. And now, after spending a whopping 237 million shillings or more, Parliament put a stop to the implementation of its recommendations. Now, one can only imagine what this means for parents who've already been battered left and right to begin with the rollout of the CBC, which was turbulent at best. It was actually the very reason for the task force itself. But that's not all. Those in the education sector had already begun implementing the far-reaching recommendations made by this task force. These include the university's funding model, domiciling of junior secondary, the reduction of subjects under CBC, and exam grading. In fact, you remember the new university's funding model that was rolled out to much fanfare, as well as apprehension due to the rush ahead of the start of the new academic year at universities. You remember the mad rush to understand who was needy, who was less needy when applying for the university funding? The jamming of the portal with just a few days to go to the start of the new year at universities. But wait, there is one problem. They forgot one step. One very important step: the law. The Ministry of Education is only now drafting the sessional paper that is to be taken to Parliament that would form new laws to create the master plan for the education system. What's more, we're now hearing that the teachers' employer TSC raising a raft of issues that they say were not considered by the committee. Issues that they say interfere with their mandate as the teachers' employer. Now, I don't know about you, but this must be yet another exhausting sigh for parents and teachers and learners who have had to deal with the implementation of this curriculum. Kenyans who have had to deal with this being an election campaign issue, with a statement, you will remember, that it would be scrapped once they got into power, and then a walk back on the same, and then finally a promise of re-evaluating it to address all the issues that have been raised by all stakeholders. Then the task force, then its recommendations, only for it to all come to a screeching halt with just one word from Parliament: no, not so fast. Now, how is it that the Ministry of Education chose to shoot first, only to be told later that they needed to have aimed first? Now, these may seem like technicalities, session paper here, laws and policies there, but this has a real effect on the lives of young learners. There should be no mistakes, no misfirings, no oops, no small or big technicalities. For a 237 million shillings tab and a 42-member committee that then presented its report to the President, this should have been done properly. Much in the same way, new medicines are tested on guinea pigs first before being applied on humans. Much in the same way, astronauts go on flight simulations here on Earth before actually going into space. Is the same approach we should take with education in our country. It is my hope that these so-called technicalities will be sorted out. Let's not use the children of Kenya as guinea pigs. That's my take tonight. Okay, I want to say that was really good on the memo. That story that you referenced was actually on Tuesday night when I was anchoring that bulletin, and it was sad to say the least. And like you said, it's not just Christian, it's not just Muslim, it is human to look after our parents. They did so much for us. For that woman to say her children have left her in the home, they don't care about her, she's a bother to them, that's really heartbreaking. I mean, you know, we're losing it. We really are. And that's very sad.
Yeah, and the home has a waiting list, a very long waiting list. Of those ones to bring their elderly there, and they depend on well-wishers to be able to run the home and buy food and the things that they need. It's a very sad story.
No, it really is. We need to change our ways. All right. Okay. So that's where we leave it at this last Thursday of the month of September. The next time we see you, it'll be next month.
October.
So see you next month, everybody. Take care of yourselves and each other and your parents. Number one. See you.
Wekelea na Shabiki Kaende.
Kunaitwa Daniel Musau, natoka Machakos County. Wakati nilipata hii habari, nilikuwa najitayarisha kuja Nairobi kwenda hospitali. Nikaambiwa mimi ndo mshindi wa nusu milioni. Nilishukuru Mungu sana. There's a project nilikuwa nimeanza. I decided to do a lot of water harvesting. So wakati nilipata hii straight ilikuja tu kwa mind, that was my project for this year, na already nimeanza, nitaimaliza. Hii mchezo ni real, ni kweli. Nilikuwa na kijana mmoja akaniambia hiyo simu vile inakuja juu hata Truecaller inasema ni shabik.com.
Wekelea na 50 bob pekee for a chance ya kuomoka na 500k. Lazima kaende, iende kila wiki.
Play responsibly. Betting can be addictive. Not recommended for the persons under the age of 18. Authorized by BCLB number 587.
Kuanzia Washington DC Marekani,
Nairobi Kenya, mpaka Dar es Salaam Tanzania.
Hili ni jarida la wikendi.
Ni uchambuzi wa kina,
vitu ambavyo vimechangia kupanda kwa athari za bidhaa,
siasa, maendeleo.
Tunaweza kuijenga Afrika yenye mafanikio.
Pasi kusahau tafiti.
Kuna mbinu tofauti za kufikia watu wa vijijini,
teknolojia na mengine mengi. Tupate kutoka Tanzania, Kenya, Kongo DRC na maeneo mengine Afrika Mashariki na Kati.
Kwa ushirikiano wa Sauti Amerika VOA, Azam TV Tanzania na Citizen TV nchini Kenya.
Ni jarida la wikendi katika runinga yako kuanzia mwezi huu.
Radio Ramogi, Kartun Jaluo. Radio Ramogi.
Shabikia na Mia. Bet with 100 Kenya shillings or more kwenye shabiki.com for you to stand a chance of winning amazing cash prizes whether your bet wins or loses. Kila Tuesday, 25 winners wanashinda 5,000 Kenya shillings each, na on Friday, 5 winners wanashinda 10,000 Kenya shillings each. Register, play and win. The more you play, the higher your chances of winning.
Not recommended for the persons under the age of 18. Authorized by BCLB number 587.
Setting up a fundraiser is now just a click away. Visit www.saidika.co.ke and start your fundraising journey today. Medical emergencies, funerals, weddings, supporting your church, school, or corporate needs, Saidika makes fundraising much easier. Once you visit www.saidika.co.ke, select Start a Fundraiser and watch your cause come to life. Share your fundraiser with friends and the global community for seamless support. Donate and receive funds easily through mobile money, debit, or credit cards. Dial *802# or visit www.saidika.co.ke and be the change today. Saidika, connecting hearts, changing lives. Together, we make a difference.
The moment I feel my pain starting to fade, it's like I'm going back to myself on a really good day.
Panadol Extra releases you from strong pain. Panadol, release starts here.
I want for you. What is one? You be your wife. Go check for that bus. For that bus. Hey, you. All inside the motor.
Go they go. Nothing there yet. Go collect on me. Another person they suffer.
Open the bar. Your mother home.
Juanita, the game is getting too dangerous.
What game?
Why are you complaining? Why? For the past 1 year, I've been married to 5 men. I just divorced 2. And it's okay. Like, why are you making a fuss about me being married to 3 men? Just 3. 3, oh. 3 men. Why didn't you just divorce 2 Frenchmen instead of the Spaniards?
No, madam, never rich.
Leonard, Mexico. Frederick is from Spain.
And the other one, my new coach, my baby,
is from France. I'm not yet tired of them. I'm not ready to divorce any of them. I'm still eating their money. Do you know what?
What?
It's your business.
Of course it's my business.
I don't care. I mean, you can get married to the entire French nation. Even the Spaniards. I don't care.
That is what we are talking about here. Mind your business.
Oh, baby. Oh, Linda.
Oh, I missed you.
Oh, baby.
How have you been? Kiss me again. Kiss me. Has someone been maltreating you? Tell me.
When are you taking your Linda out of my house? I told you I don't like pets. I'm talking to someone.
What has been eating you up, madam? Huh? Linda has been here with you for almost a year now. You have never complained. Why are you complaining now?
I am sick and tired of your fake life. Today is Juanita, Whoopi, Sarah. Which one should I mention?
Alero. Add that to your list. You forgot that one. You know what? What has been itching you? And why have you been upset about me? Why? Huh? What is your problem? Or is it because of the 100 million naira house I just bought that is making you feel bad or making you want to cry? Grow up, please. Stay out of my business. I beg you, madam.
Listen, I won't have you insult me.
My money will insult you, madam. For real. What do you even have? What? Is it a one-out mansion that doesn't even belong to you, that belongs to your brother, that is making your head swollen? Is it? Aww, grow up now, madam. Grow up. Your Peking don't grow. You did for another level now. Yes, you don't grow.
Take your Linda out of my house now.
Hey, madam, I will leave your house, yeah? But I'm gonna send my driver to pick up Linda. But before he does, make sure you don't kill my Linda. Because if you do, I will sue you. Sue the living daylight out of here.
Good God. Look at this little brat that I groomed.
Good morning. Hey, my daughter. No, oh. Mama, she's greeting you.
Chidera is greeting you, Mama.
Am I deaf? Let her keep her greetings to herself. Oh. They have finally sent you to me. Have they?
Mama.
I am not your mother. That is your mother there. When you're with you, tell her that I'm not ready to die. I'm not.
Mama, my daughter is not a witch. Mama, stop this now. I beg you, stop this, Mama.
She has blinded you.
The ghetto is a jungle. It's not easy to survive in the ghetto. You gotta be tough and rough. You must shine your eye, oh. So, life in the ghetto is not so easy. It is not for the lazy. To survive, you gotta get busy. Life in the ghetto is not so easy. Life in the ghetto is not so easy. It is not for the lazy. To survive, you gotta get busy. Life in the ghetto is not so easy. It's a hustling, it's not so easy. It's not so easy. It's not so easy. It's a hustling, it's a bustling every day in the ghetto. It's a struggling, it's a muzzling every day in the ghetto. If you want to survive or to stay alive, you must shine your eyes every day. Oh, if you want to survive or to stay alive, you must shine your eyes every day in the ghetto, ghetto, ghetto. Life in the ghetto is not so easy. It is not for the lazy. To survive, you gotta get busy. Life in the ghetto is not so easy. Life in the ghetto is not so easy. It is not for the lazy. To survive, you gotta get busy. Life in the ghetto is not so easy. It's not so easy. It's not so easy. It's not so easy. The ghetto is tough. To make it, you must be tough. It is not for the weak. It is not for the meek. The ghetto is tough. To make it, you gotta be rough. It's a survival of the fittest in a ghetto. In a ghetto, you must shine your eyes to survive and to stay alive in the life ghetto. In the ghetto is not so easy. It is not for the lazy. To survive, you gotta get busy. Life in the ghetto is not so easy. Life in the ghetto is not so easy. It is not for the lazy. To survive, you gotta get busy. Life in the ghetto is not so easy. It's not so easy. It's not so easy.
Honey, welcome.
Oh, baby. 我是立刻踢个狗仔。
为什么？我们刚来这里不久啊。
Honey, can't you see? My whole family are unhappy with me because I got married to you. They will never just stop. 我们什么时候离开？
明天或后天。Are you coming with me to China?
Of course I will come with you. Like maybe next month, yeah? I could stay with you then after my leave and I'll just go back to the US and start work. Is it okay?
Of course.
Oh, what I need.
I love you too.
Oh, I love you, baby.
When you're hungry, catch me a bed. You stress, somebody near you. Come inside. Scheiße. No light. No light. Move the account outside here. Come outside.
Ah, sure, first now.
Give me money, come outside. Move the account here. Bring her. Bring the man and come outside.
For real?
No make me vex so. Bring the man with money out of your pocket, come outside.
For real, I won't bring him, come outside now.
No carry me play, oh. I dey tell you now, no carry me play. They warn you, oh. I dey tell you now. Not let me be thief, come up for your body, oh. Bring her that money.
I don't know what you talk.
Bring her outside.
I don't get pocket now, jeans.
Hey, bring. Oh.
I'm not going to call this kind of thing. I'm not going to call this kind of thing.
Give me the money. Bring her the money to your pocket.
Bring her for which pocket? I already see money for my pocket.
Don't carry me fly. I tell you now.
I don't get money.
Don't make me best, so I don't want you. Don't make me best.
You see money for my pocket.
Don't make me best. You hear me? So don't make me best. Bring her the money to your pocket.
Cool down.
I didn't tell you now. I
don't touch my pocket. Don't touch my pocket.
I didn't tell you now. You go wood for the matter.
I fear you.
Bring her outside.
I don't jack me.
Don't let me slap you. I don't want you.
I go jack you back. I go jack you back.
Not try am o. Come on your pocket.
I don't jack.
I go slap you now. They tell you. Who you be?
I go slap. I go jack you back. I go jack you back.
Bring out your pocket.
I don't get pocket. I don't respect yourself.
Bring her out.
Respect yourself. I don't limit.
Don't see fool. I go dey walk. You go dey hide him.
I go jack.
Don't let me slap you. I tell you now.
Don't touch your pocket.
Don't let me slap you. I tell you now.
Jack you back.
What happened now? Leave am.
Bro, still I may open your pocket. Come on your pocket.
I mean, Mumu. Come on which pocket? They crazy. Come on from my front.
What did they worry you? Still one place. Like other sister be this. What did they worry you?
Me and I go dey work. You go dey tip all the money.
Why now? Why
I be fool.
Before what it be?
Don't let me slap you, only. Don't let me slap you. Come on your pocket, make us see what's in your pocket.
Come on. What did they worry you?
You see what they do?
You don't. It's okay. I don't.
I go to drive bus, you go to hide all the money.
You done now.
I don't call you full.
What did they worry you? I believe I can hit you.
They call me full. One and one. Who is they call me?
Wait. You want to check my pocket?
Tell me bring that in pocket.
Which pocket?
Why did they behave like this now? Now your other sister be this so.
I don't get pocket.
That one waiting and I'm waiting.
Now juice.
Good morning, ma.
Yeah, good morning. Did Juanita come for Linda?
Juanita?
Alero.
Oh, no, she did not. She didn't.
Okay, are you done reading that? That doesn't answer my question. Are you done with it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. You can have it.
Kunle, you know you're a very humble person.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Do you have a laptop?
No. No, I don't.
Okay, later this evening you can come and get one.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much.
I'm about going out, so get the gate.
All right.
Which? What are you doing with my tray? What are you doing with my tray? Hey! Oh! You want to kill me? Hey! Tell them that I'm too hot. I am too hot for you!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Sorry for what? This tray. You are going to replace this tray with a new one. That's all. Nonsense. This is why you bewitched your mother from marrying a husband. Good for nothing else.
Mama.
Hey!
Hey, God, Mama, what have I done now? What have I done wrong? What? Mama!
Almost. You are still there. Why?
Mama. Mama. Mama, where is the key? I know you're not sleeping. Do you realize that Chidera is my only child? Mama, it's my daughter you've locked outside in the cold.
She's a witch.
Oh, Mama. She's not. Mama, if you don't give me the key now, I will break down that door.
Yeah, break it. Then she should trek to Coven tonight.
Mama. Mama, please give me the key. Please, Mama, give me the key, please. Mama, please.
You want to fight me?
No. Mama, please. I'm begging you, please. Let me have the key, please, Mama. I'm begging you. It's not your fault. You can't be a witch. Mama, am I a witch? How can you ask that? You're not a witch. Handsome, rich and humble. We got married and I became pregnant with him. Things were so tough. Things became very tough. He lost.
Boyfriend and they call me. And who else? We that. How many boyfriends?
I don't want. I don't tire.
Never say one boy we send for your mind.
See beautiful. You know that one there.
Hey, Brassier, echo. The echo.
Ada, you promised to come. What happened?
I mean, Kunle, I don't tire. I just come back from work. I don't tire.
Yeah, you look tired.
Yes, I don't tire.
I got this laptop for you.
Yeah.
I hope you know how to use it.
I must have use it. Not that anything, not even can, not that play. Mercy. Come on, be start again. Going for my trust. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Not that anything. Money in the house. I just say don't tire. I play ball. Yeah. Mumu. Bring down, come here. Can you go to this house fast? Come put that down. I don't time for this guy. We just start. I'm not even your boyfriend. Let's talk to buy the laptop.
Yes, this is my laptop. But you can't come outside. So if you lost her, man, like I say, my sister, blood no go matter for the thing, no. I don't tell you now.
It's the vex. That laptop on the loss. And I use this to go on the chat today. Hey girl, fine boy. The next day.
Now wow, my wife. Where you see laptop? You be thief? You don't a thief? Now wow, hey, what you know see? Say look me. Your eye even ready, you be thief.
I dey warn you for this part, make you respect yourself. Eh? Me.
You go do it.
You see all of now where they use conductor cover face for this part, they go thief for night, they go burn you.
Now you think you're playing,
Why they talk to me like that?
Your papa na
you be thief. I still not be thief.
You said you be thief.
Hey, Ava. Why did you
talk well. What is your voice on?
Okay,
go on, I go.
I tell your papa history, your papa thief.
If you be one thing,
I tell your papa history. Papa be thief.
I go slap you.
I still tell your baby, I like Jericho, you dey craze. Come here, I tell you.
When I get out.
Papa history. No, they full and laugh. Father. I dey wrong. Papa na.
No, that's my last time. I tell you now.
Oh God, I am feeling so good. Okay, what's up?
I heard you traveled.
Oh yes, I traveled and I just got back. As I'm talking to you right now, my husband is in Mexico, but he thinks that I am in the US working.
Aleru.
Hey, I beg, hold on there. I don't tell me, they call me that.
I beg, sorry, no vex.
Aleru.
Sorry, Juanita. Actually, I need your help.
If no money matter, I don't get money. My hands are tied. Please.
Relax, Joy. Your blood too hot. I thought you said that money carry me come here.
So wait till happen now.
Aleru, actually, Juanita. Actually, one guy is coming in from SA with diamonds.
Okay.
And you know Madonna. If we don't pull this through, she's gonna ask us out.
Before, Uncle. You be no. You say they talk that one now. You know, say that me, I don't chase una come since long time ago.
Juanita.
Wait up. Hey, baby. Baby, I'm fine. I'm good. Yeah, the weather wasn't so pleasant, but it's okay. Yeah. Honey, I am so busy like hell. You know, I've been working my out and my boss is not even making matters easier for me. Hey, honey, you know what's gonna happen? I'm gonna call you back, okay? My boss just arrived. Yeah, baby? Okay, don't miss me so much. Love you.
Juanita, I know just come here, make you come to insult me for your house. I just came here because I needed assistance.
And I can't tell you say I don't get money now. See, my hands are so tied. I'm so busy getting married and then setting my husband's up and signing divorce papers. Look for someone else to help you now.
Are you saying you can't help me?
It's not as if I said I cannot help you. It's just that I said I won't be. Hey, Chris Brown, what did I do? You leave me now. Hey, shh, don't even say. Hey, Chris. Hey, Chris, you just have to take a chill pill, okay? It's not as if I am so busy here. I don't have time. Drake? Who is Drake?
Oh my goodness. I've been done with Drake like a long time ago, like forever. Sweetie, I need to think about this whole thing, honestly, because it's not just working for me. I'm not down with it. What are you saying? You want to come over? You come over to this? Oh no, God, this is hard. This place is hard. Alright, baby. Okay, you know what? I really don't think I can give you an answer right now, and I'm just gonna call you back like later on because I have visitors, okay? Okay. Cha-cha. Later. Drake and Chris. Who do I choose now? Chris Brown. Sure. You still there? I think I don't finish with you now.
You have 5 minutes, so make good use of it.
I know about the diamonds. And I want it.
Juanita, how old were you when I brought you to the city?
It's of no use us going to the past. We're talking about the present here, okay?
Listen, without a past, you don't have a present. Neither do you have future. Success is not measured by how much you've made, but how much you've invested in yourself. Listen, girl, whether or not this diamond deal pulls through, it doesn't take anything out of me. But you know what? Where I enter today as Maradona, you can't step into. Not even with the so-called wealth you've acquired for yourself.
You and I know very well that Colette and Co do not have what it takes to pull this deal through. I'm the greatest asset you ever had. So I advise you we stay together and do this deal and yield millions. And leave all the sentiments. Enough of the beefing. We're talking about millions here. If you want to lose it, I don't want to lose it.
Go to hell.
Very well then. But be rest assured, we're straight up to heaven when I finish with you. Oh, please, Madonna, give me a break. Madonna, I thought you said that there is no room for emotional attachment. So why do you fail to play by the rules now? You know what? You know what? Hey, I am not cut out for all. I'm gonna call you back. I'm gonna call you back. I have another call. Hey, girl. You will not even believe it. I was just talking to Madonna. Can you imagine? Can you believe it? She wants the diamond contract all for herself. That is not possible. You know that. Yeah. That woman is just so greedy. So greedy, selfish, and self-centered. That is just what she is. And very stingy too.
Now so like you see here, people wicked no be small. Now so my brother-in-law. Not my brother-in-law.
Will you shut up? Hey. Sweetie, let me call you back, okay? Let me call you back. Sorry, right now. Right now, I'm gonna call you back.
I thought you were talking to me, madam. I beg, no vex.
How dare you? How dare you put those into my discussion?
Sorry now, madam, I beg.
What?
Sorry, madam, I take God's name, I beg.
What level of disrespect is this? Hey, park the car right now.
Madam, please now.
I said park the car.
Hey.
Will you?
Madam, no vex now.
Park the car. Park it right there. Park it. I said stop. Rubbish. Think I have time for that kind of child's play? Huh? Get out of the car. Get out.
Madam, please now.
Can I have my keys?
But I did not.
Can I have my keys?
Anything wrong now?
Fine.
Oh,
get out.
Jesus.
Get out.
But you don't say no service drive. Now they do me like this, madam. I beg now. No vex, madam.
Will you get out from this vicinity? Will you? Or you want me to call the cops? Okay, you want to try me?
Hey, madam, please now.
What nonsense. I talk on the phone and you talk back? do? I can't even drive. Oh, God. Hey, girl. Yeah, girl, like I am stranded in the middle of the road. Of course you know I can drive. Sweetie, just come bail me out, can you? Oh, okay, you're far away. Okay, bye. Oh no. God.
Good evening.
Oh, hey. Oh, God, thank God.
What are you doing here?
Like I'm stranded in the middle of the road. That is what I'm doing here.
You stranded? What happened to your car?
Nothing happened to my car. I just fired my driver. That's what.
You fired your driver?
Yeah.
But you know you can't drive?
Of course I can't drive. But can you imagine the level of disrespect? I was talking on the phone and my driver had the impetus to prognose into my discussion. That is rubbish, okay? That is the highest level of disrespect. I will not take it from my driver. No, wait a minute. Why is your face like this? Why are you giving me that attitude? Is it that what I did was wrong? I shouldn't have fired my driver?
I never said so. You know why you fired him, was I here?
You know what? Can you just bail me out by driving me?
Sure. I mean, I can't just leave you here.
Of course you can't. Here, that's the key. Oh, please, time is money, okay?
I think I should be leaving from here. At least I brought you home. Yes, okay.
At least let's go in so that I show some appreciation.
No, that won't be necessary.
Kunle, what do you say if I tell you to work for me?
You mean I work for you?
Yeah.
Juanita, you know that's impossible.
Why?
I have a job. I love my job and I love my boss.
You know one thing, Kunle? I know it's not all about money. Yeah? And there are certain chances one shouldn't miss. Not for anything. I will triple whatever Madonna pays you. I know she pays you 50. I will give you 150.
I can't work for you because I can't stand you.
That is where you are so wrong. Kunle, you shouldn't be quick with your tongue. No. Come drive me around and take care of my gate. I will pay you 200. There's so many things you would want to do with money. You wouldn't want to miss this big offer. This offer is still open till 2 days. So think about it.
Thanks for the offer.
What is it? What troubles you?
I bumped into Juanita yesterday. She was stranded, so I took her home. She offered me a job.
With the look of things, you've accepted. So why are you just telling me?
I haven't. She offered to pay me 200,000 naira.
200,000?
Yeah, to drive her around and stay at the gate whenever we are home.
200,000? Where would she get that kind of money from? Well, I think you should take the job and move on with your life.
Ma, I need you to double my salary. I want to stay here.
I can't afford 100,000 naira for a gate man. I mean, I can't afford such luxury. Listen, Juanita is my girl and I recommend her in terms of money. Okay? Go work for her and move on with your life.
Thank you, Mom.
Listen, as a graduate, God will provide you with the kind of job you desire. You will prosper. Above all, you will find favor in the eyes of Juanita. I will miss you.
I miss you too.
It's okay.
Thank you, Mom.
Take careful, look. Are you sure I shouldn't come with you?
Hey, don't worry. I'll be small picking. My Jara should go come.
Oh, yeah. Be careful.
Sorry now. Don't trust.
Man, drop with our hammer.
Baby, put down.
Man, drop with our hammer.
Oh, dear.
My shot! My shot!
Thank you. Okay. Ti amo, baby. Nonsense. So I should break my head because you sent me one in there.
Good day. I said good day.
I heard you.
When am I resuming?
Resuming? Why not now? I mean, so that I could have ample time to make provisions and arrangement for your accommodation.
All right. I'll go home then.
Okay. Hey, Kay. You know, I wouldn't want each time you're around me, you're so edgy. I don't bite. Come on. I'm not a bad person. Huh?
I heard you.
Fine.
I go 8274.
You are?
Oh, yeah. She's been expecting you. Second floor, by your left. The room number is tagged on the doorpost.
Oh, baby. Come on. Yes. Thank you.
Hold on. Hold on, please. Oh, come on in. Come on.
Okay, voila. Pico.
Baby, I know you're in there. Come on out. Diamond are gone. Diamond are gone. Where are my diamonds? Where are my diamonds? My God. God. He said what? Oh my God.
You don't want to pay me. Give me my money.
Okay. Hi. Okay. No vex. Yeah, no vex. Your blood to the heart said, see that girl, I need to catch that girl. If I don't catch her, I'm dead. I beg. No vex. No go. Yeah? No go, I beg. No vex. Yeah?
You want cook?
Why you there? Follow here, follow here.
Who are you? Who are you?
Move. Come on, move. I saw you move.
The night is still young. Are you sure you can still keep them for tonight?
Anything for you, Mama. I promise to do anything.
You're my guy now. Come on.
Yes, Mama.
You know what you do? Make sure you torture them seriously.
Yes,
like,
Mama.
Seriously.
Yes, Mama.
I really want to know who they work for.
Yes, Mama.
Yeah? Good.
Auntie, I beg. Just forgive us. Because I don't collect the money. Just forgive us, I beg.
Wait. Remove her blindfold.
Don't you think that is risky?
Just do it. Remove it.
I don't talk past myself.
Yeah. Ada. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Hey! I don't die. Damn. My baby is up. My God. Hey, where you got me this double crossing thing now?
Now you mean this so?
Now like,
oh, you like for my sister.
Oh, you.
I know it's my little.
Go to the door. To think I almost killed my own family, my people, my body. Yeah.
Mama, see, as you don't come be like this now, what you want me to do?
First 1 kilo.
You this change, you too like money. You never change, oh. Money go kill you one day. Don't knock me, don't knock me. Show yourself. You know what? The deal is cancelled. Huh? Cancelled. Now my babe, now my babes, my people, my family. Come on, let's go. Baby, go. Hey, you don't crazy. Come on, show you something drive.
Confirm on the confirmation order. We get boss for the
driver. You be my chick, 100%.
Driver.
Just plenty. We
get boss for the
There we go.
Let's roll. But what happened? You left school.
Well, you left too. I mean, I came back to look for you and I saw new faces. I asked them of you and they said you disappeared. What happened?
I was accused of murdering someone.
You keep messing?
Hell no. It was just a setup. But let me tell you girls something. Like right now, I am capable of doing anything. Anything you can think of, I'm capable of doing it. But come to think of it, how did you get to know about the diamond?
Diamond? I don't know diamond. You see him?
Diamond? Which diamond?
I know diamond.
And I thief diamond.
Your papa no get sense.
Papa no bastard. I don't take any diamond. She go take them.
Enough of that. What are you trying to say? That you girls didn't know about the diamonds?
I don't know diamond though. I don't see myself.
Okay. You know what, girls? Now is the time to repackage both of you. Repackaging, I mean, yes. You know, if only we can stick together and stay together. Trust me, the sky will be our limit. We would rule this world. But first step, you girls will move in to live with me.
Hey! Move back into this house.
Babe, as I did, I've seen you stand up and not agree.
Hey!
Jesus, so I talk to your friend, get money, you dey drive motor.
You dey mad. Your partner full matter if you don't know. No, if you upgrade.
Me, I don't pack it already. Hey. Thank you. See, me, I don't pack it already, but I don't feel day like that. I don't do anything. I don't forget work. I don't feel. I feel die. You understand? So what I will do day now?
You know what? Like Yahoo Plus, Facebook Plus, everything put together must have the plus behind it.
That one a jazz now.
Before, if not. Huh? I'll tell you. You don't know, say, if millions they on top of this table now, millions, you pack them like that, they move for road. My guy, nobody go stop you. That is the spirit of the plus.
They do. I want drive motor die. I want to conductor die. They do. Yahoo Plus, Facebook Plus. If you tell my give her that self, I give her joy. Already. The joke.
You know what? The packaging thing. Before you go walk over, una must change your names. New names must come up, yeah. You know, use something like Spanish names, Mexican names, something like Rocio, Marima, Polavalo. You know, all those kind of names.
You get one name why I hear for one film. Eva. I choose that name. I like her. Sean for the general. Eva. Hey. Eva. Yes, now.
Okay, no problem. We'll take that for the starters. And you?
The name, I don't choose and sins, but you know, so I don't feel the drive boss, my on the answer that kindness. I don't wait for the right opportunity to come. As the right opportunity don't come now, I will choose Natasha. Then I like rice, so yes, I will add rice for the matter.
Eva rice. I don't like that name, I beg. Eva green. Choose your name, I choose my own. Like Amabi.
What's the green there?
I don't feel choose rice, ma die. I want green.
Okay. It's okay. Eva green, yes. Natasha rice.
Hey! What a pass let me. You know, so I don't want to before.
Welcome to my place. Meet the table, okay?
No.
Oh.
Welcome, ma'am.
Oh, yeah, Kunle. This is Kunle, my gatesman, and my driver. Oh, yeah, Kunle, please help me wash the car outside. Yeah?
All right, ma'am.
And girls, Nat, Eva, please, I beg of you, be nice to him. Okay.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Why are you walking like that?
Huh?
What is it?
I'm fine. It's just I have a little ball between my legs.
Okay, go. Okay, girls, let's go in and pop some champagne. Woo!
What are you doing here? As a gate man?
Did I ever lie to you about what I do?
You have to let go of this job, okay? You have to let it go.
Why? Because you're ashamed of me?
You don't wish to shame. Because it is not befitting.
I should quit the job and do what? Drive your scrap of a boss?
Don't you dare insult my boss. Listen, I'm going to give you money to start up your own business.
Do you know what I say? I see a girl who is getting involved in funny new things and she doesn't want any familiar face around. I will not quit my little source of making ends meet for myself just because I want to impress you.
If you don't quit this job, then the relationship is over.
Excuse me.
Don't you? So be it.
Baba Recharge, I've come. These are my friends. I beg, I won't bring them into the business. Yeah? So I won't make you treat them well.
Is it the telephone on or the computer on that you want?
Baba Recharge, I beg, Ejo. Now my friends be this. Both of them.
What is your name? I mean your real name.
Only there for Bona.
Baba.
Only there for Bona.
Okay. Your palm. Auntie, what is your own name? Adeze Obona. You see, Auntie, when the kids of me, you will bring 1 keg of palm oil, àti 1 keg of beach water. Me ni well water omi beach náà ni, and 1,200 naira péré kò jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Auntie, he said I should tell you that you have to bring 800 naira péré and a newborn baby. Ọmọ tó ṣe bí nsinsin.
I'm now different. I knew. Where am I supposed to get that one from?
He said I should tell you that your star is not good. You don't have a very good head. That when you bring the baby, we will take the star of the baby and give to you. And that means you should bring a good baby, otherwise. Would you bet, Losha?
Benny. She be wish. I just want to know baby we get star.
They cost me now. I'm not talking to me, don't cost me.
No, check on now.
Hey, I beg, you don't. Baba Recharge, the great seer. I not say you go do us well now. Hey job, Baba. Just do them well. I beg. Yeah, Baba. Baba, hello. Okay, thank you.
Hey, sweet. Oh, darling, I'm sorry. I told you. I missed my flight.
Hello? Listen, I'm with the president, okay? I can't take my calls right now. Do you want me to lose my job? I'll call you back.
Of course not. Like hell, no. I'm not interested in you. I mean, we have nothing in common. Hey, don't forget we're getting married soon. By the way, did you get the gifts I sent you?
Yeah. Go. When exactly is he coming? Like, when is the wedding?
2 Saturdays from now in court.
Oh my God! Babe! Deal!
Ada, you don't mess up. You fake briefest.
I was with my sister.
Oh, you both wishing your papa. Now you want marry.
I don't swear get this girl.
Don't be online matter this so. Why not if not? Why try more? See talk. I'm marrying his molar.
Wait first. Wait. Mark Lucas. Which kind of name is that?
I beg. Huh? Can't you mind your own business? Stay out of our business now. Well, and come to think of it, it is high time you start thinking of getting married yourself.
Then join you for this matter. Now you didn't spoil my sister. When she married my grandpapa because of money.
why are you still keeping him here?
Girl. Dana, he is my driver and gate man. Are they not enough me?
Go and learn how to drive, Alera. Go and learn how to drive. That your parents died in a car crash does not mean that you are going to face the same fate. This guy can't take you anywhere.
I can't. I'm afraid. Okay, tell me. Does he disrespect you?
I don't know. I just don't like him. I mean, I just can't like him.
Kule, how's it been? Working. You know, doing my legitimate job.
Your father is dead, though. Did you hear me? I said your father is dead.
Yes, I heard you. I heard what you said, that my father is dead. What do you expect me to do? Fall down and die like him? Oh no, you know I can't do that. Mawiko, I hope you didn't come to invite me for his funeral, because I won't attend. You go tell his little kid of a wife and her family to attend. After all, they are the ones he cared about.
But no matter what, he's still your father.
I know, and I'm not disputing that. I will never erase my father from my memory. But history is what Babatunde will remain to me. Kunle, do you understand? Listen, let me tell you something, Femi. If you've come to talk to me about my father's death, please go back home. Kunle, leave me alone. Kunle! Kunle! Femi, leave me alone.
Oh, Matthew, come back home for God's sake. Come and settle down. Okay, I'm not promising, but I'll get you a very good wife. Alright, okay. When? Alright, fine. Yeah. Alright then. Yeah, so, okay, bye. Hi, Kay.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, how are you? Sit down.
Thank you.
Wow. So how's work?
Work is fine.
You're not looking any bad.
Thank you. I actually came to visit a friend somewhere around there, so I decided to come pay a visit.
I mean, you shouldn't pass by to come pay me a visit. You should feel free to come in anytime you want.
Thank you.
Do you have a sister? My brother needs a wife.
Your brother? Don't you think it's right for him to do the picking himself? Because it's not advisable for you to pick up a wife for a mature man.
Kay, do you have a sister?
Yes, I do.
And then bring her now. Let them meet first. You never can tell if they like themselves. Why stop them?
Alright, I'll talk to her about it. That is, if she'll agree.
I agree. Oh, good. Wait until you see my brother. Anyway, do we have a deal?
Sure, we do.
Okay, that's fine. So, what do I offer you?
Just give me anything soft.
Anything soft? Anyway, we don't have anything soft. What about spirit?
No, it's too hot for me to drink spirit. Okay, give me water. I'll do water.
How can you say that? How? I mean, I wasn't feeling fine. I wasn't well yesterday. That's why I wasn't on. Oh, come on. You love me, you can't do without me. And I'm asking you for just 5 million naira you can't give me. Oh, it's okay. So, when are you coming back? Eh? No. 2 weeks is too far now. Can't you make it next week? I'm kind of honey, you know. I'm very honey and I feel like I'm going to die before then. Alright. Bye-bye. I love you.
Onyu, I have a deal for you.
What kind of deal?
The guy needs a wife, and the guy is very rich.
Oh, God. So, Kule, you were listening to my conversation. Not vex, I know the married old man.
The guy is not an old man. He's a young guy. The guy that trained Juanita's younger brother. That's the guy.
Are you serious? The guy won't marry?
Yeah.
Thank you. You know, babes, I see it. Thank you. I'll tell you now. They are ready.
Yeah, so go tomorrow?
Okay, no wala. Thank you. Thank you.
One more thing. I need you to do me a favor.
Okay.
I want you to help me convince Ada I still love her. Deal?
Of course, deal.
Thank you. Tomorrow then.
I can't believe it's too much, sir.
Is it hot?
You don't like it?
No, she doesn't drink alcohol.
Is it?
Yes.
Yes.
You want juice?
Juice. Drink juice.
Juice. Okay. All right, I'll send for juice.
But it's a very nice drink.
Thank you. She's indeed a fine girl.
Hello. Mark, the money you gave me is not going to be enough. I tried to reach you, but you weren't taking your phone. It's supposed to be a mobile phone. All right. Tomorrow then. I love you. Of course I love you. Hi, sexy. I love you.
Yeah, you're welcome back.
Yeah.
Matthew?
Yeah.
This is Ava, the prettiest girl I've ever met.
Yeah. Oh, you look so beautiful.
Isn't she beautiful?
Girl, you are so fine. You look like candy floss. Are you sure she's not Egyptian?
Can say whatever you want.
Yeah.
Mexican.
You look like one of those girls from Eva Mendez's movie line. Yeah, you're so beautiful. Please, make your acquaintance.
Wow.
If you permit me, I'd like to go a little further. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, so we go in.
The ghetto is a jungle. It's not easy to survive in the ghetto. You gotta be tough and rough. You must shine your eye, oh. So, life in the ghetto is not so easy. It is not for the lazy. To survive, you gotta get busy. Life in the ghetto is not so easy. Life in the ghetto is not so easy. It is not for the lazy. To survive, you gotta get busy. Life in the ghetto is not so easy. It's a hustling, it's not so easy. It's not so easy. It is not for the lazy. To survive, you gotta get busy. Life in the ghetto is not so easy. It's a hustling, it's not so easy. It's not so easy. it's a bustling every day. In the ghetto, it's a struggling, it's a muzzling every day. In the ghetto, if you want to survive or to stay alive, you must to shine your eyes every day. Oh, if you want to survive or to stay alive, you must to shine your eyes every day. In the ghetto, ghetto, ghetto. Life in the ghetto is not so easy. It is not for the lazy. To survive, you gotta get busy. Life in the ghetto is not so easy. Life in the ghetto is not so easy. It is not for the lazy. To survive, you gotta get busy. Life in the ghetto is not so easy. It's not so easy. It's not so easy. It's not so easy. The ghetto is tough. To make it, you must be tough. It is not for the weak. It is not for the meek. The ghetto is tough. To make it, you gotta be rough. It's a survival of the fittest. In a ghetto, in a ghetto, you must to shine your eyes to survive and to stay alive. In the life ghetto. In the ghetto is not so easy. Oh. It is not.
Shabikia na Mia. Bet with 100 Kenya shillings or more kwenye shabiki.com for you to stand a chance of winning amazing cash prizes whether your bet wins or loses. Kila Tuesday, 25 winners wanashinda 5,000 Kenya shillings each, na on Friday, 5 winners wanashinda 10,000 Kenya shillings each. Register, play and win. The more you play, the higher your chances of winning.
Not recommended for the persons under the age of 18. Authorized by BCLB number 587.
Kisumu Wabiro. Shughuli ni pepo zaidi msikilizaji. Haya, Safaricom Chapa Dimba imefika ukanda wa Nyanza kuwabaini mabingwa katika fainali zitakazoandaliwa Jumamosi ya Septemba tarehe 30 na Jumapili Oktoba mosi mwaka huu ndani ya Moi Stadium Kisumu. Beki Mwamburi na Steve Shitera watakupeperushia matangazo ya fainali hizo live kwenye station yako number 1 Radio Citizen na kunogesha mambo zaidi.
Mzazi Willy M. Tuva na DJ Flash tutakuletea Mseto Extra Live kutoka uwanjani jijini Kisumu.
Safaricom Chapa Dimba.
Cheza kama wewe.
Words cannot explain how much you mean to me, how my life is incomplete without you.
I am so happy that you've made my son the happiest man on earth. And now let the party begin.
Mepatana na Baba Jeff.
Sasa najua mimi ndio boy wako.
Drama yenyewe inaenda kwa unfold hapa. Moto kama pasi.
Wewe ndio unanikula kini?
Don't tell me you're still troubled about that girl.
You're in for the greatest shock of your life.
Becky, every Monday to Friday at 7:30 p.m.
You gotta be tough and rough. You must shine your eye. So, life in a ghetto is not so easy. It is not for the lazy. To survive, you gotta get busy. Life in a ghetto is not so easy. Life in a ghetto is not so easy. It is not for the lazy. To survive, you gotta get busy. Life in a ghetto is not so easy. It's a hustling, it's not so easy. It's not so easy. It's not so easy. It's a hustling, it's a bustling every day. In the ghetto, it's a struggling, it's a muzzling every day. In the ghetto, if you want to survive or to stay alive, you must to shine your eyes every day. Oh, if you want to survive or to stay alive, survival of the fittest in a ghetto, in a ghetto. You must to shine your eyes to survive and to stay alive in a ghetto. Life in a ghetto is not so easy. It is not for the lazy. To survive, you gotta get busy. Life in a ghetto is not so easy. Life in a ghetto is not so easy. It is not for the lazy. To survive, you gotta get busy. Life in a ghetto is not so easy.
I don't just understand that girl. She's just my cousin, but I don't know what to do.
No beginner. Then I come and make her do maid. Or better still, go put her for gate so that we go fit get rid of.
Babe, what did this guy do you?
Nothing. I don't like her.
Very good. Where they go?
Where you they go? Where you they go?
I get one small runs like that. What I want to arrange, I don't rush there, you know. My clients, you understand?
Hey, wait, or whatever they call your name. I beg, make her just say you. Make her not just remind you about my 30%. So if your sister no talk, you for just go like that, Abi? Not try me, oh.
I understand that I have to dash you 30%. I will give you. Yeah, I will give you. Cool, that's not a problem. I go hustle for the money. I will dash you.
No, just get sense.
See this girl. One day, I go do something. I go do something.
You don't know it. You don't get sense. I said they don't get sense.
But you said you they suffer, now you they chop shit.
Me?
I swear, you they chop shit from that girl.
You know me that I don't stop her for the left eye.
Only left eye.
I don't punch and punch the eye no green blind.
You for punch to her.
You not green blind. I don't punch and tire.
Not green. I payment doesn't go. Where
they go? I get sense.
You don't love me anymore.
If I don't love you, why am I here?
Where's the money you promised me for the completion of my house?
Okay.
Baby. You know I love you, don't you?
Hey.
How did you really work?
What?
Nothing.
Oh, baby.
I swear to God, and true. I swear to God. You never see her. I swear to God.
Don't be your person.
Hey, come. Don't pray for me. Don't pray for me. I thought no one.
Sure.
Don't pray for me.
Hey.
I begin go church.
Hey, Mike. See this girl. Why they try to do good? I'll tell you something. You know, you go shock when rapture go strike. I go be the first person we go disappear. You go stay there.
If you go rapture, me no one go. I won't follow you go do runs for there again. No, it's not pray for me.
Now you sabi you. See you. Now why you get with Jesus?
Don't shoot my eye.
I don't get your time. Leave me.
Where you go?
Who? My dear, I don't know. This one, the whole house just quiet like this. But I thought I saw her car outside.
You don't guess that stuff like that? Indeed. My auntie just crushed me. I go bath.
Oh, bad for it. I mean, I croc.
And I will check when you actually there. I'll check out first. Not bad first, I think.
Okay, then. Hey. He said, I get movement. Not this old people die. Do it like African time. I need to arrange one of them. What happened? Not be here they ask question. What happened?
When a friend betrays you, it's bad. When your blood betrays you, it kills you.
What did she do?
They go. Don't drink. You are cheating on me. You didn't cheat on me with my sister. Oh yeah.
Give me my passport.
Your passport. Your passport. Go call your police. Don't drink. Oh yeah, Waka. Go call police. Nana. I will push you in the crease. Oh yeah. Movement. One way. Mumu. Oyibo. Idiot. You don't drink. You need your passport. Idiot.
Me, I be. Now today you know.
You such a dad. You don't drink.
Hey.
Get back here. I'm talking to you. Explain. What? You wanna fuck? Oh my God! No! I don't fear you. People stop it. Stop it. Your partner gets sense. Your partner madman. Your partner fool. Your partner bastard. Shh.
Stop it. Stop. No, sweetie. Ada. You know what you did, okay, was right. Fine. It's right. I agree. But please, I beg of you, let it end here. Okay? You're the elders, for crying out loud. She's all you've got. And you, troublemaker, busybody, don't you think it's high time you apologize to your sister and allow peace to reign?
I beg you, I'm gonna die.
Very well then. I just want to let you know that my allegiance lies with your sister, Ada. Not because she is my friend, no, but because you are wrong, very wrong. You know what you are? You're just a blockhead. Very, very greedy and useless. That is what you are. Now I apologize.
Ada, the first time I beg you, I'm sorry.
Shut up! Just shut up and keep your sorry to yourself. Whatever ties bind us as sisters has been broken today.
Hell no.
You hear me so? Carry me play again.
Hell no. I disagree with you.
Oh, I said I carry me play again. Go sit back.
And I'm sorry, no vex. Will you shut up? I don't shut up. Shut up.
Hold on. Yes?
Good afternoon, sir.
It's still morning.
I'm sorry. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Who are you?
I'm looking for Sister Vera.
Is she expecting you? From the village, I guess?
I'm just coming from the village now.
Okay, come in. Let me help you. Is it cocoyam you have in the bag?
No, just small clothes.
Come in. Come.
Come in now. Sweetheart, there's a deal I'm trying to seal up with Okalawa Petroleum. She'll be done in like 3 months. Afterwards, I want to put finishing touches to our wedding plans.
Matthew, are you proposing?
Will you marry me?
I don't see any ring.
Not all proposals come with rings.
I want mine to come with a ring.
Is that a no to my proposal?
Of course not. Are you serious?
I will ask. I mean, it's okay for you to lie to bail yourself out, but I have to know. You have to tell me.
I will not tell, and I will not.
Thank you, Kule.
You proposed?
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I just act like my brother.
But I'm your brother.
Oh, you know you're such a good person. Okay, I just wish you a ring. Maybe I would have turned down the ring. Hold on, I'm coming. Remain no crystal.
Because of your money, she go call you honey. She go turn you to monkey. You go become her dundee. She go turn you to mugu. You go become her mumu. Because of a no-no, you go fall like mumu. Hey, 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 maga go pay. Hey, 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 maga go pay. You don't see fine girl, she don't blow your mind. She simply pretend, like say she get you come hard on me. She go turn you to mumu, you go become her mumu. Because of a no-no, you go fall like mumu.
It's with the parole.
We are talking about 50 million naira. Now a lot of money. So the thing be say, we dey enter ship offshore, go wrong. Then be the parole.
She can't tell me that. You smoke something.
Smoke something. Now you give me smoke.
You have a phobia for water.
I beg you. Not be when money they involved though. Hear me so.
Wait, no vex. Where you meet this guy?
Well, no be long thing, you understand me? No be say I know the guy like one-on-one, but now my boyfriend friend. You understand me? So, but the team say I know say now inside ship the thing will take place. The parole.
This is a long thing, boyfriend, friend, all that kind of thing. You never even meet the guy.
Check. No talk that kind of thing, no. Don't talk that kind of thing.
What's the guy's name?
Well, the name na Fernando Briggs. You sabi him?
Your boyfriend? Maybe drug dealer.
No. What they do drug? In short, I don't know. Make I don't talk the one way I don't know. You understand? But the parole be say we dey enter ship go road and we go marks our face. Make they no know say now we do the things. You understand?
I don't know that kind of thing. I know be Iron Man.
I don't know vex. I never seen before.
Shut up! All the way the thief with the drive bus now waiting.
I know the thief.
The craze.
I know the thief. You won't start.
Anyway, this one I'm mature thief.
Who be that?
Madam, wait.
You touched me.
Ma, God say no one see you again.
You Chris. I mean, you smoke dry shit.
Now you give me.
You drink piss.
You smoke wet shit. Madam, wait. You just say that. Now you give me drink. Ma, God say no one see you here. God taking don't call you now. Madam, I beg you, go. I can cost my pa. Nonsense.
Hold on. Onye, are you okay? Did you lose your phone?
I did not lose my phone. Is it not Matthew? I'm just coming from his house right now and he won't see me. I've been calling him, texting him, he won't reply my I don't even know. God, what have I done?
I should ask you.
Ask me what?
What have you done?
What have I done? You think if I had done something I wouldn't know? I did not do anything.
But... Oh, not again now, not again.
You don't like my food.
I didn't say I don't like your food. I like your food. Oh, yeah, give me. Thank you. Go. I'll eat it later.
You chop it later.
I will eat. Thank you.
Hey, cuckoo. Eat it though. Eat.
Go now. I will eat. Hey.
Chatting with. Said I should bring it, so you open a Facebook account for me now.
Chidera.
Please help me now, help
Thank
me.
you.
Pack your clothes, I'll wash them for you.
I don't have dirty clothes.
Yeah, it's a lie. Kune, you have. Go inside, you see your dirty clothes, just bring them. Okay, I'll wash the one you wear tomorrow.
Oh, sorry. Go in.
You help me.
I will.
Do it for me.
Before your auntie sees you. Go.
What is it?
We talk. What is it?
It's my boyfriend. He won't take my calls. I don't know what he'll do. The guy not pick my call again.
We relax. Men will always be boys. Just relax. He'll come around.
I don't understand. No. Tired for this matter.
This man, who is he to you? Business or personal?
My boyfriend.
Nice.
'Cause,
'Cause,
'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'cause, 'c Stop doing that. Give him time to come around.
I bet not let your emotions rule you, Joe.
Chidera, see, I've been chatting with that guy. That guy is very rich. Oh my God, that guy is stinkingly rich. He has too much money.
Yeah, but does he like you?
I think so. With the way he sounds, I think he likes you. But you know, he said he's coming back very soon. And when he comes back, he's going to look for a woman to marry.
Hey! Chimo.
You know what? Wait. You know, if he comes, you have to go and see him.
I'm supposed to be like you now.
Don't worry, when we get to the bridge, we'll cross it.
Sure.
Yes, now, trust me.
Hey, I trust you now.
You trust me now.
Let me go inside.
Like, wait now, come. Now, why did you do like this now? You supposed to bring something for me now. See, man, they do this thing.
Like, every now.
You don't understand.
Hey, I will do it for you.
You know that kind of thing now.
Cool.
That's what you mean.
Okay. Okay, bye.
Baby, you're back? You're back?
Yes. No, text me the address. I'll be there first thing tomorrow morning. Okay. Hey. This might just be the ideal man.
Are you traveling? Like, you're leaving town?
My sister, what's the person will do? We cannot go crazy. I need space and my hair not even work again. I just need to go and clean my head.
All because of that guy. Babe, you like him?
It's not too. I like the guy die. Come on, first you know they pay me a lie for you.
Chidera, get my bag, please.
Are you traveling too?
Oh, my dear. I just got news this morning. My first husband just arrived and made a baby here.
I'm a spray that thing. Good sir, would that be?
And it will smell good.
How long are you staying?
I'm staying for 3 days only.
3 days with all this bag. Go come on.
Sweetie. Do not miss me so much, girls. See ya.
You don't go.
Don't go. Take care. I'll warn you when I get there.
Get better.
Okay.
Do yeah? Don't. Sorry, yeah? Do. Wake up. Yes, hi. I need a cab to get somewhere. Do I text you the ID? The address? Alright, okay. Thank you. Bye.
My father's sister's son's wife is in the hospital. And I want to go and see her.
You're who?
My father's sister's son's wife.
Go. Just go. Go, yeah? Go.
Thank you, Auntie.
Go.
Hey, Auntie, thank you.
Go.
Hello? Yes. Are you outside? Okay, I'm coming outside now. Thank you. My bag!
Because of your money, she go call you honey. She go turn you to monkey. You go become hard on me. She go turn you to moo. You go become her moo. Because of a no-no, you go fall like moo. Hey, my guy go pay. Hey, my guy go pay. Because of your money, she go call you honey. She go turn you to monkey. You go become hard on me. She go turn you to moo.
Is this Harry Barry's house?
Romy? Yes.
Hey, my God, okay.
Please, can you help me get my bag? My bag there outside. Thank you. And that too.
What do you want?
My name is Chidera. And
You're here to see Harry Berry, Romy.
Yes.
Come on in.
Thank you.
Good day, madam.
Oh, hi.
And how have you been?
I'm good. Hanging in there. But a bit worried. So how is Harry?
Yes, he sent his greetings. He says I should extend his apology. But he has a special gift for you.
A gift for me?
Yes, a brand new car. He told me that you should please bear with him. Now come with me. Let me show you where your new car is parked.
Oh my God. Okay, what are we waiting for? That one is my own. Ha! I don't take that one now. X6. Let me get her. Ha! Money, give me give me joy. Hey! Ah! Juanita! Juanita! What are you doing here? I should be asking you that. I should be asking you, Diva. What are you doing here? Eh? I hope it's not what I'm thinking. That you stole his contact from me.
You were supposed to be in your husband's house. What are you doing? You want spoilers for me?
Eva, you are at it again. You are at it again. Don't try me. You're mad. You're crazy. You think I'm a desert? You think I'm a desert, Abby? I will send you to the moon in less than 5 minutes. Don't try me. Don't just try me. What do I be? What can I call here? Big, I don't feel hungry now. Hungry, no now. I'm hungry. You not got your husband place. Natasha waiting. What did I do here?
Even you.
Even me waiting. Hungry, not good. Hungry, a bad thing. I did tell you. What did I do here?
Just look at them. Gold diggers. So, I brought you 2 paupers, close to wealth, just to have a smell of it, just a little bit. And you girls think you can get intoxicated by it, right?
What are you in the first also?
No, my sister, you they're mad. Sit get respect. I go out 2 of you to get that shoe. I'm going to bring my mother here.
Calm down. Calm down. Calm down.
Joy! Even you. Don't marry.
Go ahead.
What did I do here? What did you do? Stand here.
Leave her alone.
What did you do here?
Leave her alone. What is wrong with you? Huh? From the look of things, I believe you girls are friends.
Which kind of friends? Which kind of my friends? You. They're all my mates. Mates put together.
Who be your maid? Your papa dey mad. Who be your maid? Your papa steward. Who you be?
You are even putting on my watch. Do you know how much I bought that wristwatch? Do you know? Do you know?
So it's okay. It's okay.
You talk of wristwatch. She wear my shoe.
Hey, it's okay.
Ada, now your wing shoe there.
Come
Pull my shoe.
Look, it's okay. Look, if you guys continue like this, you're not gonna make any money out of this.
Don't try me.
Who you be?
What? My boss wants a wife. I know crazy ones.
Who you be?
What?
No, don't try me.
Listen.
I got choke out for your eye. I got choke out for your eye.
Listen,
don't try me.
Listen to me. No, you won't. No, she won't hurt you. Don't try. It's okay. Calm down, okay? It's okay. Look, now, what I want you girls to do is to put your heads together and choose for me a woman. And I will personally hand her over to him.
Just like this. Hey. Don't try me.
Talk to them.
You know me now.
Auntie Juanita.
Who be auntie?
Auntie Ada.
You're crazy. Your papa dey mad. Who be your auntie? Because my sister not carry me play. Me nobody choose any of this motor here. I'm mad. Bros, shoot and they go. They don't choose me. That's why I dey here.
Auntie Juanita, you know say you don't marry. Auntie Ada, you my sister. Me, I don't get anything. Even ring I don't get. Cool down, ma just take this one. I beg.
You know what's in Oga Paul? You know what's in Oga Harry? He's old enough. He's a full-grown man, so he knows the kind of wife he wants.
I can go. This is my show. See her. She don't get sense, but now she don't talk one to make sense.
Don't shut up. Don't let me choke her for your eye. So don't try me.
Sorry. Well, look, that can only happen if you girls act mature and drop all these differences you have. What? You girls were given a brand new car, customized. What else do you want?
Joe, ask them.
That is a good head start. Now, calm down. Just play your game. You might be lucky. Who knows?
Why ain't you start first? What's that they even talk? Three of us. Why ain't you 3 of us? Together.
Listen, he told me in confidence that he has been chatting with 4 different girls. 4 good prof girls. And 4 of them caught up his attention. Or 4 of them caught his interest.
Bros, now your friend, Abby. What kind of person do you think he'll take?
Look, I don't know. But all I know is that there's so much money to burn, so long as Harry Berry, aka Roll, is concerned. Alright? Anyways, he'll be coming in tonight. Right? I wouldn't know your take. Would you want your dinner here or somewhere else?
Oga Paul, I beg. I need to step out, okay? I need to go out. I just need a breath of fresh air.
Well, for that sake, $5,000 for each and every one of you.
Change your wardrobes.
$5,000. Eh? Oga, wait.
Meet me in my room.
Oga, phone now. Come, let's negotiate.
One after the other. Come to my room.
Hey! Come on, for you don't mad, you dey crazy.
You went TV, they go where?
You go know now. You go know.
You break your neck.
Gosh, shut up.
Don't insult me.
I beg, come on. Come on, take jaw.
He's here. Shh.
Wait, make a package. Well, I beg. No vex.
Who you be?
You go know very soon. Don't worry. Not there in a hurry.
They don't wear boots now. They don't they form. Everybody they form. You not block me. Oh, you not block me. I don't tell you. Our fact not block me.
Main come. Oh, hey God.
I'm saying now.
You dey wait.
Know yourself. Don't block me. Nothing happen to you tonight. I don't go shoot motor. Shoot motor and not bar. You're crazy.
Kule, as in Harry. Hey God, you realize I don't blind. Like.
Whoa.
So.
I'll shut these things into the other car. Let's go.
Okay, sir.
See Kunle. Where they go now?
In the next 2 minutes, if you don't get into the car, I'll leave it behind.
You don't hear? Where they go? They go.
Let's open my eye.
In 2 minutes' time, I'll leave without you.
Kunle! Kunle!
You see money you throw away. Why? And then you don't get sense. I they tell you everything.
No,
Shut up. Shut up.
No, carry my eye, play.
Hey, driver, move the car now.
Place not dey inside where you go wash. Oh yeah, disappear. Come on for here.
Yes. Come on there. You not tell me you go.
You don't get mouth. Something do your mouth.
Come on there. Come on there. Don't roll this your claw like fish roll. Come on here.
Hey.
I slap you. Come on here.
You won't fight my sister. Get my back. What is it? Break your ass. Look at that. I'm Pasha.
Ma, break your hand. Pasha. Hey, Chris.
You won't fight you. They get on drink. Money don't enter her head.
They fight for me. They respect me.
They mad.
They fool.
Idiot. Not get sense.
Are they crazy here? Bonyo. Just in the dream, so.
My sister, are they trans? I never they see well. Hey, God. I don't mad.
Hey? Why I not figure him out? Say na Kunle Bihari.
But you be knowing name before.
Why I know and die? I know and quench, know and finish, know and to the end, finale. Kunle name Bihari now. The question now, how you can make all this money? If you don't keep us me.
Where die kilo? I be dupe, get the money. And none of my business. You hear me so? But come to think of it, you know, say now you know treat and well. Eh? You've never liked him. But bear in mind, say, now you be the first person we go come out here.
You can't foolish talk with that. You can't foolish to be talk with that.
You know, choose you.
Me and you first now. I know in character die.
Excuse me, hold it there. Point of correction. Not for my house, Isabiam. Not for my house. Kule. Oh, I beg you. You wanna know and die? All that there.
There's something be that too. A crazy matter if you now know who you be. A mad yeah. As you wrap all in neck like say you won't play baseball. wrap all in neck. I say reverend sister, you crazy. Who know you?
No, sexy love, mom.
Excuse me. Please don't lean on that call.
Eh? Stand up! Not waiting the right there. They crazy. You don't know anything. Since like a Marwa, I see pen for that. I say na bench.
Please don't keep your hands on the car. Could you just get your hands off the car? Thank you. You, what's your name? Oni. Take your paws off the car. Please stand erect. I want to talk to you guys.
See as it be. Carry your 1.5 from motorway you never see before. Come on, 1.5. Chris.
I want you all to listen to me with rapt attention. I feel privileged addressing you guys at this point. As you can see, I've clearly chosen all of you as people I've known from my past. Though my relationship with some of you was positive, others were negative. But there is one thing I must make clear at this point. If any of you feels that I, Harry Barry, aka Romy, is not worthy to be her husband, please, that person should take a walk at this moment. And she should do it fast.
I agree with that. They go now. You know, say now you ain't no like them. They go because they don't choose you.
Juanita, shut up. Very well then. You're all welcome to my humble abode. As you can see, it's been a hectic day. I beg to retire. Good night. And one more thing. I will not tolerate it if any of you makes noise. You carefully go to your rooms and coordinate yourselves. If you all make noise in this compound, I'll throw you out. Paul?
That's why you fall.
I play with this, so Kule don't hash.
And I know.
No, go. You don't say no, you don't treat her.
And I know go.
Respect yourself.
Hunger. That's why you abuse me. I don't feel
I don't enter house.
They
go.
Reverend sister, leave the guy. Oh, I don't say one go do short time. Do the shame.
Hunger. Now you are talking to hunger. Your sister. Come on here. See. I don't get sense. How you want 5 pulse again?
My goodness, I cannot believe that you're my sister. How dare you do? What message were you trying to pass? I mean, what were you trying to achieve?
I'm not vexed. No drink.
What exactly is wrong with you, girls? And why do you really need an explanation from her? Why? For crying out loud, this is a competition. And you, I've seen you do worse things before without an apology. Like, why are you doing that now? No, like, seriously?
Calm down.
It's okay now. It's okay. Shut up.
Daisy, you're cold.
Get away from me.
Sweetie Angel said he wanted to see me.
What is it? What is it? What did I not do for you? What did I not give to you? The little I had I shared with you, yet you weren't satisfied. You think you can walk into this place and order me a not to kiss? Or you expect me to be impressed that you're acting jealous?
She was my sister.
So? What if I choose her?
You would have been justified. She took advantage of her because she was drunk.
Drunk? Did I hear you say drunk? Do you get drunk? You and your sister. Do you guys get drunk? Let me tell you something, in case you've forgotten who you've become. Let me tell you something. If I am to choose anyone amongst two girls, definitely not you. Now let me tell you something. The next time you ever try and raise your hand to me, I'll scream. Do you understand?
It all boils down to what I earlier requested of you. Maybe we would have saved ourselves all this drama. Apparently, my boss had a bad night, and one of you must have upset him so badly. Now, I want all of you to choose one amongst yourself, and I am eligible to vote.
Well, I really don't know what you people are up to, but as for me, I think we should pitch our tent somewhere else. Oh, let's just give the freshman a chance to enjoy.
Who is the fresh man? Eh?
You and I know very well that we have something to fall back to, but Chidera doesn't. Come on, let's be smart here. Let's be reasonable.
Juanita, speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. I want this man. I want him more than you want your stupid cousin here to have him.
Paul, I think I'm ready to vote. And I am voting for Chidera.
I vote for myself.
I'm voting my Auntie Alero.
Well, to cut the long story short, I vote for Chidera.
Oh, thank God. At least that makes two of us.
You know what? I'll tell you all you need to know. Femi, you cannot continue coming to this place. Oh. This is my place of work. Do you want my madam to fire me?
Fired?
Yes, fired.
Okay, I'm not leaving this place until you are fired.
You say?
I said I'm not leaving this place until you are fired.
What is your problem now? This guy might not be this. What is your problem now? Don't forget my father disowned me. Why do you want me to come back home?
Do you know how long I've been telling your father to bring you back?
So?
Do you remember if I confirmed that you are the luck of the family? Or you want my handwork to be in vain?
Your handwork is already in vain, Femi. It's already in vain. My father is dead. Do you want me to bring him back to life? Femi, begin go. My mother dey sleep. I beg. No. I will call you for phone. I actually masterminded everything. Had them all chat with me. You inclusive.
Like, this is all a game. Very disappointing, but I'm happy for you though. You're a good man. Just that there'll be no one to eat my food again.
I'll eat your food. And this time, it's gonna be for the rest of my life. That is, if you're willing to cook the food. Come here. Oh. Chidera, will you marry me? Say yes. Come here.
If there's anything that I have done to offend you, I am sorry. And you know I'd never intentionally hurt you. I'd never do that. You know that, don't you? But you was inside me. I'm sorry. Just forgive me. Whatever I'm sorry. Honey,
Jesus! My baby! My baby! Hey, why you down? What did you do? Why you down? Come on. Oye, why you act as if you don't know me? You know me now, you don't forget. You bus driver, you conductor, you have a shadow that time, the shadow. What's wrong?
You told me you grew up in Mexico. You were raised in Mexico. You lied to me. Oh.
Jesus!
How could you do this to me? How could you do this to me? Father, you've taken it all.
Of course I have. That was the intention. To take it all, Eva. And I have. That's the phone. Unlock it and give me every single information that's in the phone. Every single information I need.
No, this one Apako, me I go Naka. But this will take time to comply. 5-6 hours. But what if you should start looking for this Tanana? I mean this phone.
That is none of your business. Just do what you have to do and fast. Anyway, I switched her phone with a similar phone and it's locked. Her password cannot open it.
You have it.
When you're done with your fears, make sure you give me my wedding gift because I will accept it. You Chris. Girl, look at you. Oh God, look at that wig. It is so beautiful.
Thank you.
Oh God. How many carat gold?
I don't know, you should know better.
Wait, let me check. Oh my God. 18.
Wow.
18 carat gold. Jeez, look at you, girl. Man, this guy is really taking good care of me. Look at you. What a transformation. Oh, come here. I'm so happy.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you very much. I'll be in my room.
Okay, girl. Good news. Come sit. Come sit. Come here. Sit down. She's getting married.
Colin's ready to settle down.
If I tell you who his father is, you will drop dead right now.
Who?
Late Honorable Olariwaju. What's with the face? You're not happy for your girl. Now why you?
I'm happy for her. Hey. Ada.
Adeze. Which Adeze?
Ada is married to my Matthew.
What's wrong with you? Why are you joking?
My Matthew now.
Your Matthew is a black man, for crying out loud. And the Adeze that we know is married to a white man.
Ada is so married to a black. See, I'm just coming from there right now. And then she even tell me, say, make I bring her wedding present. I'm still wearing his ring. She don't put on for fourth finger.
Adeze, married to a black man.
My sister. My man.
Are you serious? Black man. Psychropper for that matter. Hey. But why my girl go lie for me? Why? Why you go lie? Yes, mommy. What are you doing here?
How could you do that? I did what I had to do, Alera.
You did what you had to do? Huh?
By lying to me and taking your sister's man, and you still have the infantry to show your sorry face in my house. How could you do that? Huh? You know what? I've had enough of you. Just go in there, pack your belongings, and get out of this house. That is exactly what I came here to do.
Oh, and I wish you a happy married life. That's your sister.
Those ties don't bother me anymore. Just tales, that's what they are.
Yes, who is there? See to the door. Just pack your things, okay?
She took my man, she took Matthew.
It's alright, it's alright. It's alright. Well, come on, let me take her inside, okay? Come on, let's go.
Chidera. Chidera. What did they call? What be your name?
Chidera.
Chidera. Do you know that when two elephants fight, now grass they suffer?
Don't kill me.
Why would I want to kill you if you did not call for it? Eh?
Auntie, please.
I want something, you want that.
Auntie,
I want
please.
chop. You said you want chop. Shut up! You dey mad?
Auntie.
You auntie. With mama like you.
I'll give you everything.
Hmm?
I'll give you everything.
You will give me anything I want. Of course you will give me anything I want.
No, breakfast, I'm so sorry. I was just about to put some things.
What do you expect from an internet wife? Matthew, at your age, you still fall prey to an internet wife. You abandoned the innocent wife material that I brought for you ever. You chose this thing for a wife.
Honey, I don't like the way your sister speaks to me. I don't like the way she acts towards me either. I mean, I didn't force you to marry me, Matthew. What have I done to you? Why do you like to meddle in my marital affair?
Adese or whatever you call yourself, you are not welcome in this house. And will never be.
Oh, stop it, Madonna! I've had enough of this! How dare you speak to my wife in front of me? How dare you? What is this? What the hell is this? For Christ's sake, you're my sister, she's my wife. This is my house. There has to be some respect here. You don't talk to my wife like that. Can't you say she's pregnant?
But you are this one. Does she have a...
Oh, come off it! Come off it, Sis Madonna. What is this? This is my bloody house. Sweetheart, I'm really sorry about this, okay? Listen, it's okay, it's okay. Look at me, sorry, okay? I'll address this when I come back, all right? For now, please just avoid her like a plague, okay? Keep to yourself, do your thing, all right? It's your house. It is your house, okay? All right. I love you, okay? Don't worry about it, all right? See when I get back home. And when I get back home, I'll talk to you. I will talk to you.
Yes, who you be? I asked who you be. Monica told me everything about you before I came here, so I came here prepared. You see this house? You will leave this house. You see Matthew? I will kill him and inherit his wealth.
Matthew! Matthew, you need to hear this!
Oh, she shut up. Who you be? Me, I don't punch your face at Jacob Lester. Who you be? You don't drive bus. Who you be? You will leave this house and you will leave this night. So you better go up there, pack your things and leave. Else, you not carry anything. Come on, 1 naira we wash, not carry. Come on, you so no advice. Hey, Chris.
Would you marry me?
What? Oh no, Kay. Kay, don't you think this is too sudden? I feel like you're trying to replace me with Chidera, and I don't want to be a replacement.
Listen, I'm not trying to make you a replacement. I've grown to love you. I didn't know how to tell you because issues of marriage is not something you have to force someone into. I don't want to sound like I'm trying to force you.
No, you're not forcing me. You're not forcing me. I will marry you. Okay, I just wanted to be sure that you feel the same thing that I feel for you. Okay? You're not forcing me.
It's alright. You know, I've always told you that you're the realest person I've ever met.
You really?
I love you, okay?
I love you too. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yes. Hey, Kay.
Hey, sweetheart. Did you have a great day?
Thank God you're safe. I've been so worried.
What is it?
You've made a mistake. You have made a mistake that has almost cost you your life.
What is it?
I know I was wrong. I know I shouldn't have. But curiosity led me there. I was curious. I went through Madonna's phone today and I saw messages. Text messages she sent to somebody to come and kill you.
Oh, come on, please.
You have a house in Houston.
Yes.
And you build it in her name?
Yes.
For goodness sake, honey, I am carrying your child. And you build your property in the name of another woman? An unmarried one for that matter? One who would possibly maltreat your child and myself if anything goes wrong.
So, what are you saying?
3 things. There are 3 things you're going to do for me. First is to confirm if she actually sent somebody a text to kill you or not. Secondly is to make sure she leaves this house immediately you confirm. Thirdly, you must invite your lawyer here first thing tomorrow morning to come and remove her name as a benefactor and put the name of my child and myself, our child.
Madonna? Yes. Come here. Can I have your phone, please? Can I please use your phone? Yeah, can I please use the phone?
Okay. His name is Jake.
I don't understand. What's going on?
Read your messages, you murderer.
Message?
You think we'll find out?
I don't understand. How did this message get to my phone?
You think we won't find out? What the hell is Jack? Liar. That's what you are. A liar. That's what you are. My goodness. Did that message get into your phone today? This message has been on your phone for 2 months, since 2nd of October. Ah!
I don't understand.
Madonna? Madonna?
Look.
What is this, Madonna?
Oh, God.
What is this? Go get your things and get the hell out of my house right now!
Matthew!
Go upstairs and get your things and get the hell out of my house right now!
Sweet, take it easy.
Madonna? Go up, get your things and get out of my house!
When you want to fight somebody who you can beat or somebody who is your boxing grade. God will judge us all.
What is this? God! What event did you say you attended then?
Did I say city people? How could I have said city people? No, it's in Konya. It has to be in Konya. Yes, in Konya. That's.
Hello. I'll tell you this. You know I hate lies, right? Detest it. In the future, if I in any way find you lying to me, or I decipher any iota of lies from you, you're not going to find it very funny.
Darling, I'm sorry.
Do you understand?
I do. I do.
You do understand?
Yes, I'm sorry. How did I do this? Oh!
Idiot.
Yeah, how's it? Yes.
Good day, madam.
Good day. Can I help you?
Are you Mrs. Martin?
Yes. Yes, I am. Come in, please. Yes, so.
I am Sergeant John Emeka.
Okay.
Your husband was involved in a ghastly motor accident.
What? What? Is he okay?
That's the truth. Just calm down.
I'm calm. Is he okay? What is going on? Is he fine?
It's okay. He died on the spot. So we would like you to come along and identify his body. Okay?
How could you, Ada? How could you kill Matthew? You shut up! You murderer! You were the one who killed Kule. How could you do that?
I killed Kule. You killed Matthew. You're selfish. You're wicked. You're a...
Hey! Excuse me, what is going on here?
You believe what she did? She killed Kule. How could you?
I killed Kule. When did you start caring about him? Where is all this affection coming from? You never loved him. You never cared about him. Did you care about him? You never cared about him.
You are a murderer.
Hey, no, girls. Hey, keep it down, okay? Lower your voices. And I am so sure both of you never realized that the police van is just out there.
What?
Yes. You girls just gave yourselves out.
Oh, no, wait. I mean, she is a murderer.
She killed Matthew.
You killed Matthew.
Thief, criminal.
Zip it.
Shut up.
Zip it. The evidence lined up against both of you. Zip it.
Hey! Also know who the real... Exactly what's out there. Hold it. I recorded the threat you made on my brother's life. And I watched you closely. The game is over. Go, digger. Madonna, you and I are close well.
Shut up, lying! You
I want you against greed.
You dare teach me what greed is? You were the one who taught me every single thing I know.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
But you know what? Let my own sin catch up with me. But as for you, dance to the music you just played.
These two people, I have a proof. It's of two of them. It's always been both of them. You're a killer. You are the killer. Hey. Arrest her! What? Move! Oh, no! Move! Let me explain! Wait, get away from me! Hey, man. No more internet marriage. Promise?
Birds, it's okay. I'm behind you, bro. Okay? Yeah. I'm here.
Hey.
go turn you to monkey. You go become hard on me. She go turn you to moo-moo. You go become her moo-moo. Because of a no-no, you go fall like moo-moo. Hey, 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 my guy go pay. Hey, 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 my guy go pay. You don't see fine girl, she don't blow your mind. She simply pretend, like say she gets your time. Only she know waiting, she got it for mind. Cause it be like say now when she dey whine. You said don't they love her so tender. She said they say she gonna love you forever. All she wants is make you surrender, so that you go become oh my God. Because of your money, she go call you honey. She go turn you to monkey. You go become hard on me. She go turn you to moo-moo. You go become her moo-moo. Because of a no-no, you go fall like moo-moo. Hey, 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 my guy go pay. Hey, 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 my guy go pay. You sure say you know.
More and get more rewards with Faras. Receive 200 free Faras Miles as a welcome bonus. Convert your Faras Miles to cash, airtime, data, trips, or transfer them to your friends and family. Faras, Nikona means. Jipange na View Sasa. Jipange na View Sasa imerudi kwa vishindo. Jishindie maelfu ya pesa kila siku kwa kutazama content kupitia View Sasa kwa shilingi 10 pekee. Kuna mshindi wa shilingi 1,100 kila siku, 1,500 kila wiki na mshindi wa grand prize ya shilingi milioni 3 cash money. Kushiriki, piga *487*3#. Chagua Jipange na View Sasa, kisha chagua video package, ujipatie points na uongeze uwezekano wako wa kushinda mamilioni. Hakuna kudownload wala kusubscribe. Unaenda nywe. Jipange, ushinde mamilioni na View Sasa.
Satisfy, Jesus, purify, notify, other people testify, glorify. Praise the Lord, people. Definitely, this is Mr. Iggy, Uncle Mr. Kung Mwenye Rafton. And you know what? Catch me up this Friday on the Level Up Show, the Gospel Edition. Definitely on Citizen TV from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Don't miss the dial, because me I tell you, it's going to be a water red fire thing.
Kusifu naja kwako na kuabudu, na kuabudu. Vinywani mwa watoto wadogo wanaonyonya umejaza sifa. Ewe Yesu, na kuabudu wewe. Jeshi kubwa, jemedari wa vitu ni wewe. Yesu, hey, na kuabudu wewe. Na kuabudu wewe. Na kuabudu. Na kuabudu. Yesu, kuabudu wewe. Hey, 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 hey. Nitakuinua na pumzi yangu, nitakuinua na vyote vyangu. Inuliwa, inuliwa, inuliwa. Inuliwa, Yesu, Simba wa Yuda. Inuliwa, kwa sauti yako usifiwe. Tengeneza njia bahari ya Shamu, uinuliwe. Uleta mwanga shadhi kwa sauti yako usifiwe. Tuongoze katika kweli yako na kutufundisha, maana wewe ndiwe Mungu wa wokovu wetu. Tunakungoja wewe mchana kutwa. Kumbuka rehema zako na fadhili zako, maana zimekuwa tokea zamani. Tunakungoja.
Nuru yako Yesu namwita Mungu, sauti yangu wasikia, nikilia mimi, machozi yangu wewavuta, nikilemewa mimi, mzigo wangu wanitua, nuru yako unaniangazia.
Wastahili milele yote. Wazee 24 wanavua taji zao wakisema wastahili, wastahili milele yote. Naungana na malaika kule mbinguni tukisema wastahili, maserafi wako mbele zako, wanainama wanainuka wakisema wastahili. Makerubi maserafi wako mbele zako, wanainama wanainuka wakisema wastahili. Wewe wastahili. Naungana na malaika nao kule mbinguni tukisema wastahili. Pokea Bwana wewe wastahili. Naungana na malaika nao kule mbinguni tukisema wastahili. Wastahili wewe. Pokea sifa. Na mimi hapa ninakuinua, ninakutukuza, ninakuheshimu nikisema wastahili, wastahili milele yote. Na mimi hapa ninakuinua, ninakutukuza, ninakuheshimu nikisema wastahili, wastahili, wastahili. Wastahili Yehova, wastahili, nastahili, wastahili Baba, wastahili milele yote. Mwema wastahili, wastahili, unastahili wewe, wastahili, tunakupa sifa, wastahili, 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 wastahili Jehova Jireh, wastahili upewa sifa, wastahili uabudiwa, wastahili, wastahili milele wastahili, wastahili uhimidiwa milele, unastahili wewe, wastahili uabudiwa milele, kesho na milele, wastahili, unastahili milele, unastahili wewe, wastahili, wastahili Baba milele
Niwe kati ya wale wapendao sana Mungu, mimi niwe kati ya wale unaowajali sana na kuwathamini, mimi niwe. Kwa nini mimi niliumbiwa mateso, kuteseka na kata kwa jina la Yesu? Kwa nini mimi niliumbiwa kilio, kulialia na kata kwa jina la Yesu? Kwa nini mimi niliumbiwa tabu, kutabika tu na kata kwa jina la Yesu? Najitabiria baraka, amen, kubarikiwa kwa jina la Yesu. Najitabiria ushindi, amen, kushindaniwa kwa jina la Yesu. Mimi niwe
nawajali sana na kuwadhamini mimi niwe. Utawatembelea na kuwabariki. Niwe miongoni mwa wale utawakumbuka na kuwainua kwa hali zote. Maana nikiwa kati yao sitataabika kamwe mimi. Nitaona raha maishani mwangu. Naomba mimi niwe kati ya wale wapendao sana Mungu. Mimi niwe kati ya wale unaowajali sana na kuwadhamini mimi. Alisema umuite yeye ataitika. Oh, na 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 na, muite ataitika. Neno la Bwana lasema hivi, je, kuna yeyote aliye na shida? Amuite Bwana kwa njia ya maombi, ataitika na kumponya na hayo yote. Kwa hivyo ndugu, unasumbuliwa na nini? Na hayo yote aliacha Kalvari. Hakuna mlima mrefu Bwana asiyoweza ondosha, wala bonde asiyoweza kuinua. Alisema kwa kukesha na kuomba, Mungu akamwitikia, akajibu maombi yake. Hata wewe usichoke kuomba, Mungu ni mwaminifu kwa ahadi zake. Huenda leo kwa mwingine, kesho kwako. Mtazamie Mungu muweza yote, Hakuna mto mpana Bwana asiyoweza kuvusha, wala moto asiyoweza kuzima. Alisema ataitika. Mwite yeye ataitika. Alisema ataitika. Mwite yeye ataitika. Alisema umuite yeye ataitika. Alisema umuite yeye ataitika. Alisema umuite yeye ataitika. Alisema umuite yeye ataitika. Alisema ataitika. Umuite
ataitika, muite yeye, ataitika.
It's a T1 production.
Producer Shankiz.
Mayo alikuwa kipofu toka tumboni mwa mama yake. Siku moja alisikia Yesu anapita, akapaza sauti yake kwa uchungu, Yesu mwana wa Mungu nirehemu, Yesu wangu naomba nirehemu. Yesu kawaambia wanafunzi wake, kawaambia mwiteni muliteni. Yesu kamwambia Bartholomayo unataka nini? Bartholomayo kamwambia Yesu nataka kuona.
Baba ninataka kuona. Nataka kuona. Leo ninataka kuona. Ione kesho yangu Baba ninataka kuona. Leo hii ninataka kuona. Nimekuwa kipofu wa miaka mingi baba yangu, sikuwahi kuona mazuri yako. Leo baba naomba nione, fumbua macho yangu nione, nione baraka zangu, nione ukubwa wa huduma yangu. Ninataka kuona. Nione kesho yangu. Ninataka kuona. Fungua macho yangu Baba. Ninataka kuona. Baba. Ninataka kuona. Shauku yangu na nia yangu ni kutaka kuona. Nione, 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 nione. Shauku yangu na nia yangu ni kutaka kuona. Nione, nione, nione Baba, nione. Baba nione. 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 Yesu nione. Nione, nione, nione. Yesu lini. Baba ninataka kuona. Vilivyo giza. Leo hii ninataka kuona. Nione pale. Baba ninataka kuona. Fumbua macho yangu leo hii. Ninataka kuona. Nione. Baba ninataka kuona. Baba nione. Leo hii. Nione. Ninataka kuona. Fumbua macho yangu. Baba nione. Nione Yesu lini Baba. Ninataka kuona.
Kuanzia Washington DC Marekani,
Nairobi Kenya, mpaka Dar es Salaam Tanzania.
Hili ni jarida la wikendi.
Ni uchambuzi wa kina,
vitu ambavyo vimechangia kupanda kwa athari za bidhaa,
siasa, maendeleo.
Tunaweza kuijenga Afrika yenye mafanikio.
Pasi kusahau tafiti.
Kuna mbinu tofauti za kufikia watu wa vijijini,
teknolojia na mengine mengi. Tupate kutoka Tanzania,
Kenya, Kongo DRC na maeneo mengine Afrika Mashariki na Kati.
Kwa ushirikiano wa Sauti Amerika VOA, Azam TV Tanzania na Citizen TV nchini Kenya.
Ni jarida la wikendi katika runinga yako kuanzia mwezi huu.
sasa, wakati ni 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 sasa. Yes, Lord. Wakati ni sasa. Yes, the time is now. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Wakati ni sasa. Wakati ni sasa. Fanya upendavyo, tenda upendavyo, tunanyenyekea, tunasongea. Fanya upendavyo, tenda upendavyo, tunanyenyekea. Bwana tumesongea. Fanya upendavyo, tenda upendavyo, tunanyenyekea, tunasongea. Fanya upendavyo, tenda upendavyo, tunanyenyekea, tunasongea. Fanya upendavyo, yes Lord, tenda upendavyo, tunanyenyekea kama taifa. Bwana, tunasongea kama taifa, tunanyenyekea kama waimbaji, tunanyenyekea mbele zako, tunanyenyekea, tunasongea. Fanya upendavyo, tenda upendavyo, tunanyenyekea Bwana, tunasongea. Everybody just sing with me. Fanya upendavyo, tenda upendavyo, tunanyenyekea, tunasongea. Fanya upendavyo, tenda upendavyo, tunanyenyekea, tunasongea. Yes, Lord. Fanya upendavyo. Raise those hands to Jesus. Tenda upendavyo. Just tell him in our lives. Tunanyenyekea. Yes, Lord. Tunasongea. Fanya upendavyo. Fanya upendavyo. Tenda upendavyo. Yes, Lord. Tunanyenyekea, tunasongea. Fanya upendavyo, tenda upendavyo. Yes, tunanyenyekea, tunasongea.
Nitege trust in your power. Uniimarishe juu ya neno lako. Ninaomba unifiche ndani yako. Niweze kushinda kwa nguvu zako.
Satisfy, Jesus, purify, notify, other people testify, glorify. Praise the Lord, people. Definitely, this is Mr. Iggy, Uncle Mr. Kubung Kung Mwenye Rafton. And you know what? Catch me up this Friday on the Level Up Show, the Gospel Edition. Definitely on Citizen TV from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Don't miss the dial, because me I tell you, it's going to be a hotter, redder fire thing.
When peace like a river attends my way, when sorrows like sea billows roll, whatever my Lord thou hast taught me to say, it is well, it is well with my soul. It is well, it is well with my soul, with my soul. It is well, it is well with my soul. Ingawa shetani atanitesa, nitajipa moyo, kwani Kristo ameona unyonge wangu, amekufa kwa ajili yangu. Salama, salama, rohoni fadhili zako kila asubuhi ni mpya tena, zanifariji moyo niamkapo. Neema yako, fadhili zako kila asubuhi ni mpya tena, zanifariji moyo niamkapo. Neema yako, fadhili zako kila asubuhi ni mpya tena, zanifariji moyo niamkapo. Nikikosewa na maisha, wanipa tumaini la kupata maisha Baba. Wajaponiteka majirani wangu, we uko upande wangu, uhimidiwe Yawe. Neema yako, fadhili zako kila asubuhi ni mpya tena, zanifariji moyo niamkapo. Wanipa tumaini la maisha Baba yangu, o duniani ninatembea nawe Baba yangu, haujaniacha mimi, oh Baba. Neema yako, fadhili zako kila asubuhi ni mpya tena, zanifariji moyo niamkapo. Kulala kuamka nipa neema yake Mungu. Ndugu yangu, ulimpa Mungu nini wewe kusudi uwe jinsi ulivyo? Usijivune bure, ni neema yake Mungu. Neema yako, fadhili zako kila asubuhi Baba ni mpya tena, zanifariji moyo niamkapo. Baba utukuzwe, Baba winuliwe Ebeneza. Baba utukuzwe, Baba uinuliwe. Wewe ni mwenye nguvu Ebeneza, hakuna kama wewe Bwana. Baba utukuzwe, Baba uinuliwe. Rafiki yangu nakupenda sana, nakupenda sana, nakupenda sana. Baba utukuzwe, Baba uinuliwe. Maneno yako yana nguvu sana, yana nguvu sana, yana nguvu sana, yes. Baba utukuzwe, Baba uinuliwe. Sitasahau ulikonitoa, umenitoa mbali, umenitoa mbali, yes. Baba utukuzwe, Baba uinuliwe. Maneno yako yafungua watu, yafungua watu, yafungua watu, yes. Baba utukuzwe, Baba uinuliwe. Rafiki yangu, I love you, I love you, I love you, yo, yo, yo. Baba utukuzwe, Baba uinuliwe. Baba utukuzwe, Baba uinuliwe. Daddy, Baba, Daddy utukuzwe.
Welcome to the music surgery.
Nimejitetea kadri ninavyoweza, kilichotokea nimesha kieleza. Ni kweli sijafanya, wanasema nadanganya, nimekula na viapo hawanielewi. Nikasema nilie, sindo ni karibu kabisa, nikajikaza kiume, nikaitwa jeuri yote 9. Ukweli na uongo mnauchua mimi, kimbembe ni wakuniamini mpaka kesho.
tisa, nikajikaza kiume, nikaitwa jeuri yote tisa. Ukweli na uongo na uchuamini, kimbembeni wa kuniamini, nimefika mwisho, wanadamu hawanielewi. Wanichua zaidi ya wanavyonichua, wanielewa zaidi ya wanavyonielewa. Wanadamu hawanielewi, oyoyo, hawanielewi. Wanadamu hawanielewi, oyoyo, hawanielewi. Dunia iko bize, hainielewi, oyoyo, hawanielewi. Dunia ina chati, hainielewi, oyoyo, hawanielewi. Nimejitahidi, hawanielewi. Walimwengu hawanielewi. Nimejaribu, hawanielewi. Wanadamu hawanielewi. Naona wajitotomwa kumfurahisha mwanadamu. Nani amekwambia nakupa pole sana? Weza kuwa umeumia, mioyo imejazwa sumu. Ona wanalia usiku mchana. Unaimwegemea naweza anguka pu. Mwanadamu ni mwanadamu tu, msaada wetu unatoka juu. Wakumwamini ni Mungu tu. Unaimwegemea naweza anguka pu. Mwanadamu ni mwanadamu tu, msaada wetu unatoka juu. Wakumwamini ni Mungu tu. Anatujua zaidi ya wanavyotujua, anatuelewa zaidi ya wanavyotuelewa, anatujua zaidi ya wanavyotujua. Huyu Yesu anatuelewa zaidi. Wanadamu hawanielewi, yoyoyo, hawanielewi. Wanadamu hawanielewi, yoyoyo, hawanielewi. Dunia hainielewi, yoyoyo, hawanielewi. Dunia iko bize, hainielewi, mama, hawanielewi. Ulimwengu uko bize, unielewi, hawanielewi. Ni Mungu tu ananielewa, ila wanadamu hawanielewi. Ni Baba tu ananielewa, ila walimwengu hawanielewi. Amebaki peke yake, amebaki peke yake. Hawanielewi, 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 hawanielewi.
The Mixing Doctor.
zimenithibitisha.
Zimenikubali
Yesu mwenyewe
zimenithibitisha.
Zimekubali mbingu, zimeweka muri.
Zimenikubali
seme nini Bwana?
Zimenithibitisha.
Nimeona utukufu wa kwanza ukishuka. Nimeona mbingu kwa mbali ukishuka. Nimeona wingu la moto likishuka. Nikaona limebeba majibu yangu. Nikaona umebeba amani yangu. Nikaona wingu la moto likishuka. Tena kwa kasi mna linaleta majibu yangu. Nimeona wingu la utukufu likishuka, kudhibitisha kwamba mimi ni mwana wa Mungu. Walonikejeli, Yesu amenithibitisha. Walionilani, sikia Yesu amenigusa. Walosema nitafika wapi, Yesu ameshuka. Walonilani leo wote wanibariki, maana wingu la utukufu limeshuka. Maana Yesu mwenyewe amenitisha. Mbingu zimenikubali, mbingu zimenithibitisha.
Zimenikubali
Haleluya,
zimenithibitisha.
zimenikubali, mbingu zimenithibitisha.
Zimenikubali
wewe pekee. Mbingu zimenikubali, mbingu zimenithibitisha.
Zimenikubali
Zimenini Bwana? Zimenikubali, mbingu zimenithibitisha. Hizo ni mbingu zimekubali, mbingu zimenithibitisha. Yesu mwenyewe mbingu zimekubali, mbingu zimeweka muri. Seme nini Bwana? Zimenikubali, mbingu zimenithibitisha. Haleluya, zimenikubali, mbingu zimenithibitisha. Wewe pekee. Mbingu zimenikubali, mbingu zimenithibitisha. Zimenikubali Bwana. Zimenikubali, mbingu zimenithibitisha. Hizo ni mbingu zimekubali, mbingu zimenithibitisha. Yesu mwenyewe mbingu zimekubali, mbingu zimeweka muri. Seme nini Bwana? Nasikia nini? Wanafiki hawana nafasi mbinguni, wakati ndio huu kwako kwa kubadilika. Mimi nimetambua kwa utafiti wangu, anayekuchukia na munafiki, maana adui yako unamjua wazi, lakini munafiki hauwezi mtambua, aweza cheka hata wewe. Mwaweza panga mipango pamoja, biashara mwaifanya pamoja, huduma nyinyi mko pamoja, kwenye kwaya mwaimba pamoja, lakini mukiachana mambo yabadilika. Ukimupa kisongo akusema vibaya, lakini mukiachana mambo yabadilika. Ukitoka kidogo tu akusema vibaya, akipata nafasi aweza kukuua, akipata nafasi aweza kupa sumu. Chukia nini? Una wandugu wengi wasiokupenda wewe, wangependa wakuone ukiwa hohehahe. Kuna wadada wengi wasiokutaka wewe, wangependa wakuone ukiwa uko chini. Kuna wapapa wengi wasiokupenda wewe, wangetaka wakuone ukiwa uko jela. Sifa zako za wapakera, afya yako ya wasumbue, huduma yako ya wapawasi, kuvaa vizuri kuna wapa pressure. Wanachokisahau ni kwamba Roho wa Mungu anagawa vipawa, karama na zawadi. Wanachokisahau
Washington DC, Marekani,
Nairobi, Kenya,
mpaka Dar es Salaam, Tanzania.
Hili ni jarida la wikendi.
Ni uchambuzi wa kina.
Vitu ambavyo vimechangia kupanda kwa athari za bidhaa.
Siasa, maendeleo.
Tunaweza kuijenga Afrika yenye mafanikio.
Pasi kusahau tafiti.
Kuna mbinu tofauti za kufikia watu wa vijijini,
teknolojia na mengine mengi.
Tupate kutoka Tanzania,
Kenya, Kongo DRC na maeneo mengine Afrika Mashariki na Kati.
Kwa ushirikiano wa Sauti ya Amerika VOA, Azam TV Tanzania na Citizen TV nchini Kenya.
Ni jarida la wikendi katika runinga yako kuanzia mwezi huu.
No matter what I face, and every time I feel alone, you're there to comfort me. I know it's never fall, 'cause you hold my hands, and every time I'm in the darkness, you're there to light my world. I've seen that you love me, no matter what I face, and every time I feel alone, you're there to comfort me. I know it's never fall, 'cause you hold my hands, and every time I'm in the darkness, you're there to light my apart from my love. You're my breath every day, and every day you're my strength, and every day you're my strength. I've nothing else to offer apart from my life. You're my breath every day, and every day you're my strength, and every day you're my strength.
shida ya namna gani haitanitenga na wewe. Kama ni vita na vipigane havitanitenga na wewe. Iwe ni shida ya namna gani haitanitenga na wewe. Kama ni vita na vipigane havitanitenga na wewe. Nijapopita kati ya bonde la uvuli wa mauti, sitaogopa mabaya, kwa maana wewe uko pamoja nami. Gongo lako na fimbo yako vyanifariji, nitabaki nawe milele na milele. Gongo lako na fimbo yako vyanifariji, nitabaki nawe milele na milele. Nitaishi na wewe. Wakati wancha umenipa chakula yawe, nilipoumia ulinipoza yawe. wema wako tumesimama tena, ni kwa wema wako Baba tumesimama tena. Wacha tukuimbie, tukusifu, wacha tukuimbie, tukusifu. Bahari, wanyama, miamba na mbingu za kusifu wewe. Kwa viumbe vyote umetambulika, kwa viumbe vyote umetambulika. Nitakutangaza yatima wakujue, nitakutangaza mama wajane wakutambue, nitakutangaza kwa waliofungwa wafunguliwe. Zaidi ya yote Baba utabaki kuwa Mungu, mwanzo tena mwisho, ubadiliki kamwe, mwanzo tena mwisho, ubadiliki kamwe. Wewe ni chini ya jua na mbingu, sijapata Baba Mungu kama wewe. Dunia nzima Baba, kwa kulinganisha na wewe Baba, wewe ni Mungu chini ya jua na mbingu, sijapata Baba kama wewe. Dunia nzima Baba kama wewe, wa kulinganisha Baba hakuna kabisa.
Ulimumbika Farao kwa mapiko 10 unatisha. Sauti yako inatetemesha milima na bahari. Ulipasua bahari ya Shamu ikawachika. Nani mwingine kama wewe? Hakuna. You are the lily of the valley, King of kings. Wakulinganisha na wewe hakuna, wakufananisha na wewe hakuna. Mungu
wewe ni Mungu,
wewe ni Mungu, ni ajua na mimi
sijapata
kama wewe.
Dunia nzima hakuna kama wewe,
hakuna.
Yesu anaweza. Neno linasema walishinda kwa maneno ya shuhuda zao, tena kwa damu ya mwana-kondoo. Ndiyo maana nina ujasiri kushuhudia, Yesu anaweza, ameniwezesha. Nimemuona anaweza,
na kuniketisha na wafalme. Wewe ndiwe Bwana, mwanzo tena mwisho. Wewe ndiwe tegemeo langu, wewe ndiwe msaada wangu. Ninakulilia leo na milele. Bwana, pokea sifa zote, heshima zote. Pokea sifa zote, heshima zote. Wewe watosha Bwana, wewe watosha. Ninakuabudu Bwana, ninakuinua Yesu. Hallelujah. Ninakuabudu Bwana, hallelujah. Ninakuinua Yesu. Pokea kila siku, kila majira, hallelujah. Ninakuabudu Yesu. Kila wakati, kila saa, hallelujah. Ninakuabudu Yesu. Ninakuabudu Bwana, ewe Bwana. Ninakuinua Yesu, mwenye nguvu. Ninakuabudu Bwana, mwenye uweza. Ninakuinua Yesu, mponyaji. Kila siku, kila majira, ewe Bwana. Ninakuabudu Yesu. Wastahili sifa zote, kila wakati, kila saa, haleluya. Ninakuabudu Yesu. Nakupa sifa Bwana, ninakupa shukrani za moyo, ninakupa heshima kwa yale ambayo umetenda Bwana. Umenipanguza machozi wakati nilikuwa chini Bwana, ukaniinua Bwana, ukaniketisha na wafalme, na leo niko hapa kukupa shukrani zangu Bwana. Pokea sifa.
Baba amu igarara na gimye igi mengluge tigarara na gimye igarara na gimye igarara na gimye atororin alasu igarara na gimye aganaptenga beruri igarara na gimye ilasun sabondanyu igarara na gimye ituta engarati igarara na gimye adoru gatiage igarara na gimye igarara na gimye igarara na gimye igarara na gimye igarara na gimye. nitume nami nitaenda, nitume Baba, nitume nitaenda, nitume Baba, nitume Baba, nitume nami nitaenda, nitume Baba, nitume nami nitaenda, ukinita nitaitika, ukinituma nitaenda, ukinita nitaitika, ukinituma nitaenda, nitafanya kazi yako, nitafanya kazi yako, nitafanya kazi yako, nitafanya kazi yako, nitume Baba, nitume nami nitaenda, nitume Baba, nitume nami nitaenda, hapa Kenya Baba, nitume nitangaze neno lako, Uganda Baba, nitume nitangaze ukuu wako, Tanzania Baba, nitume nitasema wema wako Baba, niseme kwamba unaweza, niseme kwamba wewe uko, nitangaze neno lako, nitangaze ukuu wako, nitangaze matendo yako, niseme kwamba umetenda, nitume Mungu wangu, nitume leo Baba, nitume, umenitia nguvu na mamlaka ya kutangaza neno lako. Haleluya! Niko tayari Baba, nitume, niko tayari nitaenda, niko tayari mimi, nitume, niko tayari nitaenda, nitume Baba, Mungu wangu, nitume nitaenda, nitume Baba, nitume mimi, Bandu bose mulienda mwiza usiebe mwana wa Yesu, bandu bose mulienda mwiza usiebe mwana wa Yesu, mwana wa Yesu Baba, wanyanga mwana wa Yesu, wanyanga Baba, mwana wa Yesu, wanyanga moyo, mwana wa Yesu, wanyanga mabaro. Sikia hiyo, nimesikia mami, kwende bandu bose mulienda mwiza usiebe mwana wa Yesu, bandu bose mulienda mwiza usiebe mwana wa Yesu, mwana wa Yesu, wanyanga mwana wa Yesu, mwana wa Yesu, wanyanga mabaro, mwana wa Yesu, wanyanga ulete moyo, mwana wa Yesu, wanyanga mabaro Baba, ninapoenda huduma yangu, njia zangu kule Uganda,
lives of satisfied customers and experience the delight of hassle-free travel. With 24/7 customer support, Faras Cabs are your reliable companion for every journey. Faras, niko na means.
Jipange na View Sasa. Jipange na View Sasa imerudi kwa vishindo. Jishindie maelfu ya pesa kila siku kwa kutazama content kupitia View Sasa kwa shilingi 10 pekee. Kuna mshindi wa shilingi 1,100 kila siku, 1,500 kila wiki na mshindi wa grand prize ya shilingi milioni 3 cash money. Kushiriki, piga *487*3#. Chagua Jipange na View Sasa, kisha chagua video package, ujipatie points na uongeze uwezekano wako wa kushinda mamilioni. Hakuna kudownload wala kusubscribe, unaenda nywe. Jipange, ushinde mamilioni na View Sasa.
Satisfy, Jesus, purify, notify, other people testify, glorify. Praise the Lord, people. Definitely, this is Mr. Iggy, Uncle Mr. Kung Mwenye Rafton. And you know what? Catch me up this Friday on the Level Up Show, the Gospel Edition. Definitely on Citizen TV from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Don't miss the dial, because me I tell you it's going to be a hotter, redder fire thing.
Asante kwa kunipigia simu. Nathamini simu yako. Nitaipokea simu yako. Iwapo sitaweza kuipokea simu yako, nitapiga nitakapopata nafasi.
Dial *811*274# to get asante kwa kunipigia.
The moment I feel my pain starting to fade, it's like I'm going back to myself on a really good day.
Panadol Extra releases you from strong pain. Panadol, release starts here.
Hello viewers, welcome to P at Home. I'll be a trainer, Joseph Ngumi from Shiloh Gym at Garden Estate. So our today's workout, we are going to do full body workouts using our body weight. So these are workouts that you can do at home or at your office. So starting with, you start with warm up and then we stretch. So a bit of warm ups, jumping jacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cross your arms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Shoulder press. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Give me knees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Add on kicks now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Jumping rope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. You do stretches. Stretch your arm straight for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Change. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Take it to the side. Then face the opposite direction for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Left hand for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Take it to the side. 5, squeeze it with your arm. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Stretch triceps. for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Arm circles. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Change direction. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Stretch our hamstrings. 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Change. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Step forward. Put on tip of your toes for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Change. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Our first workout will be side to side, and then you touch. 1, 2, touch. 1, 2. 10 reps for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go, guys. 1, 2, touch. 1, 2. That's 1. 1, 2. 1, 2, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. 4. Nice one. 5. 5 to go. Let's go. 4 more. 3 to go. Almost there. 2 more. Last one. Nice one. Our next workout with prisoner squats. Demo. We do 10 reps. Ready, guys? 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nice one, nice one. So from there, we're going to do sumo, and then we add on pulses. So that's the demo. We're going to do 10 reps. The next 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Exercise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maintain straight back, chest out. 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So from there, we're going to do squat hold. So on your squat position, you hold there for 20 seconds. In the next 5, 4, 3, 2, and work out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, out. Nice one. So from there, as you can see, we have a step. So at home, you can use on your sofa, or if you have a stool, you can use it to do step up. So step up, we're going to do one arm first. We do 15, and then from there, we're going to change to the other leg. Are you ready, guys? 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 5 to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can feel the band. Let's change now. The next 5, 4, 3, 2, and work out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5 to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Excellent. So from there, we're going to do dips. Back at home, you can use your sofa or the stool that we said. The next 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Nice one, nice one. So from there, we're going to do burpees. Burpees. Back at home, if you are unable to do the full burpees, you can just jump a bit, then you hold there, back, and then you come back. So for us, for the elite, or those people who at least have been into the gym or in the fitness industry, you can just do the full burpees. You jump to the floor and then back. We're going to do 15. Are you ready, guys? The next 5, 4, 3, 2, let's go. 1, up, 2, nice, turn it, 3, give me 4, nice one, give me 5, give me 6, back at home, 7, give me 8, give me 9, give me 10, 5 to go, 1, 2, 3, 4, last one, 5, nice one, nice one. That was a good one. Then from there, we're going to do plank. So the plank that we're going to do is high plank. We're going to hold there for 30 seconds. Demo, high plank. We're going to hold there for 30 seconds. Ready, guys? The next 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, out. So we're going to do second set of those workouts, starting from side to side, and then you touch. Ready, guys? 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. 1, 2, touch. 1, 2, touch. That's one. Nice one. 2, 3, 4, energy. 5, strong. Nice one. 6, press, press, touch. Press, press, touch. 8, nice one. 9, let's go, let's go. 10, 5 to go. 20, touch. That's one. Let's go, let's go, let's go. 2, 3 to go. Let's go. Touch, touch, touch. Last one. Nice one, nice one. So from there, we do prisoner squats. The next 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. 1, 2, straight back, chest out. 3, 4, 5, control your breath, engage your core. 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Nice one. So from there, we do sumo squats. We add on pulses. The next 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Last one. 10. Nice one. So from there, we're going to do squat hold. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 5 to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, out. We do step ups. Step ups for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5 to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Switch. So back at home, hapo kwa sofa ama kwa kiti yako, we do step ups for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5 to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dips now. Let's get down. Work on these triceps. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5 to go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Out. So from there we have burpees. Burpees. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go, guys. 1, 2, 3, nice. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's go. 9, last one, and 10. So from there, we're going to do set 3 of same, starting from the top, side to side and touch. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. Press, press, and touch. Press, press, touch. That's 1. Let's go. 2. 3, 4. Let's go, guys. 5, 5 to go. Press, press, and touch. Press, press, touch. 6. Nice. 7. 3 more. 2 to go. Push, 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 guys. Last one. Nice one, nice one, nice one, nice one. So from there, we have prisoner squats. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chest out. 6, 7. Straight back. 8, 9, and 10. Nice one. So from there we do sumo. Sumo, we are targeting our inner thighs. Then we add on pulse. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Legs wide. Let's go. 1. That's 1. Pulse. 2, 3, 4, 5. Strong. 6, 7, 8. Get down. 9. Last one. Nice one, nice one, nice one, guys. So from there, we're going to do squat hold. 15 seconds. In count of 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Nice one. So from there we have step ups. Step ups for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is end of our part 1. We'll be right back.
Kuanzia Washington DC, Marekani,
Nairobi, Kenya,
mpaka Dar es Salaam, Tanzania.
Hili ni jarida la wikendi.
Ni uchambuzi wa kina.
Vitu ambavyo vimechangia kupanda kwa athari za bidhaa.
Siasa, maendeleo.
Tunaweza kuijenga Afrika yenye mafanikio.
Pasi kusahau tafiti.
Kuna mbinu tofauti tofauti za kufikia watu wa vijijini.
Teknolojia na mengine mengi.
Tupate kutoka Tanzania,
Kenya, Kongo DRC na maeneo mengine Afrika Mashariki na Kati.
Kwa ushirikiano wa Sauti ya Amerika VOA, Azam TV Tanzania na Citizen TV nchini Kenya.
Ni jarida la wikendi katika runinga yako kuanzia mwezi huu.
Welcome back to PE at Home. I'm instructor Joseph Ngumi from Shiloh Gym Garden Estate at Dome. On this part 2, we are going to focus on our lower body and core. Let's go, guys. So to start with, we are going to do reverse lunges or rear lunges. So here's the demo. Right and then left. That is count of 1. We are going to do 10 reps. So in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go, guys. That's 1. 6, 4 to go, push, 3 more, 2 to go, last one, nice one. Our second workout, we're going to do split squats or Bulgarian squats. So here's the demo, there, up and down for 10 reps each side, in 3, 2 and 1. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Then you can switch to the other side. In count of 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So from there, we get down on our mat. We are going to do hip thrust. Hip thrust. We get down. So here's the demo. Legs together. So you're going to raise your waist up to that point, and then you hold for a few seconds and then back. We are targeting on our glutes. If you put your legs too far, you're going to do, you'll be doing on your hamstrings, but for now, we are targeting on our glutes. So we are supposed to place your legs close to your body. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. 1, up, 2, down, up, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nice one. So from there, we are going to do hip abductions. So you kneel down, and then you are going to abduct your hips outward. Hold there for a few seconds, and then back. We are going to do 10 reps each side. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. We change to the other side now. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So from there, we're going to do donkey kicks. Same position. You kick for 10 reps in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Switch. The other side for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Nice one. So our next workout will be mountain climbing. So here's the demo position, plank position. So you're going to push your knee toward your elbow, your knee toward your elbow. Then you can try to do it faster. Ready, guys? For 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Nice. Our next workout, we'll do lateral moves on our plank position. So here, then you move toward your side and then back. Are you ready, guys? 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go side to side, then back. That's 1. Back. 2. Strong. And 3. 2 more. Back. 4. Last one. Back. Nice one. So our next workout, we are going to do inchworm. Here's the demo. Then you roll up to that point, and then you come back. Are you good, guys? So the count of 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. Walk out and then come back. That's on. Guys at home, if you are unable to do the full inchworm, you can just kneel down. As you get down, then you come back. There, kneel down, then you come back. That's one. Let's go again. Kneel down, come back. That's 2. Strong. Let's go. Kneel down. 3. Up. Let's go. 4. Kneel down. Up. 5. 5 to go. Let's go. Walk out. Kneel down. 4 more. Let's go. Strong. 3 to go. 3 to go. Energy. 2 more. 2 more. 2 more. 2 more. Last one. Last one. Nice one. End of our set 1. Set 2. Rear lunges or reverse lunges. The count of 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. Lunge. Nice one. That's 3. Give me 4. Reverse there. That's 4. Give me 5. Give me 6. And 7. Give me 8. Nice one. Give me 9. Up for 10. Nice one. So from there, we do split squats. In the count of 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Change. Switch to the other side. For 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Nice one. So from there we do hip thrust. Hip thrust on your mat, lay on your back. Hip thrust for 5, 4, 3, 2, and raise your waist. 1, again, 2. Let's go. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hit on those glutes. 8, 9. We are adding on hold there for 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Switch. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nice one. So from there, we do donkey kicks. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Exercise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Switch the other leg now. In the count of 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice one. So from there we have mountain climbing. Mountain climbers. The count of 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So from there, plank position, and then we do side to side. The count of 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. Side, back. That's 1. Back. 2. Back. 3. 2 more. 4. Last one. Nice one. So from there, we have inchworm or walkouts. So position. The count of 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go, guys. Back at home. That's 1. For advance. 2 and 3 and 4. Give me 5. Give me 6. Walk out. Up for 7. Give me 8. Walk out. Give me 9. Last one. Nice one. is end of our workout. So from there, we are going to do some stretches or cool downs. So stretch your arm for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Change or turn for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Switch to the other arm for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Turn 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Take it to the side, facing the opposite direction for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Switch 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Stretch our triceps for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Change. Pull it to the back for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go, guys. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Find balance. Back at home, you can find somewhere. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Nice. Change. For 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Find balance. For 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Nice. So from there, step forward. Hold on tip of your toes. For 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Change. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Yeah. Hold there. Then you take your arm up. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Switch to the other side. 5, 4, 3. Breathe out. Last one. Breathe in. Breathe out. That is the end of our episode. I've been your trainer, Joseph Ngumi from Shiloh Gym, Garden Estate.
And get more rewards with Faras. Receive 200 free Faras miles as a welcome bonus. Convert your Faras miles to cash, airtime, data, trips, or transfer them to your friends and family. Faras, Niko na means.
Is finally over and it's about the time. A brand new Dawn right here, Citizen TV, as we bring to you Kenya's Gold.
Ni kipindi ambacho kinakufafanulia bayana na batini kuhusiana na masuala ya ukulima na vile vile kukupeleka katika safari ambayo vyakula ufuata kutoka shambani hadi mezani pako.
We will hit the farm, till the land, plant the crops, and finally we will harvest in plenty thanks to our rich soils, which is our gold.
Jiunge nasi kila Jumatatu hadi Ijumaa
from 6 p.m. all the way till 7 p.m.
Jina langu ni Emmanuel Terer.
And my name is Violetta Ngina, and this is
Kenya's Gold.
Jipange na View Sasa. Jipange na View Sasa imerudi kwa vishindo. Jishindie maelfu ya pesa kila siku kwa kutazama content kupitia View Sasa kwa shilingi 10 pekee. Kuna mshindi wa shilingi 1,100 kila siku, 1,500 kila wiki na mshindi wa grand prize ya shilingi milioni 3 cash money. Kushiriki, piga *487*3#. Chagua Jipange na View Sasa, kisha chagua video package, ujipatie points na uongeze uwezekano wako wa kushinda mamilioni. Hakuna kudownload wala kusubscribe. Unaenda nywe. Jipange, ushinde mamilioni na View Sasa.
Good morning, this is Daybreak and thank you for making time for the broadcast. The hashtag on X is Daybreak, the SMS code is 22422 at Citizen TV Kenya and at Ayub Abdikadir. It's Friday and here on the broadcast we take the account of young Kenyans as to their reflections and perspectives to what's happening across the country. Call it the state of affairs in Kenya. And overwhelmingly, the attention of the country is on the proceedings at the moment ongoing at the Bomas of Kenya, where the National Dialogue Committee continues to get the views and the submissions of Kenyans, including yesterday and the explosive return of the Cherera 4. We'll talk more about that in the papers and also in the news review. And later on the broadcast, it's going to be Gospel Friday edition and DJ Ijiji will be in the house. He will tell us more about his compact list of what's forthcoming. DJ, good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
What do we expect?
Expect great music. Obviously, you know, it's a gospel edition, end month. Yeah. What we usually do is we pay tithe.
It's last Friday.
Last Friday of the month. And we have a great artist coming through, Rafton. Will also be coming, and so he's a legend in the gospel music ministry and industry, and I'm looking forward to that. I hope you are too.
Yes, and I did a little level of a song.
Okay.
Mungu Baba.
Okay. Yeah. Can you sing it for us?
Badai. And of course, it's at a time when inspiration was needed because of the hard economic times in the country, and that godly sort of relaxing the minds of Kenyans. And of course, we expect many more in that lineup that you're going to be giving our viewers later from 8 a.m. He will be with you for an hour up to 9, that is. And keep your comments coming. The hashtag on X is Daybreak. The SMS code is 22422 at Citizen TV Kenya and at Ayub Abdikadir. Let's begin with a look at the front pages of the publications. And the attention is on the Bomas of Kenya. The Daily Nation says 67 constituencies likely going to be scrapped and MPs to lose seat. This is the boundary crisis. An extra 40 units are facing the axe as well. That story is further highlighted on pages number 4 and 5 of the publication. It follows the submissions yesterday made before the Senior Counsel Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka and Kimani Ichung'wah-led National Dialogue Committee. The population quota is derived from dividing the total population by 290 constituencies. At the time of the first review, the population quota was 133,138. And given the growth in the number of Kenyans, the threshold in the upcoming review has risen to 164,014. Among the constituencies listed on the front page include Mvita, Kilome, Budalangi, Odhaya, Tetu, Voi, Mwatate, all among the other long list of constituencies that are likely going to be the current 27 which are protected, and 67 MPs, says the paper, likely to lose their seats. A separate bid for the reduction of constituencies to 100 was made yesterday by the former Attorney General that is Professor Githu Muigai, before the National Dialogue Committee. Also on the front page, how to tame the runaway living costs in the country. The Kenya Institute of Public Policy Research and Analysis, a state think tank, has proposed measures to cushion Kenyans from the harsh economic times, including a reduction of value-added tax to make cooking oil cheaper and the gradual elimination of subsidies to ease the burden on consumers. That story is on page number 7. Even as the government lines up measures to lessen the stress on the high cost of living and the squeezing of the household budgets across the country. Cherera 4 say we were forced to quit. That story is on page number 6, and the accounts yesterday given by Juliana Cherera, Francis Wanderi and Justice Nyangaya, who yesterday appeared before the National Dialogue Committee and said that the commissioners who stood their rejection of the presidential election results and pouring water on the unverifiability of what they said were the presidential election outcome. Rai family millions frozen, bank account locked over row. That story is on page number 12 of the publication, and a further analysis of the Iqbal Rai, who has accused Absa Bank of irregularly removing him as the signatory for Rai Investment Limited account, and what appears to be a continuing happenstances of the Rai family and the financial issues. Also on the front page of the Standard newspaper, it continues to highlight the high cost of living in the country and says, brace yourself for the tough times that lie ahead in the country. That's the call to Kenyans, and specialists are warning that the country will experience economic downturn and are advising the government and the public to invest in agriculture and related sectors to ride out of the storm. This includes the revitalization of the agriculture sector in the country, which accounts for more than 20% of the country's GDP, containing inflation, and which they say is having pressure on the country's monetary policy, sustainable debt, and also diversifying the export products to make the country resource-mobilized, export-oriented economy. That story is further highlighted and further expounded on pages number 2 and 3. Election ghost comes alive in Ruto. Raila talks at the Bomas of Kenya, and yesterday's accounts that were given by the Cherera 4, Justice Nyangaya, Francis Wanderi and Juliana Cherera, said that they did not agree with the outcome of the presidential election and that there was what appeared to be a center of power in the results transmission during the presidential election results at the Bomas of Kenya, which is the National Tallying Center gazetted by the IEBC. Also on the front page, up top, ex-Kenya Bureau of Standards boss forfeits half of his wealth in probe. That story is on page number 10. Opinion split on new KCSE grading by the Ministry of Education, and that was made by the CS Ezekiel Machogu on page number 6. And Kenyans cautious on the AFCON bid win. That's on sports pages number 35 and 36 of the publication, following the win and the green light given to Kenya, Tanzania and Uganda to host the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations. In the East African region, the joint bid will be in 4 years' time, and the commitment thereafter given by President William Ruto and his counterparts in Tanzania and Uganda to host the Continental Showpiece event in 4 years' time, and the announcement which came from the Egyptian capital, Cairo. This is Daybreak, and thank you for staying with us. The hashtag on Twitter is Daybreak. The SMS code is 22422 at Citizen TV Kenya and at Ayub Abdikandid. We begin at the Bomas of Kenya, where the Cherera 4, the 4 former commissioners of the IEBC, made an explosive return and appeared before the National Dialogue Committee, chaired by Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka and Kimani Ichung'wah. The events which happened were on the election results which happened, and they said that the 4 commissioners said, and throwing a wide blanket on the of doubt on the credibility of last year's election. It claims that the outcome declared by then chairperson Wafula Chebukati were never tabulated as required. The session with the National Dialogue Committee, Juliana Cherera, Irene Masit, who appeared before the committee virtually from remote locations, while Justice Nyangaya and Francis Wanderi appeared physically. And as Chemutai Goin tells us in the following report, the former IEBC chairperson Wafula Chebukati and Commissioners Professor Abdi Yakub Gulie and Boyamolo declined the committee's invitation to appear before it.
Thank you very much. Until the announcement.
A question to
At the Bomas of Kenya, the ghosts of the disputed 2022 general election were literally coming back home. Bomas, which was the election headquarters of the then bitterly divided IEBC, is now home to the National Dialogue Committee, before which smoky exchanges ensued.
Commissioner Wandeli, what you are saying is not a small matter. It is not a small matter. You have a whole nation to deal with here. Yes. How come you are not able to prove to the Supreme Court, show any evidence where what the chairman announced and what was verified was invariance? Why didn't you prove that to the highest court of the land? Then you come to bring it here.
Mheshimiwa Mbalile, with due respect, we are not saying we were right and everybody else was wrong. We are just explaining the procedure, the way it happened. Where there are flaws within that procedure, then the committee will comment the legal action to be taken. That's what we are here for.
Appearing before the dialogue team, former IEBC commissioners Juliana Cherera, Irene Masit, Justus Nyang'aya and Francis Wanderi called for an audit of the 2022 presidential election results, saying due process was not followed by the chairman Wafula Chebukati in tallying and announcing the results.
On the issue of tallying, this is what the Supreme Court says, that the chairperson on his part did not make matters any better by maintaining a stoic silence, even as things appear to be falling apart. And I asked you a simple question, which I want you to confirm and explain to us, that did you participate in the tally?
Do you have a single incident where a form was verified on the floor, confirmed by party agents to be the results as announced on the polling stations, because the party agents were confirming against their agents' results? They confirm it, you announce, for instance, or Commissioner Ishomo announces. The form goes to Chairman Chebukati for tallying, and from the final tally, or as the tally, because the tallies were there on the portal.
Up to now, we don't know the results, and it's very important that we audit these results. It's very, very important, because when we audit and even made open to everybody, even those people who have been elected and who lost as MPs, and even others, they will know their results, because I want to say this was not tallying, there was no tallying, there was no verification, it was just, it is not, I don't know what to say about it as a commissioner.
Did you have time to investigate the efficiency of the Secretariat? It looks like the chairman was working with the Secretariat to the exclusion of the rest of you.
The chairman was issuing press statements alone without consulting and bringing all the commissioners to speak on what was happening on the ground.
The commissioners saying they were targeted for standing their ground, that Chebukati, Gulie and Molo mismanaged the election.
The Shelela 4 were forced to resign. It was never our intention to resign. And therefore, we would want to ask that the reason why the Shelela 4 were removed from the office is because they questioned the process that the chairman used to declare the results.
Let's allow an in-depth closure to this matter, because only then the country can move forward. We wish to have a very independent and strong commission. If it is not for us, it will be for the generations to come. We want the next generation of commissioners at IBC be people that will be handled with integrity that it deserves, and their voice will not be shut down, because as commissioners, we were there in the kitchen. We know what happened. Some of these things need to be spoken in a safe space.
Cherera and Masit indicated they now leave out of the country out of fear for their lives. They fought back tears while narrating their tribulations, Masit saying she has been branded a traitor and forced to flee the country. Cherera on her part saying her young family had bore the brunt of the political lynching. Chemutai Goin, Citizen TV.
Former Attorney General Githu Muigai has recommended the reduction in the number of constituencies and counties, citing a huge burden on the taxpayer. While giving his perspective on the boundaries delimitation process to the National Dialogue Committee at the Bomas of Kenya, the former Attorney General said it will be cost-effective to have a lean parliament. As Benkiroi reports, several other groups, including Amnesty International and the Registrar of Political Parties, also made their submissions.
Maybe on a light note, is that how...
When he took to the floor of the Bomas of Kenya before the 10-member National Dialogue Committee, former Attorney General Githu Muigai proposed a reduction in the number of constituencies, as well as scrapping off a few political positions by scaling down the number of counties that have forced the government to make excessive expenditures.
We have too many people in parliament. We have too many constituencies. So that we should be reducing constituencies, not increasing.
The conversation on boundaries comes at a time when Kuria East Member of Parliament Marwa Kiyatama tabled a bill seeking to amend the constitution. The bill proposes to increase the number of counties to 52 from the current 47 capped by the constitution.
We have too many counties. We should reduce counties, not increase counties. They are costing us a lot of money, and quite a number of them are not viable.
Githu Muigai also advocated for mechanism to enforce party loyalty. The former Attorney General suggesting that elected officials should maintain fidelity to the party under which they were elected, and crossing the floor should result in the loss of one's seat.
You commit to that program, that our party...
The Registrar of Political Parties, Anne Nderitu, on her part, proposed that the political parties fund be entrenched in the constitution. Nderitu saying the move would ensure Parliament allocates the required funds to political parties.
It is true that we have never realized the 0.3% since the inception of the fund in 2007. But I want to note that the fund has been growing over time.
Nderitu submitted to the NDC that sanctions should be brought into the Political Parties Act to maintain fidelity of party members.
The law is very clear. To us, once somebody has been elected on a particular party, there must be, if you want to move, then there must be the required regulations and laws on how you move from one political party to another.
Amnesty International, through its director Irungu Horton, emphasized the need for the NDC to prioritize independent investigations into unlawful use of lethal police force, extrajudicial executions, enforced disappearances, and the significant delays in achieving justice for those seeking police accountability.
Crisis started at the point that the police refused to accept notifications, that they began to intimidate and arrest organizers, and wherever protesters gathered non-violently, they dispersed them with tear gas, rubber bullets, and as the months continued, live weapons.
Benkiroi, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
The Anglican Church of Kenya has called out President William Ruto's Kenya Kwanza administration, accusing it of engaging in rhetorics and excuses instead of putting deliberate efforts towards the implementation of its campaign pledges. In their pastoral message to the nation led by Archbishop Jackson Ole Sapit, the church leaders faulted the government's shareholder notion, saying that all Kenyans should be treated equally as the election period is long gone. Hassan Mugambi has the details of that story.
After a 3-day prayer and reflection meeting by the Provincial Synod of the Anglican Church, the leadership of ACK weighed in on the performance of the Kenya Kwanza government 1 year on.
Our honest observation as a church is that there is more of rhetoric and excuses than conscious efforts to take practical implementation. We urge the government to go beyond promises and lip service and embrace practical programs to alleviate sufferings of Kenyans.
The Anglican Church leaders faulted political leaders for likening the government to a shareholding company where those that supported Kenya Kwanza stand to benefit, calling for equality in appointments and regional development.
A session of public appointments in already divided nation, Kenyans deserve equal opportunities and the treatment regardless from where they come from.
With the bipartisan talk underway, Sapit discouraged political leaders from speaking against the process, adding that such utterances are likely to divide the country further.
We call upon the teams involved to embrace the spirit of good faith during the talks and to provide ways that can help the country address deeply rooted systemic issues which have polarized this nation.
On the issue of the skyrocketing cost of living, the clergy called on the government to devise means other than taxation that can help generate revenue.
Excessive taxation is detrimental not only to the spirit of the investment, but it is also a demotivating factor to the people who work hard to make a living. The high increase in taxation, notably the VAT added on petrol, is a source of concern for all. We believe it is imperative for our government to appreciate the fact that Kenyan citizens are already stretched to their limits.
The clergy who represent the top leadership of the Anglican Church also called for more funding for healthcare, asking the Kenya Kwanza administration not to play dice with the lives of Kenyans, as well as demanding that the government addresses the issue of drug abuse across the country. The religious leaders also calling for practical mitigation measures against the El Nino rains expected to pound the region. Hassan Mugambi, Citizen TV.
5 people have died and 3 others were injured in an accident at Mailitisa near Namanga. The accident involved a private vehicle and a motorcycle. 3 people who were in the vehicle died on the spot, while 2 succumbed to their injuries at the Namanga Health Center. The rider of the motorcycle and 2 pylon passengers sustained injuries and are receiving treatment at the same facility. Bodies of the deceased were moved to Kajiado Referral Hospital mortuary. The vehicle was heading from Nairobi to Namanga with the occupants during the accident. The government says it has put in place adequate measures to mitigate the effects of the El Nino rain set to start mid-October. In a stakeholders meeting chaired by Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, the government has estimated that it requires more than 10 billion shillings to manage the effects of El Nino, especially in the arid and semi-arid areas. Stephen Leto has that report.
El Nino rains are said to be on the horizon and the skies will open starting the 2nd week of October. The El Nino rains, projected to be stronger than the 1997 deluge, will run until the end of December. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua chaired a multi-agency team seeking to mobilize resources to be used in handling the effects of heavy rains.
We do propose that we have proper coordination, stakeholder participation, and as we go on, each sector to prioritize possible response in terms of prime urgency.
And out of the 23 counties that we have, we already have an estimation of about 8 billion shillings. You can imagine by the time the others come, we'll probably be at 15 billion shillings that will be required to fund this El Nino preparedness and response activities.
DP Gachagua, however, told agencies involved not to take advantage of the El Nino rains to drown taxpayers' money in floods.
We are not preparing to respond to the El Nino expected disaster. Rather, we are consolidating and refining coordination strategy for mitigation. Unlike the past, we are saving lives and livelihoods before tragedy strikes.
The government has projected that the El Nino rains may affect the national examinations scheduled for end of October. Defense Cabinet Secretary Aiden Duale told the gathering that he has put the military on standby and the Air Force will help in the distribution of national exams in areas was affected by the unexpected heavy downpour.
In the event the Ministry of Education, when they are conducting their exams, some areas will not be accessible. We have our aviation section that is ready. Our equipments are ready.
It is very important for us, Kenyans, to take measures to reduce the negative impact of these rains. That is why we are appealing to those living in low-lying and flood-prone areas to move to higher grounds.
Gathering at the Deputy President official residence called for immediate unclogging of city drainage with concerns of a ticking time health hazard. The Council of Governors want KEMSA to supply medicine to the local health centers before the onset of El Nino.
If KEMSA is giving us 2 weeks turnaround time, the drugs are at 60%. If we don't capitalize KEMSA, how do we expect KEMSA to give us drugs within less than a week and deliver last mile?
Treasury Cabinet Secretary Njuguna Ndungu has been tasked to report back to a technical committee next Tuesday to outline the availability of resources to be used in the El Nino mitigation measures.
So we are ready. The only person who was supposed to give direction properly here, and I can see he's not straight, is the Minister for Finance. You know, it's good we say the truth. From Ranger Red Cross, from the Governor, Chair of Council of Governors, from Minister Miano, Minister Susan, everybody who spoke here, they have the tools.
Stephen Letos, Citizen TV.
It's now emerging that missteps by the executive arm of the government could be the cause of the crisis in the education sector, which it has fallen into following the National Assembly's move to halt the reforms in the sector. Concerns raised by the Teacher Service Commission and other stakeholders over the implementation matrix of the recommendations without the input of key stakeholders and Parliament has been affirmed by the National Assembly. Brenda Wanga now reports of frantic efforts that are undertaken to salvage the reforms.
A meeting between Parliament's Education Committee and senior education sector officials, including the Teacher Service Commission, made this month in Mombasa, threw open the door to accord a glimpse of the intrigues that preceded the presentation of the final report of the Presidential Working Party on education reforms to the President. The TSC, in its presentation to the lawmakers, accused the Working Party of denying the Commission the opportunity to have its input in the report before the final drafting. The National Assembly, in halting the report's implementation, cited the failure of the Ministry of Education to follow due process before beginning implementing them. The teachers' employers have raised concerns about some of the recommendations and the impact on the constitutional powers and independence of the Commission. The Teacher Service Commission told the committee that despite submitting a memorandum and engaging a committee of the Working Party on the 18th of November last year, the Working Party failed to consider the Commission's input on critical matters involving the teachers' service. As a result, the TSC says the outcome of the Working Party, if implemented, will limit, interfere, and/or out the Commission's constitutional mandate. To an extent, the Commission will lose its independence. It also states that by moving to implement the recommendations, the party proposes to take away key mandates and functions of the Commission underpinned by the Constitution through amendment of the statute law.
The secondary has been very, very seamless.
Among the recommendations of the Working Party once implemented but that are opposed by the Commission include the move to have the Ministry of Education oversee the retooling of teachers who graduated before this year, the setting of entry standards of teaching service, the establishment of a comprehensive school management system that places pre-primary management in the same category as primary and secondary schools, and the harmonization of teachers' performance evaluation with that of the rest of the civil service. The TSC also faulted the recommendation to discontinue the categorization of schools into national, extra-county, county and sub-county to career pathways and the reduction of learning areas in primary, junior and senior schools, stating that this moves extended beyond the Commission's mandate and would lead to redistribution of teachers and additional financial burdens on schools. The Commission says that some of these recommendations should have waited to undergo the necessary legal amendments. They are not the first ones to have raised the alarm over what stakeholders have called the hurried implementation of the Working Party's recommendation.
Receive this report, subject it through the further processing, definitely it should be tabled in cabinet to be a white paper as a policy document and all that, and taken to Parliament for debate and discussions and to see where legislations need to be done, amendments which need to be done and all that. Those things have not been done and yet they are being implemented. So that's why we say it's being done in a hurry, but it's leaving lots of casualties.
PS Education Belio Kipsang, on behalf of the Cabinet Secretary for Education, told the stakeholders meeting in Mombasa that the ministry had already put in place the steering committee, the legal committee and the departmental committees that were working to produce the sessional paper for forward transmission to Parliament. Brenda Wanga, Citizen TV.
The Senate has described Turkana County as a crime scene embedded in multi-billion shillings corruption through scandalous stall projects in the county effected by the county government of Turkana. The county governor Jeremiah Lomurkai told the parliamentary watchdog committee inspecting these stall projects in the county that the financial discrepancies were effected by the leadership of his predecessor Josephat Nanok, calling on investigative agencies to unearth the alleged corruption and bring those culpable to book. Seth Olale on the Senate Mashinani with this report from Lodwar in Turkana County.
Jengo hili ambalo linafaa kuwa ofisi rasmi ya gavana wa kaunti ya Turkana.
Okay, we'll get back to that story on the corruption allegations raised in the county of Turkana. The top leadership of Kenya Prison Service will no longer be outsourced from other security agencies. Instead, the correctional facilities leadership will be handed to career prisons officers to ensure a clear career progression path. Speaking in Parliament when he appeared before the National Assembly's Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunities, Interior Cabinet Secretary Professor Kithure Kindiki said the outsourcing of the top management of security agencies was demoralizing career officers in the prison service, which he said is currently headed by the Commissioner General John Warioba, a retired military general.
So they have made it clear this is the last time we are going to have an officer outside the Kenya Prison Service leading the Kenya Prison Service, because it demoralizes the officers who we recruit every year if they cannot aspire to rise to the top and so forth. So we are working on that area on succession management, career progressions, promotions, and much of it has been addressed in the Presidential Task Force report. It's only that I didn't want to preempt it.
The Kenya Women Parliamentary Association, KEWOPA, is now seeking to criminalize violence meted on women during pregnancy, childbirth and after childbirth. Githunguri MP Gathoni wa Mushomba has presented a motion to the National Assembly that seeks to amend health-related laws to make it an offence to abuse women during the process of childbearing and offer stiffer penalties for those found culpable of engaging in obstetric violence. Brenda Wanga has that report.
When Abigail went to deliver her baby at a health facility, she did not expect to be forced into delivery via cesarean section. She had indeed planned and prepared for a natural birth.
And then they tell you your baby will die because you don't sign that paper. You will sign 1,000,000 papers because you want your baby. And they pushed me to a corner so badly, and I was personally, and they made me feel I was the only one remaining between me and holding my baby.
She had just undergone what is now being described as a form of obstetric violence manifested as forced procedures. Obstetric violence is a form of gender-based violence exercised by those in charge of health care for pregnant persons accessing services during pregnancy, childbirth, and postpartum. In Kenya, a survey conducted by the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights indicates that 20% of women have undergone this kind of violence that manifests through non-confidential care at 8.5%, non-dignified care at 12%, neglect or abandonment at 14.3%, non-consensual care at 4.3%, physical abuse at 4.2%, and detainment at healthcare facilities after birth at 8.1%.
You know, most of these times when these things happen to us, we don't even know that it's a violence against women. We just think it's something that is happening to all of us. And so I'm also joining my colleagues to say maybe the numbers that we have there is not the right numbers.
OBV is physical and verbal violence. We have had very serious verbal abuses. Personally, I'm a victim, and I know so many women here will confess that they have been verbally abused during labor or during childbirth.
Let's not limit violence to physical assault. There may be utterances that we utter to people that cause more harm than even the physical attack that we do.
Obstetric violence is said to be facilitated largely by doctors, nurses, midwives, spouses, the general public, the media, and the hospital support staff. However, medical practitioners say they aren't entirely to blame for the cases of OBV.
Let's also look at the context of the environment. If I am 3-4 nurses with 20, 30 patients, can I really optimize the kind of care I would provide? It's highly unlikely. And yet everyone is looking for individualized care.
But to come out with the legal framework, come up with the ways of how data is going to be collected, and to call upon all the women leaders, both at parliament and executive, that this is an issue that is right within our homes.
The movement to address this form of violence is expected to culminate in stiffer penalties for those who are found to have facilitated the violation of women at their most vulnerable. Brenda Wanga, Citizen TV.
You're watching Daybreak, and thank you for staying with us. The hashtag on X is Daybreak. The SMS code is 22422 at Citizen TV Kenya and at Ayub Abdikadir. It's Friday. We take the account of young Kenyans as to their accounts and view perspectives as to what's happening in the country. Of significance are the proceedings before the National Dialogue Committee at the Bomas of Kenya, where the dark cloud of Kenya's election in 2022, as ever it has been in every electoral cycle, continues to hang over the country. Yesterday, 4 former commissioners appeared before the committee and saying that they can't verify the outcome of the presidential election. That and much more, including the high cost of living in the country and generally the state of the nation, here on the broadcast. And it's a view that we take from young Kenyans here on the broadcast every Friday as to what they think should be done to course correct some of the failures, be it political, economical, and social, for their account is equally important, for they make up a lion's share of Kenya's demography. That discussion will be on and up here on the broadcast after the break on Daybreak. Stay tuned.
Jipange na View Sasa. Jipange na View Sasa imerudi kwa vishindo. Jishindie maelfu ya pesa kila siku kwa kutazama content kupitia View Sasa kwa shilingi 10 pekee. Kuna mshindi wa shilingi 1,100 kila siku, 1,500 kila wiki, na mshindi wa grand prize ya shilingi milioni 3 cash money. Kushiriki, piga *487*3#. Chagua Jipange na View Sasa, kisha chagua video package, ujipatie points na uongeze uwezekano wako wa kushinda mamilioni. Hakuna kudownload wala kusubscribe. Unaenda nywe. Jipange, ushinde mamilioni na View Sasa.
Setting up a fundraiser is now just a click away. Visit www.saidika.co.ke and start your fundraising journey today. Medical emergencies, funerals, weddings, supporting your church, school, or corporate needs, Saidika makes fundraising much easier. Once you visit www.saidika.co.ke, select Start a Fundraiser and watch your cause come to life. Share your fundraiser with friends and the global community for seamless support. Donate and receive funds easily through mobile money, debit, or credit cards. Dial *802# or visit www.saidika.co.ke and be the change today. Saidika, connecting hearts, changing lives. Together, we make a difference.
Satisfy, Jesus, purify, notify, other people testify, glorify. Praise the Lord, people. Definitely, this is Mr. Iggy, Uncle Mr. Kubum Kung Mwenye Rafton. And you know what? Catch me up this Friday on the Level Up Show, the Gospel Edition. Definitely on Citizen TV from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Don't miss the dial, because me I tell you, it's going to be a water radar fire thing.
Good morning, this is Daybreak, and thank you for staying with us here on the broadcast. The hashtag on X is Daybreak. The SMS code is 22422 at Citizen TV Kenya, and at Ayub Abdikadir will sample your feedback here on the broadcast and taking the account of young Kenyans, their reflections and views as to what's happening in the country, with a major focus now, an overwhelming priority for a majority of Kenyans on the proceedings happening before the National Dialogue Committee at the Bomas of Kenya. Yesterday was the turn of different stakeholders, among them the former 4 commissioners of the IEBC. But first, to get the introduction part of this broadcast, Nora Bosibori is youth policy analyst. She is with me in the studio. Good morning.
Morning, Abdi.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Diana Rotich is the founder of the Kenya Pastoralist Community Organization. Thank you for your time. Andrew Kamili is governance commentator. Asante sana for your time. Morning. We as well have in studio Ruth Bolo, who is the board chair, Young Women Connect. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for having
making
me.
time for the broadcast. And Festus Rotich is a governance commentator as well. Good morning, Festus.
Good morning to you.
And thank you for making time. Shortly, we'll be joined by Said Hashi, who is a UDA youth leader. A lot is happening in the country, and here is your account and a platform to express your views and concerns as to what needs to be course-corrected in this country. I first begin with you, Bosibori, and then there seems to be a major focus on what's happening at the Bomas of Kenya following the proceedings, of course. What's your account, of where the country is headed in terms of the presentations or the submissions made?
Good morning. Thank you, Ayub, for the opportunity. First and foremost, I have to appreciate the ongoing talks, the bipartisan talks, that is going to foster cohesion, because you understand that we were in a very bad space. We were losing a lot economically, and therefore it is a good opportunity for Kenyans to come together and try find a middle ground to move forward. But my biggest challenge here is that once again, the youth have been, drawn back. Considering that the youth contribute immensely towards these processes, the political system, even the power dynamics, and even the economic growth of this country. But then when it comes to the decision making, we don't see any youth on the table. We are only regarded and required when we are needed for demonstrations and protests. But when it comes to representation, then we are not on the cutting of the cake, on the table of cutting of the cake. And therefore, we have to insist that we are not disengaged from political processes. Okay. We are only disenfranchised. And we need to be heard. Our voices have to be heard. Yeah. And the best thing to do is to invite us to the table so that we can have our aspirations and needs addressed as the youth of this country. Because all these decisions and policies, at the end of the day, affect the youth more than even the people on the desks that come up with these decisions. Therefore, my point is that the youth have to be on that table, and that we have to make a lot of noise so that we are heard and our aspirations are also met.
Okay. And are there, any one of you, first to begin with you, are there substantive presentations made before the committee, for example, by any party that's affiliated to Young Kenyans, you included, or the youth groups themselves appearing before the committee and presenting their views as to what they think should happen going forward in terms of addressing our problems, our governance problems?
Okay, the youth agenda was there and they presented their views, but up to date, we know the talks are still ongoing and the process have not been concluded. So the views that the youth agenda presented, we are waiting when the process will be concluded so that we know if those things were taken seriously. But what I know is was just, okay, first as youths, we are happy because the initial state of the country was not good. And youths were the perpetrators. Or when we had the demonstration and picketing, it was only the youths who were being used. But when we had this bipartisan talk, at least as the youths, we are now relaxed and we are waiting for the outcome. The only challenge is, even when the process will be concluded, we don't know if the youth agenda or the youth views will be taken into account. Yeah. Because mostly, like we had the initial, the current talks is just like the initial or the PPI. We had the PPI that they went around the country collecting views. Initially, it culminated into the formation of the PPI document that was going to lead to a referendum. But initially, it was drawn by the High Court. When you went through the PPI document, there wasn't something substantial that was addressing the interests of the youth. So this thing has been there since time immemorial, that every other time there are so many policies and framework being formulated about the youth, but it is not taken into serious account. We have had so many things that have been launched, programs and policies that have been made about the youth, but they die on arrival. Even like the recent one, we had the Waste of Fund, not the Waste of Fund. We had the Waste of Fund, we had the Tesla Fund, okay. that was launched the other day, but up to date, it has never materialized.
Okay, we'll talk about more about that. Ruth, is the process engaging? Are you considered? Have you been considered? Do you feel represented?
Thank you. I was really itching when you asked the question because this draws me back to the 2010 Constitution. Anytime there is a youth discussion or a youth platform of some sort, the conversation and the complaint is always that the Constitution does not really take care of us as much as it takes care of the women. Even if you look at the political platform, the women really ensured in the 2010 Constitution that they had their women rep positions. They ensured that the two-third gender rule, that we talk about years down the line, was really, really talked about. In the 2010 Constitution, we did not have young people sitting on the tables. We had young people outside who are doing press conferences, who are, complaining about it. Now, at a time where there seems like we are going back to a referendum, again, young people are not there. But we have the opportunity to come together as young people and submit, just like you asked. Can you imagine how powerful it would be if we had more than 10 youth-led organizations or lobby groups or political caucuses that were each going to submit their reviews and were speaking the same language? That if each and every one of us were going and saying that as this organization full of young people, we are pushing towards this particular engagement. We would want to have the MCA seats, for example, reserved for young people under 35 only, as per the Constitution. If we were all speaking the same language and giving the same submissions, then surely the committee would actually review them. But the issue that we have is, number one, as young people, we've not been able to come under one platform and speak one language. What I have witnessed quite often, and I would say this even in reference to the BBI process he was talking about, you find that if I go with my youth organization and give submission A, ASCON, for example, will go with his organization, give a different submission, and discredit my submission. That is the issue that we have been having. So here's an opportunity where the lobby groups that were very active during the political season can actually come together and give those submissions. Here is also an opportunity whereby I saw the Center for Multi-Party Democracy gave their submission, and I loved that they had young people in their committee that were drafting these submissions together. I love that they had young people there. Now, how can we plug in with those young people that are already in this committee that have given those submissions? So the process is engaging in terms of allowing us to go and give feedback, in terms of actually showing us and going live with their proceedings. But it is up to us as young people. I know it is we are not represented, but we can't just sit and complain because we are not represented.
Okay, well, Askar, I'll come to you on the affirmative question that Ruth had pointed out. For example, like what we have in the number of women positions that we have, the 47 guaranteed for women.
Yes.
But still the struggle towards the gender equation and completing on the same in terms of implementing that. Yes. Diana, is there a feeling, I mean, she talks about unified front that you folks ought to be presenting, but that umbrella seems to be lacking because you present submission A, Said presents submission B, Ascon has his own D. I mean, when will all these sort of segmented and all over the place sort of submissions and interests from young persons be converged at one point?
Good morning once again. I am Diana from West Pokot. And I think as young people with what is happening in the national dialogue, I feel we are not represented at all because before that, we were on forefront fighting for this, fighting for the high cost of living and things like that. But at the same time, when it's come to the table now, we are missing piece in this. And we forget that we make up the highest population in the country and even in the whole world as youth. So to me, I feel like we are not really, we are not represented. And what my sister just mentioned is that we really need to come together as youth and speak one language. And once we come together, I think great things to happen. So we really have to come together and speak one language so that we can be recognized in the decision-making processes.
Andrew, is affirmative action the way forward? Because Ruth had a proposal here on the broadcast. But given that what's happening at the moment, the decry of sidelining, I mean, not feeling part of the equation and the political matrix in the country, yet if you guys come to a point of convergence, then democratically you can win power in this country and produce a president and even all the parliamentarians because of your numbers. I mean, how can that unity be achieved?
It is actually true that it is important that we look at things differently this time, considering that this is not the first time we're having this kind of conversation. And there's nothing wrong with the conversation that's ongoing at, that's going on at the Bomas. We know our background, we know the history, and we know why we are in the space where the political factions have to come together and speak. But I also try to look at it from the angle that for how long will this keep on happening? You know, we've had, I was present when Okoa Kenya was there and very active. I was present when IBC Must Go was there and very active. I was present in the BBI 1 and BBI 2. I think there were two versions of BBI, you know. And now we are in another phase of bipartisan talks, you know, of course, fashioned or branded differently. So my question as a young person is, for how long is this going to happen, and how many times are we going to have these conversations? Does it mean that our constitution, while I understand as a lawyer that is an ongoing process of making it better, does it mean that our constitution is so bad, our laws are so bad that we really have to get the attention of our politicians who most of the time are just angry at the processes that they didn't expect to, you know, get the outcome that they're having, so that we rebrand our constitution to tailor it into a way that it can serve the interest of politicians? So that is something that really touches my heart. I really want to understand why we really have to keep on having conversations, not tailored in a fashion or not tailored to solve our problems or to remedy our challenges, but that are geared towards serving the interest of politicians. But also something Ruth had mentioned, and you have correctly asked, if affirmative action would then bring the youth to the fore. Affirmative action is always informed by the background and you know, the issues that then inform why that affirmative action is being instituted. For instance, when, and particularly in law, we say that for you to do a constitutional amendment or a change in law, there must be a mischief you're intending to cure. So in this case, what then will we intending to cure? We have the affirmative action for women. There was something it was trying to cure, which is a global issue. We needed to have the two-third gender rule met properly. That's why we're having the affirmative action. That's why women rep are there. That's why even in the BBI, there's a proposal to have women move to the Senate and then have them in half of numbers. I don't see where the youth, in my view, would demand to get a space through affirmative action. And this is the reason why. If the youth get conscious and stop agonizing and just organize as you're putting it, harmonize their ideas, harmonize their thoughts, and understand that their numbers actually count, and divorce themselves from the politics of tribalism and ethnic mobilization, then we'll be able to understand that we have a really big space to play in this country. Look at the numbers that we contribute in the maandamanos. Look at the numbers we contribute even in sports and talent and art industry. Look at the numbers everywhere, even in academia. The youth are more today if you look at the scholars, even in the universities. But we don't get to understand this when it comes to politics, that we need to really look at ourselves as though we have the numbers and we can actually sit down together and even decide that we need one of our own at the top seat. Look at what is happening at the bipartisan talks. I will give some credit to the UDA party for, a few occasions attempting to bring on board young leaders, if not youth, but youthful leaders. On the other side of the opposition, I haven't seen that. Actually saw my friend Babu Owino complain very bitterly at the first time when the bipartisan talks were commencing. He didn't get a chance to be part of the team. And this other time as well, I look at the bandwagon that is representing the opposition in that committee. I don't see any youthful face. So it is something that really, in my view, it calls upon the young people to look at themselves as though they have the capacity, they have the knowledge, and they have the wherewithal to take over this leadership and then move in an organized fashion.
We'll talk more about the constitutionalism needed, because there seems to be an affront on Katiba, majorly by the political players in this country, who feel irritated and largely want the status quo to remain. And your counters to how we can better our governance structure, because in the end it boils down to democracy, it's about voting, it's about the Kenyan people giving you the mandate, and you form a bulk of that number. We are now joined by Said Hashi, who is the UDA party youth leader. Thanks for your time, Said, and good morning. Do you feel you and, of course, other young Kenyans, do you feel a part of what's ongoing at the Bomas of Kenya, or is it just a conversation happening in isolation and flying just in your face, or you just hear about it?
Thank you so much. What's going on in Bomas is just a precursor to some changes in our laws. And it has been there, as Wakili said. We were there when there were calls for changes and how it ended. We had the former Prime Minister and the opposition leader talk about reforms in terms of the cost of living, in terms of bettering the life of Kenyans. But when you go to Bomas and you find that things are different, then you will be able to connect the dots on where really these talks are going to. As young people, we are not even interested with the talks in Bomas, to be honest with you. We respect, because where I come from, the UDA party, which has produced the president, is party to it through our party leader. And that is a product of the president and the opposition leader. It's a way of cooling the political temperatures, because we have seen we were not able to move around and go about our businesses in this town of Nairobi, which is the headquarters of the country. So we are not the capital city. We are not able to improve our economy by allowing the opposition leader to go rogue, and and all of us young people being buried and killed and buried in those chaos. And there's really a sadness. The only appreciation we have with the Bomas talks is that it has cooled the political temperatures, and young people are no longer dying in the streets. That is the only appreciation. The rest of it, it's a political composition, which, of course, as Wakili said, we will be able to better our political situation once we are represented. And I think UDA is making some strides in terms of youthful faces in the party, and we'll be able to. We had even a charter with the president before his election, and let me tell you, anybody who underestimates the power of youth in this country is in for a rude shock. The handshake brothers underestimated the powers of the young people. They have talked about the system and the deep state. But the current president, who was then the deputy president, wrote on an agenda of youth. You have seen him empowering young people, talking to them, asking for votes, and they have delivered. There is no shock if we will deliver a young president. Okay. And the issue of disjointed points of conversations within the young people, that is normal. I mean, we cannot all be speaking the same voice. It's very awkward, actually. We should be at some point having different opinions, so that at some point we agree that we should agree to disagree.
All right.
If I may, there's something that...
Briefly.
Briefly. Okay. There's something that Wakili here said that I feel like I would like to respond to. When he asked, why do young people need affirmative action? Yes, the youth have numbers, but so long as those numbers are not consolidated, and so long as you are talking about a large constituency that is economically unempowered, it's going to be very difficult to revolutionize them. Because you're coming to me as a young person who cannot afford 100 shillings for a meal, and I have a more experienced politician who's been there and of course has got the money, who is telling me, no, do not go towards this direction. I know you need a meal on your table. Here's 100 shillings. What exactly do you think I'm going to pick? So if we look at the political party processes, they are very unfavorable to young people. That is why I think affirmative action is the way for young people. If we cannot get the young people to the ballot boxes through the political parties, then how are we going to vote for them?
Okay, the question of economic empowerment, we will focus on that and also flesh out your party belongings, notwithstanding where your support lies, and focus on the main agenda, which is the goal, and the consolidation of that support, which you said is also tied to the economic question and the value of the shilling in the pocket of young Kenyan because of the vulnerabilities. Therefore, they can easily be manipulated to vote in certain way or support certain political entity because of alignment. The hashtag on X, which is formerly Twitter's Daybreak, the SMS code is 22422 at Citizen TV Kenya. And at Ayub Abdikadir, we welcome your contributions here on the broadcast, and we'll sample them in the course of this broadcast. More after the break here on Daybreak. Stay tuned.
Diapers come in various sizes and are designed to fit babies at different stages of growth. It's crucial to choose a diaper size that matches your baby's weight and age.
New Soft Care Space Series is rooted from space technology. Keeps you dry and comfortable for 12 hours long. Soft Care. Protect your leap.
Ili kupata wimbo huu, mbingu zimenikubali. Kama sikiza tuni yako, bonyeza *811*708#. Kumbuka, sikiza na Citizen ndio nyumbani kwa wasanii wote.
Clean hands frequently with soap and clean water to avoid the spread of respiratory diseases such as coronavirus.
Shield your families from germs. When Dettol is a part of every household bucket, then you and your family can stay protected from up to 100 illness-causing germs.
Everyday use of Dettol keeps my loved ones protected.
Jipange na View Sasa. Jipange na View Sasa imerudi kwa vishindo. Jishindie maelfu ya pesa kila siku kwa kutazama content kupitia View Sasa kwa shilingi 10 pekee. Kuna mshindi wa shilingi 1,100 kila siku, 1,500 kila wiki, na mshindi wa grand prize ya shilingi milioni 3 cash money. Kushiriki, piga *487*3#. Chagua Jipange na Viusasa, kisha chagua video package, ujipatie points na uongeze uwezekano wako wa kushinda mamilioni. Hakuna kudownload wala kusubscribe. Unaenda nywe. Jipange, ushinde mamilioni na Viusasa.
Welcome back. You're watching Daybreak, and thank you for staying with us. We'll sample your feedback in the course of this broadcast, and we are talking about the national dialogue from the lenses of young Kenyans. For this broadcast is tailored to take the account of young Kenyans as to what they think and feel about the direction the country is taking, with a major focus now on the National Dialogue Committee that's conducting its sittings at the Bomas of Kenya. And with me in studio are just a representative of the young Kenyans in the country. First, as I come to you on the question of governance, because economic empowerment largely informs the decision you make in life, be it at the ballot, how you progress, the decisions you make even in your own personal capacity.
Yes.
Is that why? Because young persons are not united? Is that the reason?
Yeah, it's true, and it's a fact that young people are not united. Like me now, I can say I'm very sad that I'm not at 4 years. I only have 1 year to exit the youth bracket. I have not enjoyed the benefits associated with the youth. Now, as they normally say, being a youth is like a smoke. When it's gone forever.
You vanish.
Yeah.
So me, I'm very sad. I only have 1 year to exit this bracket of youth. I have not enjoyed. I have not seen the sense of the importance of being a youth. It also applies to the rest of Kenya. We are here today as youths. Maybe in the next 5 years, some of us will not be in the youth bracket. And even those who are old now, they were youth one time. So when we are youth, we talk about the empowerment, we talk about passing policies that improve the life standards or the livelihoods of the youths. But as soon as you exit that bracket, you start talking other things. And you can see like 70% of our country comprises the youth. That means the policies that the countries make should be targeted at improving the livelihoods of the youth. Even the national budget. The national budget, a lion's share of the national budget should go to the youth, because actually we are the majority. But we talk about the youth, we talk about being united. Like now, today, a youth can rise up or can contest for presidency. We talk of being united, but if today a youth runs for presidency, you will not see youth supporting that person. You will go to Nyanza, they'll be voting for their tribal chiefs, Raila Odinga. You'll go to Rift Valley, they'll be voting for the tribal chiefs, William Ruto. You go to Eastern Province, they'll be voting for Kalonzo. But if a youth today contest for president, you will not be supported. The same, even me today, if I contest for governor in my county, youth will be talking that will support one of our own, but when it goes to the ballot, they don't vote. So it's a fact, as youth, we are not united, but we only talk on unity using our lips.
Okay.
But after that, we don't take steps.
Thank you. Diana, is therefore a mind shift needed? Because when you sell your proposal to me, expecting my vote or my mandate, and then I suddenly vote for an older folk, I mean, is there a mind shift that's needed? We should inform the support for each other and the point of convergence that you have talked about.
Yeah, for sure. We need to have a change in mindset, especially as young people who are visioning to be future leaders. So we really have to change our mindset. And I'll just concur with my brother here, because even where I come from right now, there's a lot going on with the 2027 election. They're already saying, oh, this one, no, I think this one has money, we should vote for him. And I don't think that is the right direction to go. We already have the zeal, we already have the power, we are learned, and I think we can also play a part in the leadership in our country. So as young people, we really have to change our mindset and even have some civic education to ourselves, because there are things that we are currently not doing right, and maybe a shift of mindset will work for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Andrew, Ruth had pointed out a very pertinent point, and this is the dislodging of the status quo at the moment, because every formula seems to, on paper, beautiful and that can be worked on in terms of deliverables and implementation. what then needs to happen? Who is the holder of the button and the trigger point to inform the point of unity? And will that come, in your view, under the circumstances politically that the country is experiencing?
My understanding and my position is that Kenya does not lack in papers. I've actually interacted with so many people at the right offices and even within spaces where papers are produced, I mean economic and policy papers. And you realize that Kenya actually has among the best papers produced by Kenyans themselves. And even the Constitution of Kenya is ranked as among the most comprehensive pieces of law in the whole world. So it's not like we lack in how to move forward, the framework. The problem is the goodwill with which the political class, which has been given the mandate to run this entire process, then pushes it. If you look at how we are talking about the economy of this country, who then does the buck rest with? It rests with the political class. Are they intentional about doing something about it? That is the most important thing we need to ask ourselves. So Kenyans don't really have a problem with the papers. That's why even what goes on at the Bomas of Kenya, for me, it doesn't make sense as such, because if I look at it keenly, the conversation began by the fact that Kenyans were complaining about the cost of living. I have applied my mind to the whole thing, and I don't see how the cost of living can be discussed in Bomas and something concrete can come out of it. I have looked at so many other things that they're trying to do there. It goes back to, we want to change the framework of our constitution, we want to change our papers, we want to change our pieces of legislation, and that then divorces us from the real focus, which is what you are asking, the question of the economy and the value of the shilling in the pockets of the young people. In my view, we have a president in place. We have a government in place. And the government is actually all the voters, be it that you voted for UDA or you didn't vote for UDA. The person in charge right now is just the administration. Ruto is just the administration. Yeah. Actually, if Ruto were to leave power today, for whatever reason, the government will run. Even between the transition when Uhuru was leaving and Ruto was getting into power, there was a government in place. So therefore, we need to understand first and foremost that the government is the responsibility that we take as young people and equally as citizens. I have said that the situation of the economy, particularly in regards to young people, needs to be looked at in a very different way. We don't need to look at it as though there's some politician somewhere who's supposed to do something about it. We need to look at the responsibility of a young person supported by the politician in office as the administration. When you talk about agriculture, which is what the administration right now is really trying to push, how then are we going to encourage our young people to divorce themselves from looking at agriculture as an outdated venture, as something that makes you look dirty? How do we make agriculture fashionable? How do we mechanize our agriculture? How do we have a conversation about land use in this country? How then does a young person who has to wait for their old man or their parent or their folks to give them a piece of land so that they can do agriculture? How do we change the conversation so that as a young person, you finish school and you can actually practice agriculture and make sense out of it? How do we talk about innovation? How do we encourage our young engineers? People came up with M-Pesa and it really changed the entire structure of our economy. How do we encourage more and more innovators to come up with ideas of how to change the economy, how to get avenues of creating employment for their colleagues? And let me shock you, Ayub. Kenyans, particularly young Kenyans, are very industrious. I mean, guys are doing magical things out here. If you go to the universities, if you go to the colleges, and even the most basic of tertiary institutions, guys are doing great things. That all we need from the government, which is actually part of us, is to just support what the young people are doing. But you asked a very important question also about how the youth are going to galvanize and harmonize their ideas and maybe move in one front. Look at Uganda. When Bobi Wine was coming up, Bobi Wine was not to replace Besigye because he was a young person. He replaced Besigye because he had a track record of what he was doing. And Ugandans could actually see this is the right person to replace Besigye. Actually, at no point was the whistle blown and told that Besigye was going home. It was just something, out of nowhere that Bobi Wine was becoming more popular. Even in Kenya today, if the youth of this country want to have a position on the table, we must divorce ourselves from looking at ourselves as young people and all the time thinking that being a youth is a disability. It is not a disability. We have to look at ourselves and look at what we can do for this country. That track record in itself will inform the manner in which even the young people will have faith in us.
Thank you. And Bosibori, one of the other major issues that came up this week before the National Dialogue Committee was a proposal by Nandi County Senator Samson Cherargei, who came to power in 2017 as a senator, of course, within the bracket of being a young Kenyan, with a proposal to increase the presidential term limit by 2 years. Is that an area of interest for you guys?
Not quite. You understand that in every market there's a madman. So I think Cherargei is lost in the conversation, and that I think his aspirations are different from the whole conversation going on in the country. And I think he was just trying to appease some quotas, but then it ended up embarrassing the whole fraternity. So for me, what we should look at is how we can empower our young people. And of course, we cannot just talk about empowerment if we do not start from the basics. And when I look at empowerment models and whatnot, for me, I look at the education framework in this country. You understand that there is a huge income inequalities across board, and therefore it starts from the basics, from basic primary education, secondary education, even to the university. You look even at the funding model that has been proposed. So as Cherargei and the company are trying to appease their masters, for us as the youth representatives, we have to come out strongly and say that we're not going to lose track on what we need. First of all, we need to have a model that takes into account that we have different disparities across board, and that the only way we can grow our youth is to recognize that education is actually an equalizer, and that we have to start from the basics, from the funding, from the infrastructure, from even remuneration of faculty members, so that as we grow the youth, we also grow skills, because there's no empowerment without skills. We have to create skills that are able to match with the industrial needs, you know. So therefore, I would like us to look into the basic structure of education, funding models, and of course, even empowerment programs. Because right now we have a lot of empowerment programs going on. I was involved in the Ajira program. Last weekend, I saw a collaboration of Ajira and Equity Bank and even Shofco, one of the biggest circles in Kenya, whereby a lot of youth have been integrated into the system. They're learning digital literacy and fluency, and also entrepreneurial skills. So our concern right now is to match those skills to the industrial needs, and also to ensure that nobody is left behind. We march forward together.
Okay. Said, is that an area of interest? We have seen the de-association by the UDA party from the statements Samson Cherargei made. What's your thinking as a young Kenyan to that?
It's funny, you know. My sister said that Cherargei and co are pleasing their masters. He's not pleasing any master. Cherargei is pleasing his ego. We are very critical, crystal clear, that extension of tenure of a president is not a priority, and it can never be discussed anywhere in this country. So that's clear. The UDA party has distanced itself from Cherargei and his statements. The main things that we are focusing on in Bomas is, I told you, the first thing as young people we gain is the cooling of the political temperatures to avoid, and it also helped us now reduce the number of young people dying in this country because of political instability. But now the issue, the interest of UDA is to engage the opposition on a memorandum that the president sent to Parliament even before these talks.
That's in December last year.
Yeah, on the creation of the office of the opposition leader. It has been something that the president was talking about even in his campaigns. So it is necessary that we strengthen the opposition so that we have balance and check and balances in government. And the oversight role is strengthened therein. So that is one. Number two, we also want to engage the opposition on issues to do with IBC, the constitution. We have areas that are supposed to have by-elections that do not have representation, and there are no by-elections coming up because there's no IBC in office. So we want to see how the opposition can agree with government so that we can have an IBC in place. And then there is the boundary limitation. I went to Bomas as a resident of Wajir South constituency, where I come from. We were asking for the committee to consider in their report of a marginalized constituency called Wajir South, where since independence it has never been splitted. We need a county, we need this and that, you know. So the issue of boundary delimitation cannot be done by that committee in Bomas. We know that very well, even when we were presenting. We know that it will be done by IBC. That is the constitutional mandate of the commission. But where is IBC? It is not there. And this, by 2024, we are supposed to be done with this boundary delimitation. So we are looking at those two things mainly. We are not focusing on any empowerment programs from Bomas. We are looking into the charter we had with the president. We are looking into the government situation of anchoring the young people issues into the mainstream government policy, such a thing. And then finally, if, as Wakili said, it's not a disability to be a youth, and we have to see the strength in it. If, for example, we want to change the constitution and reserve the office of the president for ourselves, which is very unfair to the old folks, we need 1 million signatures to force a referendum. That is something we can easily do without the endorsement of the president, without the endorsement of the opposition leader, without the endorsement of anybody. So the synergy and the working together of young people can only be done by, as they said, a lot of engagement and public civic education on how young people can be able to make use of their energy. And I'm sorry to my brother who is exiting the when he has not enjoyed. I hope when I'm at his age I will not also regret and, you know, not enjoying this opportunity of being a
Okay, he has it majorly because of largely the desire which lacks from those who are in positions of policy, but who don't seem to be paying the adequate attention or the necessary attention on the young people and their welfare, generally the economy. Ruth, is that a priority? We'll come out to the also proposals that were made yesterday by the other stakeholders, including the former Attorney General, Githum Muigai, who said we should lessen the number of our parliamentarians to as low as 100. And this largely he tied it to budget. He said we can save on more. We'll talk about that. But what's your thinking? What's your view about the talk about the extension of the presidential term limit? Is it necessary?
You know, just like Bosibori said, you cannot respond to every mad person in the market. And my feeling is it is the completely wrong time to even not just bring it up, but even think of such as a suggestion. We are at a point where Kenya is struggling economically. We are at a point where we are just recovering from an election and demonstrations after that. Now you're talking about, you're bringing a discussion that is going to whip up emotions. And the truth of the matter is this conversation has a ripple effect. It goes down to our communities and it creates heated debates. Now you will find, and I will tell you for free, in certain markets and in certain business centers, you will find people who have left their work to sit from 10 a.m. in the morning to 3 p.m. to discuss what the senator has said. Not because they want to do anything about it, but because it has whipped up some certain emotion in them. So I think I would not really want to dwell much on what he said, because the truth of the matter is that we are not ready to have that discussion as Kenyans. It is not the best time to bring up that discussion. And there's always a saying in my language that when the dog keeps on barking and you want to do something about it, you do not address the dog. You address the owner of the dog. So we need to start knowing where is Senator Chergai's sentiments coming from. Because this is not a discussion that he just woke up and decided to blurt out. This must have been a discussion that he has had prior to. But there's a word that keeps on coming if you've heard every other panelist talking about, and that is oversight. Strengthening the oversight role. Now the citizens equally have a strong role to play when it comes to oversight. And I'm a strong believer in devolution. Now we have a lot of focus on the national government, which is perfect. But while we are doing this, can we not forget to oversight our county governments as well? Because there's a lot of money. They're talking about the budget and the economic empowerment bit. There's a lot of money that is going to the county governments. And there's a lot of money that is going to our constituencies, to our members of parliament. Are we oversighting those people? Are we oversighting the laws that are being made in county assembly before we come and now say at national government, this is what we want changed, this is what we want added? If we are going to talk about term limits that are going to change the whole framework of the constitution, we are going to take another 5 years to first of all get, or 7 years for that matter, to first of all get used to that constitution. 5 years post the after the first election since the 2010 constitution, we were still saying, you know, it was the first time after the new constitution, the governors were still getting used to their role, the women reps were still trying to understand how to do it. Now, it took the second cycle of election for us to know that, okay, these are the opportunities that are there according to the Constitution. This is how to navigate certain issues. This is how to interpret certain laws. Do we really want to go back there? Do we really have another 7 years where we can just whisk away in trying to understand a new framework? I think that's a discussion that shouldn't even be tolerated by Kenyans.
Diana, are you interested in that?
Yeah. First of all, I just want to disagree with my sisters by mentioning an elected senator, I quote, a mad person. I don't think that is in order, and a mad person is a mad person walking in the street naked or in a tattered clothes, and saying that Senator Cherargei is mad person in the market, I think that is not good. And we are trying, as young people who are learned, we should try and keep away from such words, because the whole nation is watching. The young people are watching. So, but again, about the issue of extension of term limit, it should not be a subject of discussion. The Constitution is very clear on that, and maybe some years to come, or our neighboring countries can have a talk on that. But for us as Kenyans, our Constitution is very clear on the term limit, and I think Senator was a bit insensitive on that.
Okay. Festus, your account on that?
Okay, my friends have had
and you have a year to exit this.
Yes, yes. My friends have had conversation about the term limit, because I'm very sad, I think I should say, Cherargei should think of now adjusting the youth bracket to 40 years. Extending the youth bracket to 40 years instead of thinking about adjusting the
presidential term limit.
Because you see now, currently it's now 1 year after election, and like Kenyans are tired of this government. You know, this government, the Kenya Kwanza government, had a lot of, they had a good manifesto, they had a lot of promises, they had a confession about the Asla, the Mamamboga, the Bota. And I think that was a good and attractive argument and conversation. That's why they got good votes. But 1 year after election, as you can see now, it's like Kenyans are tired. The cost of living, this issue, the current happening in the country, is not actually good. And if we are to extend the presidential term, it will be something so disastrous, and it's uncalled for. So my friend Cherargei, I will talk to him. He's my age mate. I guess he's also very sad that he's about to exit the youth bracket. He's starting at 5, I think, next year. And I think he should have conversation now about policies, targets at improving the livelihoods of the youth, other than having this conversation of extending the presidential term limit.
Yes, Andrew.
Well, as I had pointed out earlier, we must always look at what then informs amendment of the law. What Cherargei intends to do is to amend the law and to achieve a certain end. So what is he trying to achieve? I will agree with him in parts that, one, he has properly, he's done a proper diagnosis of the problem, but we don't agree on the remedy he's proposing. The challenge he's trying to talk about is that Kenya is on a consistent political mood. That we finish an election today, the following day everybody is on the campaign mode. The opposition are in the streets campaigning for 2027. The government alike, because of checking on the opposition, is in everyday politics, will also have to be on the streets or in the markets trying to keep their support base intact. So the problem Cherargei attempts to solve is actually something that is acknowledged by all of us.
But Andrew, this is the point. He more or less gave out an arithmetic analysis of his 2 years. He said the first year is the post-election uncertainties in the cycle. The last year is the campaign. I mean, he intends to address a problem that affects the public. But the public are not the cause of this problem.
Thank you.
The politicians,
Thank you.
Charargei and others within the political arena.
I was actually getting...
Is it not then therefore paramount for the political establishment in Kenya to be disciplined?
Thank you. I was actually getting to that, and that is why I was painting the background of why Charargei is bringing this up. Because I remember even in the BBI, which I was part and parcel to, this conversation came up. In the Punguza Mzigo that Ekuru Aukot was bringing up, the conversation around the term limits came up. So it is not a bad conversation, or it is not something wrong to come up, because actually the trouble we are having is Kenya is in a consistent political mood. But this is where it comes from. It comes from our political class that is indisciplined, that does not look at the Constitution and acknowledge what provisions of the Constitution they need to adhere to at each and every junction of their journey. What our politics is all about is how to oppose the government to gain the support of the people, or how to support the government to then gain the sympathy of the government. If either of us would then look at it objectively to understand our roles as the voter, as the leader, and equally as the politician, then we wouldn't have been in this space. I'm looking at what is going on at the Bomas of Kenya right now, and you probably alluded to what AG Emeritus proposed yesterday.
Yes.
I'm wondering what exactly is happening at the Bomas of Kenya. Is this a constitutional review process? Is this a reconciliation and what do you call it? The reconciliation process where people come and pour their hearts out, as I saw IBC commissioners doing? Yes. What exactly is going on at the Bomas? Nobody understands. The terms of reference of the committee at the Bomas is not properly spelled. We just know that because there was tension in the country, the president met with the opposition leader and this came up. We need to really understand what is going on at the Bomas. Are we going to change our constitution based on this? Are we going to approach this through a referendum? Is it going to be a parliamentary process? We have had the president and earlier, talk to parliament and their leaders in parliament that he actually feels that there are some issues that need to be addressed in law. I think there are very pertinent issues that actually need to be addressed. The two-third gender rule is hanging on our heads. Okay. These things can be attended to properly without having to subject the country through this turmoil. We have the question of entrenching the Senate Oversight Fund, the CDF, and this kind of things. These are things that can be done without having to subject the country to this kind of tension. But look at what exactly the political class intends to achieve.
Right.
And let us look at it from the opposition side and the government side. What does the government intend to achieve with this? The government, in my view, and this is drawing from the sentiments of the lieutenants of the president, they don't care about the bipartisan talks that are ongoing. The deputy president has spoken to that effect. The leaders, Kimani Ichung'wah, who is actually part of the team, has spoken. Ndindi Nyoro. They are very clear, and I think their intention is to keep the country calm and to have the opposition hanging somewhere, dangling a carrot, so that things can keep moving, so that they can work. The opposition on the other end do not care about the cost of living, which is what they were actually propping there as the basis of that conversation. What they care about is what is in this conversation for us. Are we talking about the office of the official opposition leader? Are we talking about how we are going to be compensated for having lost an election? Are we talking about opening servers? I wonder to myself, there is a constitution in place where the Supreme Court talks about how to audit elections. Why do we have to subject the country through another process?
It indeed, in its judgment, had a detailed report on the analysis it did to physical ballot boxes at Forodha House in September 2022, and also the IBC headquarters at Anniversary Towers, and gave its way forward on the judgment, which was part of the judgment that the Supreme Court had issued on the 5th of September. Ruth, you seem not to agree with Andrew on the issue, but he points out a very critical point, and we have talked about this earlier. He says the government wants to achieve a sane political environment where it can govern. The opposition is there to see to that some of the issues that it outlined are followed up to the latter. These two entities seem to be feeding from the same trough, and they are united when it comes to their interests. Yet for you young Kenyans, you seem not to be glued when it comes to your interests. I mean, how can a similar move be achieved by young Kenyans to unite when it comes to your interests?
You see, actually, I was agreeing with him. It's just that I was quite saddened by the situation. Maybe that is why my nod was not very clear. Why I'm saying this is because, like he said, we have moved away from the original reason as to why we were having this dialogue in the first place. And it is even sad to note that we are in a position, or we are having a government that is reacting and not acting. Because for everything that the opposition is doing, the government is rushing to react. For every noise that the citizen is making, the government is acting to react. For every noise that the international bodies and the international fraternity is making, the government is rushing to react. So at what point exactly are they going to have time to act on the promises that they delivered? That is one. Two, really, I think it is time that the youth became selfish, just as the political class is doing. And I will say this because we do have young people who are in those legislative houses. You rightfully spoke of Babu Owino, who was complaining about, the young people not being represented. Now, the only way we could come together as young people, and I feel a cause that should bring us together, is because we know we are currently not in a position to influence how those committees are being picked or who sits in those committees. Then why can't we push and influence the kind of decision that that committee makes? That is number one. Number two, why can't we come together and say these already existing processes that are ongoing, how can we ride on them to achieve what we want? Because it's a process that is already ongoing. We cannot say let's do away with the process. How can we jump onto it to ensure that what we want as young people is reflected there, is achieved in those committees? Because like Wakili said here, whatever is going on there is just to ensure that each side is comfortable. Okay. So how can we also ensure that we are comfortable through those processes? And that's why I said even in the beginning when I spoke, it is about time that as young people we come together, and in the different lobby groups, we don't even have to go together, but in the different lobby groups, let's push for the same thing. Okay. Let's use this to be selfish a little bit.
Thank you. Because we have engaged young Kenyans as well from home, let's sample some of the feedback. There are many, I understand, and see what you're saying on Twitter. And Ibrahim, can we have them on the big screen? Okay, we'll be getting to the feedback shortly on X. The hashtag is Daybreak. The SMS code is 22422 at Citizen TV Kenya and at Ayub Abdi Kadir. One of the other standing out issues, Bosibori, is the presentation yesterday done by Attorney General Emeritus Professor Githu Muigai to lessen the constituencies from the current number that we have to 100. Okay, let's now sample the feedback. Here's what you're saying on XG. Wakasiaka says, as youths, we are totally against extension of presidential limit. Senator Cherargei must watch his movements keenly. Nothing for youths without the youths. Babu Michelle K says, whereas there are many issues of concern, the youths are, at this moment, Mr. Cherargei, have unfortunately seen the extension of the presidential term limit to be the most important one. It is a diversionary tactics from the real issues. I think so. Ma'ajud says the presidential term limit should even be reduced to 4 years. The youth only have themselves to blame. We are ahead of the old folk in terms of numbers, skills and innovation. We also have to change the corrupt mindset passed on to us from our leaders. Eric Riono Tukei says the problems facing the youths in there is their ability to address what's right and not allow politicians divide them based on tribe, region, education or class. Finn_Miranda says the views and the voice of Kenya youth will only be embraced on paper by the national political class. No one ever talks about their executions, nothing much, just to celebrate yet. Brian Chemo says youth often bring fresh and innovative ideas to the table, challenging established norms and offering creative solutions to pressing issues. Incorporating their voice in national dialogue can lead to an inclusive and effective decision-making process. But what Owino says, can they ask the panelists, can they talk the work and form an organization, register it today after the show and start selling the agenda for the youths? I offer my services to campaign for them here in Kisumu. Well, that's a question we'll respond to. Engineer Lazaro says it's now the time youths should change mindset and refuse to be divided along tribal lines. Their continued silence on the ongoing political matrix is the advantage of the tribal old folks to continue messing up our once prosperous economy. We'll sample the remaining bit in the course of this broadcast. And an organization to be formed as a challenge from the viewer Bob Otieno Owino from Kisumu County and selling your ideas. Because the point is, when the head of state engaged young Kenyans with regards to his charter and the charter he has with youth. He came selling an idea, an agenda. That was on paper. He met you folks, and he wanted power after all, again, but they are subject to, but it's subject to implementation. Can't you equally form an organization that champions for your interests and brings together a consolidated form of your ideas to sell the Kenyan people as well? Can that be realized?
Thank you very much, Ayub. And there are two things here. If you form an organization that has no backing of anybody, of institutions, when you see all these activists around, they've been funded. The main problem with young people is if you form an organization now, getting it to Thika and getting it to Naivasha is a problem. You see, if you want to start boardroom meetings around the country or public participation around the country or engage in the young people, you need finance. So, as my sister said, we need to ride on the existing systems and existing platforms. Now, as young people, we have an opportunity to take over the ruling party, UDA. There's elections coming up on December. The president has been, a fortnight ago, has been in the party headquarters until midnight. He was meeting with the national, the NEC members of the party. Today, there is meeting of the National Governing Council, all the elected leaders of UDA in Bomas. So why don't we think about taking over UDA, taking over ODM, and the contest becomes between young people? What is the problem? I'm sure the democracy within ODM is so much in question, but the democracy in UDA is above board, I can tell you. The president will serve 2 terms maximum. So what next? We cannot be talking about succession politics when we are not involved. When we take over this party is when we are going to have a platform to air our views. And the president is a listening president. And he's up to the agenda of the young people. When we talk about the borders, when you see the president going around looking for motorbikes that use that use electricity to go around and looking for a cheaper way of doing this and that, you know, so he's still thinking about the charter he had with the young people. He knows that there will be an election, and those same young people will be able to meet him in those platforms and those campaign rallies. So, and he's up to the issues of the young people. But as youth, we are supposed to be vibrant. As you know, UDA, and which is the most popular party today, we have an opportunity to take over the party on December.
Thank you.
And it will be free, fair, and credible.
Okay, and we know the process of political parties.
No, I want to be record here.
Yeah.
There will be nothing like so and so being endorsed by the party leader.
Okay.
Even in the elections of UDA, the president used to say, ukiwa na foto na mimi, uende huko ground, usimwambie watu ati nimekutana na mkubwa. And that is exactly why we got to as a women, you know. So UDA is entrenched, democracy is entrenched to that level. And we advise young people to take over the reins of power within the ruling party.
Okay, yes, Ruth.
I'm itching here, and I'd like my colleague let's not do what is called mixing channels and mixing issues. Because when we start to talk about the promises that were made during the campaigns, I call them mere rhetorics. And why I say that, you've talked about the borders and what the president is doing, and that is one of the most recent promises that he made. And we are rushing to get these borders on the road. Do we have the necessary infrastructure to support this borders? Because as it is, the minute we bring them, do we even have a transition plan of where the current borders are going to go to once these new ones come? So I don't know if this is a forum for us to discuss the campaign promises, because if it is, then we will be here until evening. Because truth be told, we are already struggling with the first 100 days. The promises that we were told will happen in the first 100 days. Now we are here on, some of those promises have not been achieved. Now we were told in the first year, there are promises that will be achieved. The first year is over. Those promises have still not been achieved. Now we are talking about, yes, and I can give an example. And the first example I will give, again, because I'm a gender advocate, is on the truth agenda that he said he would give the cabinet. But out of 23, how many women cabinet members do we have? So there are those that he had said that he would do within the first 100 days, within the first 1 year, and have not been done. So let's not talk about campaign promises, because if we were to look at each and every one of them as a measure as to whether or not there is performance and there is democracy in there, then we would be going backwards. But one thing I'll give UDA claps for is how they conducted their party primaries during the election. it is one of the parties that, it is the only party that did elections at all levels, because most of the other parties were actually doing a hybrid between party primaries and consensus, and the other political parties were doing consensus. And that's why I kept on saying we have political party processes that do not allow young people to actually get to the ballot boxes. So for that, I'll give UDA. But as to whether or as to how they are going to conduct their, party elections, we'll have to.
Okay, and we were on the presentation yesterday made by the Attorney General Emeritus, Professor Githu Muigai, and we talked about the economy here and the economic empowerment that ought to be focused on young Kenyans, you included. He says that we need to cut the number of our representatives to 100. I mean, and he says this is to cost cut and channel that or pump that money into other areas, including young people and new empowerment programs. Is that a welcome move? Bosibore, I'll come to you first. Is it an idea that we support?
Definitely, yes, because we have a lot of challenges, especially on how we use our revenues. You understand that a lot of our monies collected actually go to the to pay wages and to pay our representatives. So therefore, you realize that we are overrepresented. You know, you get that some regions actually have maybe less than 40,000 people, and other regions have even more than 170,000 people. So we need to align those frameworks and see that representation actually happens, and that we do not have overrepresentation in some areas and underrepresentation in other areas. So of course the IEBC have to look at these issues so that when it's coming up with their recommendations, we see what fits the bill. And of course we have a lot of issues with fiscal deficits. We realize that there's too much wastage of resources, and of course we are not able even to pay our debt. So being able to optimize government expenditure and of course channel money where it is required is going to help us even to move forward, because as it stands, the country is headed to a stagflation. There is increase of inflation and decrease in economic growth, and which has pushed the cost of living into too high. People cannot afford food, so we cannot start again a conversation around representation. So we have to cut the wage bill by merging some constituencies, merging some counties if need be, and of course ensuring that there's no wastage of resources through accountability and integrity to the people who are supposed to take care of us in terms of the public management of finances.
Diana, are we overrepresented?
Okay, well, as a gender champion also, I kind of felt discriminated with what Professor said yesterday, because the first thing he mentioned is we can do away with the women reps, which I don't think is the right move for that. In a way, yes, we are kind of overrepresented, and maybe they can think of another move on it, maybe probably doing away with the nominated MPs, maybe, because even the other day I was at Parliament and for sure it was really crowded and it's kind of stressful even to move around. So probably they can do away with the nominated MPs and things like that. But on the issue of doing pulling down the women reps, I don't think that wasn't good, because we really need to have a space as women, and the 2/3 rule still applies. And I think on the women rep, it was just okay. So probably they can do away with the nominated MPs. I really don't even understand what they do, because they are not elected on the ground. So yeah.
Okay, Andrew. In justifying his proposal, yesterday the Attorney General Emeritus, Professor Githu Muigai, said you even don't know some of these lawmakers. And the quality of service of parliamentarians has been wanting since the advent of the first parliament, that is after the refurbishment in 2013, the first elections under the current constitutional dispensation. And is that what might have informed, and do you think that we are overrepresented and there's need to cut down on the number of lawmakers?
Three things I draw from the presentation by Professor Githu Muigai. One, he attempts to paint a picture of what exactly is going on at the Bomas. And then now we are able to understand there's an actually ongoing constitutional review process when a person of that league, as Professor Githi Muigai, takes his sentiments before that committee in that fashion, then it properly points or paints the picture that something serious is going on there. Beyond that, I will agree with Professor Githi Muigai, but also I will try to understand why this matter has come up. One, you'll see that the counties will form into economic blocks. If you go to Nyanza, there's the Lake Region Economic Block. If you go to Mount Kenya, they have their block. If you go to Eastern and Northeastern, every former province has a block. And they actually explain that it makes more economic sense that they organize themselves in blocks. But they will not accept to be merged. Yes. The reason is the politics around representation in Kenya is a very funny politics that very few people get to understand. Actually, there's a very fine line between over-representation and under-representation, particularly in the Kenyan context. We don't know what under-representation means. We don't know what over-representation means. Right now, we have boundary delimitation that is supposed to happen. The law, as it provides, so many constituencies are going to be scrapped off. But we have to have a political conversation as to how to protect these constituencies. Why, though, when the law actually provides that these constituencies, because they have not met the threshold of numbers, they need to be scrapped off? We have a conversation right now on counties that demand that they are recognized as counties based on the fact that they have considered themselves as marginalized tribes. I mean, it's just a political conversation. It doesn't make any economic sense. It doesn't make any logical sense. Everybody just wants to sit down and understand what is our interest as the Kuria, what is our interest as Suba, what is our interest as the Marakwet. I have seen that conversation all over. They also want their counties. My brother from Wajir was talking about giving Wajir a county because Wajir South a county because they've been marginalized over a long time. We need to differentiate between how to be disciplined and adhere to the law and how to play our politics. The trouble that Kenya suffers, and it might not end, is everything is about politics. How then do we make you happy? How do we make this politician happy? How do we make this tribe happy? How do we make this? I mean, it's always how to make our people happy. I know the constitution was not tailored to hurt us. Okay. The constitution was tailored to shepherd us in the right direction. All right. We need to be more critical about how to adhere to the provisions of the law.
Besides, I'll come to you first. Besides the politics that hovers around, whether it's under-representation or over-representation, but Andrew, it's one thing when you look at the conduct of parliamentarians, isn't it? And look at how it debated the sugar report, for example, in 2018 that was chaired by the current Kisii County Governor, Simbarati, and the former Kieni MP, Kanini Kega. You look at the conduct of allegations of bribery and even as many as low as 10,000 Kenya shillings exchanging hands for parliamentarians to be absent. Ranking members of parliament saying that they have sent out their colleagues so that the quorum cannot be raised at the House. And the professor, from an intellectual perspective, does he have a point that if we cut on the number of parliamentarians, then number one will focus on quality, two will focus on proper representation, and then three will save on the cost. And that money can be channeled to programs that can affect you folks.
True. Objectively, Professor is very right. Actually, look at the quality of debate even in the National Assembly. We can give it to the Senate because of the fact that they have fewer numbers. People get to have a lot of time to contribute to real issues. At the National Assembly with the numbers, when they're in Parliament, the entire House, I mean, it becomes overcrowded. Nobody can hardly get a chance. There are points of order all over. You can hardly get a chance to contribute something meaningful. So there is sense to the extent that we really need to have a conversation on how to make our parliament more effective, how we are going to limit corruption. And I actually agree with him that even the numbers contribute to the fact that corruption is brewing more in the National Assembly because of the overcrowded fashion in which it operates. Nobody really knows who is responsible for bringing money into parliament. Nobody really knows who's responsible for interacting with the guys who bring money into parliament and corrupt their processes. So we need to agree with Professor just to the extent that actually is objective to to ensuring that there is quality in debate and quality in how we are getting services from Parliament. But we also need to consider that Kenya is a very political place. As we build the nation, we must also understand that we need to build the state. The common person really doesn't understand why Kibra constituency would be scrapped off in that sense. They don't even understand why a constituency in Northeastern would be scrapped off when you had already allowed them to have an MP who gives them bursaries. That is how basic they look at it. We have an MP who brings us bursaries here directly to us. Why do you want to take that away from us? So we need also to do a lot of civic education to make our people understand that it is not just about the numbers. It is not just about representation because our person is in Parliament. There is more to it than just as basic as that.
Is cutting down Festus on the number achievable? Do you think it can work to the advantage of the country in terms of the economy?
Yes. I think that's an noble idea because, as you can see now, we are really overrepresented. We have the MCAs, we have the MP, we have the governors, and we have the senators. And there is a lot of confusion in the ground. We also have the administrative structure that the regional commissioner, the county commissioner, down up to the assistant chief. They are also doing representation in their nature. So having all these constituencies in Kenya and having the senators, the women reps and the MCAs, we can say apart from the of a representation, there is also the element of fighting for resources and duplication of duties. Like nowadays, there has been a discussion in the counties whereby the MCAs also want to have the ward fund. The other time we had a debate on Parliament that they wanted to scrap the CDF, and there was a lot of debates. The county government are also fighting to have increased revenue allocation. And we also have now the senators. They're also fighting to have the Senate oversight funds, which the other time President approved. So you see, other than the representation, and there's a lot of confusion, and each elected leader is fighting to have resources, and having each elected leader having resources to run, it will bring a lot of confusion on the ground, and you find politics everywhere. An MP does a certain function, or an MP does a certain road. The county government also come overshadow. An MC also is here. You want to exercise his mandate by asking for development fund. So there is a lot of confusion, and I support what Professor is saying. If we can reduce the number of members of Parliament, even we can have the good quality debate in Parliament. Each member will have a chance to talk. You can now go to the current Parliament and see there are members who have never even held the microphone in Parliament because they don't get chance to talk. The House is so overcrowded. So if you can reduce by half, and even the counties, if you can also reduce the counties, it is the better.
That again, it speaks to referendum, is it?
How possible is that?
If you touch on the governance structure,
it actually.
Yes, I'll come to you. Say yes.
I think allow me to be the devil's advocate and disagree 100% with the good professor. Why I say this is because I'm considering the rural dynamics. You see, when we are coming up with a legislative framework, we should come up with a legislative framework that works for us, not one that we are borrowing from any Western country. We need to consider our cultural and societal dynamics when we're coming up with this. And I will tell you, in a number of the rural areas, why I don't think we are overrepresented is because in some of those constituencies, they are so large that some of the constituents themselves don't feel the effect of having a member of parliament. They feel the effect of the member of county assembly most probably, but not of the member of parliament. And now we are saying we need to collapse them again. Two, we also need to consider the population, like he said. There are certain areas where they are overpopulated and one member of parliament is not able to really even just collect all their views, is not even able to, because I will give an example of my constituency where I vote, that is in Karachuonyo. And one of the mode of communications we have is, I know in this day and age, it's almost unbelievable, but we've got the literal messengers who wake up early in the morning or late or in the night when it's very silent. And they will go around ringing a bell to just give an announcement that there is a public participation meeting that is ongoing. Because if you put it on social media, you're most likely to get very few people. Now, tell me you want to collapse this constituency and combine them, a constituency that is already so large. How is this messenger going to cover that whole area? Because we're also talking about reducing the budget. And for me, my issue is not in the fund. My issue is in the use of those funds and in the corruption. Because already, even if we collapse them and increase the fund, What is going to be so different if corruption is still going on? What is going to be so different if there is no proper oversight? It means these funds are still going to either way not be used efficiently. We also need to talk about the others. There was someone who spoke about the nominated MPs. Why I believe in this affirmative action is because this nominated MP slot has given us some of the best legislatures. Look at Millie Mabona, for example, in the number of bills she has done. She came through the affirmative action. Look at Rachel Shebesh, she came through the affirmative action. Look at the current MP of Gilgil, she came through the affirmative action. So I still think the issue is not in the number of legislators that are there. The issue is, one, in the framework. The issue is, two, in the oversight of the funds that are going there. And maybe we need to now just redefine the kind of mandate to avoid, as he's saying, the duplication of work. But for me, I don't think we need to reduce the number of legislators.
Thank you. Yes, briefly to you, then we sample the final feedback, and then we close. Okay.
Ayub, I want to react to that statement by Professor Guido Mugai.
Yes.
According to me and from where I sit, that is an elitist view. You know, these are people who sit in boardrooms and who live well and have been to cities, have never been to a village, and then they talk the way they want. In terms of representation, I agree that parliaments are overcrowded. But representation is not only at parliament. When you touch on devolved units, you are touching on life of Kenyans. However much corrupt they are,
yes,
they are still serving the common man. So this is not even something that the same way we reacted to Cherargei's statement is the same way we are going to react to Gideon here.
So thank you.
So I think from my constituency is the size of Wajir South is the size of Central, Western, and Nairobi combined. Now you want to tell me you want to scrap that into another constituency? How is that even possible? But if there is a framework of reducing the members of parliament, but it's still increasing representation at the ward level, as my sister have said, it's much easier to fill the representation at the ward level and the constituency level. Then we can agree. And then you add more funds to the devolved units. In terms of stemming the expenses of government, and the main thing here, the elephant in the room is corruption.
Thank you.
You must reduce corruption, and government should not be scared of arresting anybody.
Thank you.
And everybody around. Thank you.
Yes, Andrew, briefly.
Well, mine would just be to say that if we actually understood the picture the writers of the Constitution had in mind when they were coming up with this, we would not be in the situation we find ourselves. We need to understand why devolution was brought in place. We need to understand why the role of MPs was made very distinct. We need to understand why the courts have made a determination that the CDF is not supposed to be run in the fashion it is happening right now. If at all our devolution worked as it was anticipated, where then money goes down to Wajir South, as my brother is complaining, and that money actually has an impact on the common person in Wajir South, there would be no trouble. But here is a situation where money goes to the county governments, it is wrongly used, it is misappropriated, then everybody goes back to the CDF that they're used to get their bursaries. If the county government bursaries were supposed to work properly, then we wouldn't have had a lot of tension in trying to ensure that our constituencies are left the way they are. The specific roles of a member of parliament are in the National Assembly. They're supposed to do oversight, they're supposed to represent their people right there, and they're supposed to make laws.
Thank you. Let's now take a look at the last batch of the feedback on X. The hashtag is Daybreak. The SMS code is 22422. And Janelle Lazaro says, it's now the time youth should change mindset and refuse to be divided along tribal line. I think we had taken this earlier. Messing up our economies, okay? Dwainaina 56 says, in the symphony of life, youth represent the crescendo of possibility and the harmony of change. Their voices are the notes of the composer feature, that composer feature, yet unwritten. Embrace the journey of youth leadership, for it charts the course of humanity's evolution. Sanixon Dugure says, I hope this government will leave a legacy of standing with the youth, where it will be involved greatly in providing unlimited mentorship and thus produce knowledgeable youths who will be a game changer, especially in leadership circles. Sam Masik _ says, empowerment and jobs for the youth has been the greatest scam in the political realm. The politicians bring up the youth predicament to hoodwink voters, after which they disappear and start pursuing other agenda aside from youths. Musoma says the only way the youth can be on the decision-making table in Kenya is through affirmative action. Bipartisan talks should propose a county youth representative seat to be occupied by a person who is between 18 and 30 years by the date of election. Festus apparently is out of that. And many. Tony Mwebe says the fact is the youth in Kenya exhibit similar characteristics to chicken. You just need some cash, in bracket mtama, to woo them during the campaign and dump them afterwards. The solution is massive sensitization on their civic duties at the grassroots. Honorable Lillian Sioe says the youths in this country needed to own up the affirmative action programs out in place by the government to empower them economically. This includes timely loan payment of Uwezo Fund and Youth Fund for sustainability of the funds. Kiprop Kenya says, many years after independence, the conversation is still on the position of youth in governance, clear indicator that the front players have failed miserably. Ole Shonko says youth representation should also be a topic of discussion when it comes to 1/3 gender rule, 2/3 means is discussed. Otherwise, will only be a subject of discussion and not a part of representation. Frank Orinde says youth in this country have been disenfranchised when it comes to decision making. You are only considered important when it comes to numbers or the votes. Our political process is also too expensive that the youth can hardly afford. Thank you for the feedback. On the hashtag Daybreak, the SMS code 22422 at Citizen TV Kenya and at Ayub Abdikadir. It was an engagement for you at home and of course the representatives here in the studio. Said Hashi is a youth leader, thank you for your time. Diana Rotich, thank you for your time. Nora Bosibore, asante sana. Andrew Kamili, thank you. Ruth, thank you so much for your time. And Festus Rotich. This is a preserve of young Kenyans who come on board to tell us about their account and perspectives through the lens with which they view all the developments in the country. And we thank you for waking up with us here on the broadcast. We'll see you next week by the grace of God on Daybreak on Wednesday. Till then, good morning.
Jipange na View Sasa. Jipange na View Sasa imerudi kwa vishindo. Jishindie maelfu ya pesa kila siku kwa kutazama content kupitia View Sasa kwa shilingi 10 pekee. Kuna mshindi wa shilingi 1,100 kila siku, 1,500 kila wiki na mshindi wa grand prize ya shilingi milioni 3 cash money. Kushiriki, piga *487*3#. Chagua Jipange na View Sasa, kisha chagua video package, ujipatie points na uongeze uwezekano wako kushinda mamilioni. Hakuna kudownload wala kusubscribe. Unaenda nywe. Jipange, ushinde mamilioni na View Sasa.
Setting up a fundraiser is now just a click away. Visit www.saidika.co.ke and start your fundraising journey today. Medical emergencies, funerals, weddings, supporting your church, school, or corporate needs, Saidika makes fundraising much easier. Once you visit www.saidika.co.ke, select Start a Fundraiser and watch your cause come to life. Share your fundraiser with friends and the global community for seamless support. Donate and receive funds easily through mobile money, debit or credit cards. Dial *802# or visit www.saidika.co.ke and be the change today. Saidika, connecting hearts, changing lives. Together, we make a difference.
Kuanzia Washington DC Marekani,
Nairobi Kenya, mpaka Dar es Salaam Tanzania.
Hili ni jarida la wikendi.
Ni uchambuzi wa kina.
Vitu ambavyo vimechangia kupanda kwa athari za bidhaa.
Siasa, maendeleo.
Tunaweza kuijenga Afrika yenye mafanikio.
Pasi kusahau tafiti.
Kuna mbinu tofauti za kufikia watu wa vijijini,
teknolojia na mengine mengi. Tupate kutoka Tanzania, Kenya, Kongo DRC na maeneo mengine Afrika Mashariki na Kati.
Kwa ushirikiano wa Sauti Amerika VOA, Azam TV Tanzania na Citizen TV nchini Kenya.
Ni jarida la wikendi katika runinga yako kuanzia mwezi huu.
Mwanangu, unapozidi kukua, mwili wangu unapitia mabadiliko mengi sana. Lakini the new nice and lovely flawless bio body oil inatunza mwili wangu, and I get to celebrate my journey with you. New nice and lovely flawless bio body oil imeboreshwa na 4 natural oils. Kupunguza the appearance of stretch marks, ku-even skin tone, na ku-improve skin firmness. Flawless is a feeling. 9 out of 10 Kenyan women agree it worked for them.
Ili kupata wimbo huu, mbingu zimenikubali. Kama sikiza tuni yako, bonyeza *811*708#. Kumbuka, sikiza na Citizen ndio nyumbani kwa wasanii wote.
Clean hands frequently with soap and clean water to avoid the spread of respiratory diseases such as coronavirus.
Stay 5 degrees cooler.
Body odor is caused by germs, and on active days, the sweating and odor are more. That's why you need the new improved Dettol Cool with up to 5 degrees instant cooling sensation and odor protection. Be Dettol sure.
Masaa matatu samaki hamna kazi gani?
Indagoma dede. Indagoma.
Sikiliza Bahari FM ili upate maarifa zaidi.
Ili kupata wimbo huu, mbingu zimenikubali. Kama sikiza tuni yako, bonyeza *811*708#. Kumbuka, sikiza na Citizen ndio nyumbani kwa wasanii wote.
View Travel presents Hidden Gems and Well-Hidden Treasures. 3 days, Mombasa, Diani or Malindi from 13,999. 3 days, Masai Mara or Amboseli from 14,500. 3 days, Savo or Samburu from 23,000. 2 days, Mount Kenya, Naivasha or Nakuru from 3,900. 5 days, Dubai or Zanzibar from 640 USD. 5 days from 1,050 USD. 5 days, Egypt, Thailand or Turkey from 1,150 USD. 5 days, Malaysia or Singapore from 1,100 USD. 5 days, Santorini or Maldives from 1,680 USD. Contact us on 0703-254-254 or book online at www.viewtravel.com.
We know times are tough, so save money by buying airtime from M-Pesa to any network with 0 transaction fees. Dial *487*2# and get your airtime at PAP with 0 transaction costs.
unataka unitilie dharau.
DJ Gigi.
Mimi binadamu umesahau. Unaishi kwa damani, naishi kwa imani. Mbele zako mimi sina haki, mbele zake mimi mwenye hadi. Fahamu kuwa Mola ndiye aliyeniumba mimi na wewe. Fahamu kuwa Mola ndiye aliyeniumba mimi na wewe.
All you need is faith, but it's almost like you lost your way. Took a few wrong turns, took a few breaks, falling behind now looking for grace. Cause you need someone to lift you up, yeah, make right all the things you've done. Cause on your own you'll never know, you'll never know. If you believe you can move the highest mountains, cross the greatest oceans, walk across the water. Believe you can move the highest mountains, cross the greatest oceans, walk across the water. If you believe it.
Kama mitumba mitumba, amenipata ya pili. Kama mitumba mitumba, kama mitumba mitumba, kama mitumba mitumba, kama mitumba mitumba, kama mitumba mitumba.
Kila siku kwa muka nina ema, si kwa nguvu zangu bali zake rehema. Baraka zangu nikisabu mimi na ema wema. Kwa muka nina ema, si kwa nguvu zangu bali zake rehema. Baraka zangu nikisabu mimi na ema wema wake mimi na kiriki mistari mimi na tema. So can't blessing them one by one now. Can't blessing see Lord as it done now. Na can't blessing si ati na jigamba ndo maana mimi na flow kwenye biti na jibamba. Bona ndoto ya vipi ya penye ni hapa na njia tidi songa vumilia baraka zako ziko niana. Wewe shukuru kidogo lichonacho kasema asante usifikie wenzako.
Wewe tajini elewe umbali ni wewe ukutajini elewe kama leo imekataa jaribu tena kesho kama leo imekataa jaribu tena kesho 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 ya Bwana Mr. CBA kesho bahati tena Sonira,
Narukaruka msela sijafika. Usinione nacheza ngoma msela sijafika.
Usinione narukaruka dada sijafika. Usinione nacheza ngoma dada sijafika.
Usinione mimi kwenye historia sijafika. Usinione mimi kwenye tamu sijafika.
Usinione na rusha mateke sijafika. Usinione na washa moto sijafika.
Sijafika. Oh sijafika. Yeah, natafuta Yesu maishani yao. Yeah, natafuta Yesu maishani yao. Yeah, natafuta Yesu maishani yao. Simba wa Yuda na guruma. Simba wa Yuda na guruma na kiguruma. Simba wa Yuda na guruma. Simba wa Yuda na guruma na kiguruma. Nasi aliguruma Batimayo kipofu akaona. Tena akaguruma mama aliyetokwa na damu akapona. You know aliguruma kaburini kifo kikakosa mana. Tena akaguruma Mr. CBN kaona mwangazo. Sometimes I feel like I just wanna sing na. Ananifanya ni feel so good inside. Sometimes I feel like I just wanna sing na. Ananifanya ni feel so good inside. Simba wa Yuda na guruma. Simba wa Yuda na guruma na kiguruma. Simba wa Yuda na guruma. Simba wa Yuda na guruma na kiguruma.
Umeamwaje yangu?
Yaani swali tunauliza watu. Hiyo ndio
sana wachana naye. Sasa usitaje hapa. Lakini wachana na hizo vitu hizo.
Bana.
Yes sir. Umetoa jasho bro.
Umetoa jasho.
A very good morning to all of you who's back at home here, and we never take it for granted that you chagua Citizen TV as your #1 TV station each and every Friday na kila siku of the week yani. Na ikiwa ni end month yani leo tarehe 20 na ngapi?
Leo ni tarehe wacha tuangalia
29. Watu wako karibu kulipwa hapa. Ikiwa ni end month wakati tunarudi back to the first love yani. Tunafanya gospel edition hapa yani. Kuzangu Almighty maana kama tu see through yani the month yani kuna watu walianza mwezi. Jo bado hawakumaliza. Sisi tuko hapa tunasema ni Almighty ni thanks to sana. Na appreciate na tunatazama gospel views hapa na gospel vibes vile inafaa. Kuambia tu Almighty sisi tumenyenyekea.
Kabisa.
Tufinyange. Au sio? So get ready for an amazing 1 hour of pure gospel vibes yani. Tukurudishe tu kidogo tu kwa Almighty kabla Sunday ifike tena una get, si ndio? Alafu lined up for you niko na mzito ndani ya studio leo. So usiguse hiyo remote, kaa tu hapo mtaani, relax kidogo. Tunakula muziki hapa ajabu tena sana. DJ umekuaje?
Nimekuwa fiti. Siwezi complain. Nashukuru. Good to see you too.
Yes I.
September imekuwa month fiti sana, acha niseme hivyo. Yani imekuwa na mawera mbaya sana.
Mawera.
Wacha kwanza nivindisha utatu wala watu mazima wamenipatia mawera.
Haya twende kazi.
Big shout out to Dr. Masharia alipata inaitwa shahada.
Shahada ni degree.
I think professor mwenyewe. Big shout out to Maze kama una watch man, ilikuwa kwa graduation yake ilikuwa fiti sana. Kuna wase kadhaa wamenipatia mawera ma wedding pia, Maze pia na appreciate sana man.
Waendelee hivyo.
Waendelee tu hivyo, si ndio?
Nikitaka kubuka harusi yangu na kupata wapi?
Si nilidhani umeolewa.
Mimi nimeolewa.
Nilidhani umeoa.
Sasa sijafanya harusi yangu nikamuistewa.
Bana acha hizo. Ukitaka unaweza ni book Maze on social media Facebook DJ space GWE, Instagram, Twitter, Threads na TikTok za DJ Gigi Activist. Alafu pia Maze unanitumia tu yani DM. Alafu Maze tuone vile tunaweza jadiliana kutoka hapo Maze.
DM tu.
Piga DM. Lakini September imekuwa month interesting sana Maze Bensu. Maze ma birthday nyingi zimejaa pale.
Mimi nashangaa. Kwani uko minus 9 months? Mwezi gani hiyo?
I think ni
December.
I said
December. Watu wanakula Christmas wana. By the way, by the speaking of birthday, ni birthday ya Joyce Omondi.
Yes.
Na pia kuna mreshi wa nguvu wa Ramogi TV anaitwa Roda. So leo ni birthday yao by the way. So happy birthday to you ladies. Tuna appreciate. Now all September babies. Tunawapenda sana. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Ongeza Ken the DJ hapo.
I
think last week or 2 weeks ago. Kuna mreshi pia nguvu sana anaitwa Janet kutoka Nakuru pia ilikuwa birthday yake. Nani mwingine birthday yake?
Kuna pia mreshi hapa anaitwa Njeri Ngugi. Ilikuwa ni birthday yake. December please. Hii inakuja badilikeni kidogo.
Watu wa come slow.
Come slow. Yes, I saw DJ Gigi. Press it to play hapo.
Tuendelee mazuri tumerudi nyuma kidogo, si nyuma sana. Tuko tumecheza kina Size 8 pamoja na kina Mr. Seed walikuwa wanapiga gospel moto sana. We pray for them to come back. Bwana sifiwe. Come back mazi. So tutaendelea tuna mwendo huo. Watch out for some LJ Masai, pia ni msanii amepotelea kiasi. But there's a new one ambayo yako nayo, hopefully tutaweza angazia on Bambika this coming Sunday. But kuna msanii anaitwa Benachi. Akona ngoma inaitwa Locked. Yani niko locked. Niko locked kama level of Fridays.
Hapo sasa.
Let's go.
Twende kazi.
David Wanda na bahati tena. Hizi vitu ndogo zisifanye nisikuimbie baba. Hizi vitu ndogo zisifanye mimi nikununie baba. Hizi vitu ndogo. Hizi vitu ndogo. Hizi vitu ndogo. Hizi vitu ndogo. Sukari kipanda na unga, hizo vitu ndogo. Umekonda na yule ameunga, hizo vitu ndogo. Unashinda unalia kusota, hizo vitu ndogo. Kaburini alishinda hata kifo, hizo vitu ndogo.
Hey vipi de, unajua bila Yesu ni tikide. Mimi bahati de, nakwambia shida zako ni ndogo de. Anakucheki de every day, ukicomplain ya holiday. Hizo vitu ndogo de, mbele yake dogo kama odede. Na unashinda ukilia kusota, hizo vitu ndogo. Kaburini alishinda hata kifo, hizo vitu ndogo.
Hizi vitu ndogo zisifanye nisikuimbie baba. Hizi vitu ndogo zisifanye mimi nikununie baba. Hizi vitu ndogo. Hizi vitu ndogo. Hizi vitu ndogo.
Kwa mangori umenitoa nimelock niko sawa. Niko locked. Mimi siachani nawe. Ya nini? Kwako Yesu niko locked. Unanitangulia kuifanya njia. Unagawana bahari kuifanya njia. Nipite. Nimelock kwa mangori umenitoa nimelock niko sawa. Niko locked. David Wanda
church bell a ring. Ting-a-ling-a-ling. David Wonder. Ha. Anakukon, eti uko busy. Anakukon, eti uko busy. Anakukon, eti uko busy. Ukipata missed call, please call back. Ukipata missed call, please call back. Ukipata missed call, please call back. Anakukon, eti uko busy. Anakukon, eti uko busy. Anakukon, eti uko busy. Ukipata missed call, please call back. Ukipata missed call, please call back. Ukipata missed call, please call back.
Zaidi, nataka zaidi. Zaidi, nataka zaidi. Neno lako zaidi, matendo yako zaidi, roho wako zaidi, uwepo wako. Baba nitakase, nisije kupungukiwa, unitakase, nisije changanyikiwa.
Nitembe yako wakinono wakuone wewe. Ninapoimba nikisikika usikike wewe.
Usijiwezi, leo nadidimia uonkisike Yesharo wako, anichase niroeke. Nataka nisame kwa pendo lako. Nataka nisame kwa pendo lako. Zaidi, nataka zaidi. Zaidi, nataka zaidi. Neno lako zaidi, matendo yako zaidi,
nimevumilia sana nikingoja miujiza kwa magoti nikaomba mabaraka na giza kama nikafanya hiyo nikaomba nikangoja hiyo wengi wakanisengenya hiyo ile sisefa imani Manyama miracle wacha waone ulinitoa naro nikichunga ng'ombe Manyama miracle wacha waone ulinitoa naro nikichunga ng'ombe kwa mapenzi yako unatenda baba yangu ushinani nao maadui wakisema sema baba yangu ushinani nao wamenuna sasa angalia baba yangu ushinani nao wamenuna sasa angalia baba yangu ushinani nao Ingora baba la yigirana Ingora baba la yigirana Manyama miracle wacha waone ulinitoa naro kichunga ng'ombe Manyama miracle wacha waone ulinitoa naro kichunga ng'ombe kwa mapenzi yako unatenda baba yangu ushinani nao maadui wakisema sema baba yangu ushinani nao wamenuna sasa angalia baba yangu ushinani nao wamenuna sasa angalia baba yangu ushinani nao
hey mzee unajua nilisahau kuambia unajua pia Twitter ni X wa Twitter pale kwenye X jo tumesahau jo #TheLevelOfFridays at bensu_mk DJ Gigi right
yes activist kwa threads pia
kwa threads alright sawa jo haya tunaendelea na hiyo pace mpaka tumalize show mtu wangu na vile nilikuwa nimekupromise msanii wangu amemuhalize yani fika mzito mwenyewe uko na ngoma gani kwanza hapo tuonjeshe kwanza
unataka niwaonjeshe
piga kitu
acha nitafute
in the meantime kuna boy wangu wa nguvu sana anaitwa Bob Koigi ananiambia ambie DJ ametuanzishia siku na starehe
tumeanza hata niwagusishie ngoma moja
haya twende kazi uko na ile nyingine inaitwa sinanga tu nywele.
Hata hiyo ndio anaanza.
Unajua mimi nilikuwa nasikia hivi mnasikia anasema sinanga tu nywele. Ndio later nikakuja kusikia ni sinyanga
siwere.
Piga kitu.
Luno Lutsangamaka wanga Kasim Shaban Msindalo maasidi twala nao si ajabu mpaka wanga Steven Musiega. Okay, straight to Mongo.
siwere na kusenjele hautofu sinyanga siwere kialale haichanga sinyanga siwere uhule haulosi sinyanga siwere usiye mosifu Yesu sinyanga siwere usiye mosifu Yesu sinyanga siwere usiye mosifu Yesu sinyanga siwere usiye mosifu Yesu.
The devil is tricky, is the master of tricks. Every time he just mislead the Christian. The devil is wicked, he not just too bad. Every time he just want to Western people to get lost. He tell them to changa, he not tell them to take everything, but he tell them that you should marry wives. That's not right, that's too bad at all. Mr. Rafton not ready to not just rectify you. Read your Bible and then go to church. That's the only way you'll meet Jesus Christ. Stop and everything that you are doing. Witchcraft will never take you instead to hell. Stop witchcraft, stop polygamy, stop tongue, and that's the only way you'll meet Jesus Christ. You'll go to heaven. Western province will become #1 again.
Senjele hasimemba sinyanga siwere na kusenjele hautofu sinyanga siwere kialale haichanga sinyanga siwere sinyanga siwere usiye mosifu Yesu sinyanga siwere usiye mosifu Yesu
wakashikoti
sinyanga siwere usiye mosifu Yesu sinyanga siwere usiye mosifu Yesu.
Jesus Christ is the Lord. He was beaten hard for me and you now. That's why me no say that I'm just a representative Jesus Christ in the Western province. You better listen, you better practice. That's the only way he'll come to your home. Western people, stop witchcraft and stop evil.
Hallelujah, ubulosi urena, uwere boya Yesu, hallelujah, ichanga irena, iwere boya Yesu, hallelujah, simemba tirena, tiwere boya Yesu, hallelujah, ubulosi urena, uwere boya Yesu, senjele hasimemba, sinyanga
Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana.
Asifiwe sana Yesu.
Asanteni man. I'm humble to be here. Always a pleasure man.
Always a good time.
Yes.
Good to have you too bro.
Asante man.
Fiti. Isaiah chapter 40 ama ni verse 40.
Ndio hiyo sasa. Inasema the youth they run but they grow weary. But those who wait upon the Lord shall renew their
strength
like the eagle and mount. Like hivyo Yesu ndio anakupatia super boost. Chesikia Subaru iko na turbo charge. Christ ako na super triple multi turbo charge.
Anafunua pipe zote.
Na Rafton ni Jurassic niko 100. Ndio hiyo sasa.
18 forever.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Uko fiti bro?
Kumlia said man.
Hii wimbo inasemaje?
Tinyanga Tiwere. Unajua penye natoka na mkumbushe kutuma salamu juu ameniambia ni. Wewe zitashout out.
Wewe ni
salamu. Penye natoka mazee, mimi natoka mali kunaitwa Stent Mugo Kakamega. Na huko kumekuwa na culture fulani Kakamega. Kulikuwa na nikigrow up kulikuwa unasikia kuna wachawi, kuna machang'aa, kuna mapoligami, kuna vitu kama hizo. So unapata mazee tuko na potential as a region, yani tuna produce the best athletes. Ukiangalia kina Umanyala, ukiangalia kwa football Harambee Stars, ukiangalia kwa Kenya Rugby, hao wote mazee wanatoka Western. Lakini unapata sasa shida ni watu bado wako na zile contract za mababu, ukijenga nyumba unarogwa mambo kama hiyo. So gari akaniambia ambia watu bana masiku zinaisha, waache uchawi. Ukiangalia kuna kamchawi kana kimbia usiku unashika so witchcraft tuachane nao Western. Tunawapenda na mimi na believe hata Afrika mzima tuachane na uchawi, watu waendelee mazi. Si jiji akishamea dread unaenda kumgongea machupa hapo ati sijui
inaanguka.
Hiyo ndio inspire. Tinyanga Tiwere kwa Kakamega ukisema Tinyanga ni days.
Tinyanga.
Alafu Tiwere lakini sasa unasema Tiwere. Zimeisha.
Na Chiwale.
Chiwale sijui.
Alright bro, umekuwa wapi?
Mazee nimekuwa unajua Rafton mimi naambia God asante. Nilianza kuimba secular kitambo. Mimi nakumbuka nikitoka chuo nikaingia secular industry.
Hiyo ilikuwa mwaka gani?
Kitambo, lakini nakumbuka nikiingia secular ilikuwa 1998 huko.
ndio nilikuwa nafanya ngoma yangu ya kwanza ya secular. Hiyo time tulikuwa na kina Bebe Cool, Chameleon, Red Sun, hizo matime kina Kala Mashaka. So nikapiga secular kina Poxy Pressure, Majize, tukapiga secular ikafika hapo 2000 mazeni nilikuwa nimehit mbaya secular. God akaniambia vijana unawashika wote unawapeleka pabaya. Sasa ni aje suwa direct
nje ya mind.
So mimi nikaokokanga 2000 wakati walikuwa wanasema computer zitashut. Najua time ule umeshut kwa tumbo ya mama. Tukaona computer zitashut. Juu at millennium imeingi. So kumbe Christ alikuwa ananiita hiyo time. Ndio nikakutananga pale na RK Henry Mutuku. Tukaingianga studio nikafanya ngoma yangu ya kwanza ilikuwa inaitwa Mwikulu. Hiyo ndio album yangu ya kwanza. So nilikuwa secular artist karibu 5 years hivi. Tuseme 4 years hivi. Alafu kutoka hapo nikaingia sasa secular. So in the music industry nimekuwa hapo for 25 years. By the grace of God.
Na bado una press.
Mazi tuna press on. Kutoka hapo hivyo mimi huyo nikakuja nikamari. Nikakuwa Father Abraham nikapata watu ikasiafu hivi.
Ndio hiyo.
Mazi Crystal, me love you so much. So unashika bana. So baada kumari kidogo pia nikafungua Lamstand Records, nikaanzisha Rafco International, kidogo mzia nikajitupa kwa politics, nikasimama Nairobi Senator last year. Ile ndio time yangu 2027.
Kura hazikutosha.
Kura zilitosha. Sasa. So by the grace of God bado tuko tunafanya sasa zote. Lakini ile mimi najua mtu alinipatia platform mpaka nimefika penye niko ni Christ. That is why always hata nikienda east west narudi bado nasema Bwana asifiwe. Sababu nimemuona mimi nilikuwa nachunga ng'ombe huko Ocha, tulikuwa naishi kwa nyumba ya nyasi, mali contestant Mwogo, watu wanajua hiyo story yote. Lakini sasa mimi ndio huyu hapa citizen na preach mazee. So siwezi nikaacha source foundation the armor the
ambapo amekufikisha na anakupeleka far tena sana. You know, funny enough nilikuwa na have conversation hapa na Mzito namwambia sikujua kumbe Daddy Owen ni branch wake. Yeah, I didn't know bana.
Daddy Owen
is a brother to this guy.
Yes,
I didn't know.
Huko unajua?
Disco nimejua leo.
Wallahi sasa Daddy Owen ninaweza kuambia sisi tunaitwanga the Mwatias, where we come from. Our father is called Mwatia. Na sasa to your surprise is not only Daddy Owen, kuna pia Fidel Atondola, pia kuna mwingine anaitwa Sledge. Si wote tunapata kuimba through then naweza kufanya Mwikulu. Wakati nilikuwa secular pia Daddy Owen alikuwa msee Bobo Shanti. Alikuwa msema roots and culture. A vegetarian. Alikuwa kauzi siku akapigwa kiasi. Si uongo mpaka akalose macho. So kutoka hapo hivyo akapata nimeokoka. So mi kama big brother by God's grace nilikuwa na host. Akaona hiyo njia ni poa. Sasa hapo Daddy Owen, Mr. Googs, Ambassador, wase wengi sana hata Bamboo wakakuja wakaokoka by the mercies of God. So mimi husema ni trailblazer by God's grace. So I'm humble, I'm so proud of him kwa sababu pia inaona ameka testimony poa kwa historia gospel. Lakini hakuanza kama secular artist. Tumbake ya kwanza ilikuwa kwa album yangu. Ilikuwa inaitwa By My Side. Ilikuwa Rafton featuring Daddy Owen and Roda. Yes.
Okay.
Umesikia?
Unaweza andika kitabu wewe.
Hela nikubuku hiyo. Inatoka foundation hivi. Ongea na foundation.
Hao ni wale tunafika mbinguni tuko kwa line hivi. Ule ni Rafton mwambie apite.
Hiyo tumachia God.
No masara.
Yes.
The grace of Almighty.
Kabisa man.
Alright, kuna hii ngoma yako yenye tunaiona tu kila mahali siku za sherehe za zinaitagwa nini?
State function.
Hiyo wimbo umekulia sana.
Hiyo ngoma imenikula.
Haujakulia imekukula.
What do you mean?
What I mean is unajua Benso na Gigi. Unaona saizi hapa tuko kwa platform ya National TV. So kitu moja ni learn ni ukiwa influential kila mtu anakutaka. Lakini ukitoka saizi uende Shamberere TV na wewe uende Miwani TV utapata simu zitalia venye zitalia saizi zinalia sana. Na naongea hivi juu unajua pia kuna vijana wengi wanapitianga hizo vitu. So mimi ilikuwa time fulani nilikuwa nimefanya hiyo album ya Mwikulu. Baada hapo hivyo ili hit sana. Ilikuwa na mango manoma kama Mwikulu, kuna nyingine tufanya nende mtuko inaitwa Usichoke. Kuna hizo Tsinyanga Tsiwere zilikuwa mingi. Rafron nikakuwa mbigi sana hii Kenya. Lakini nikafika mahali hapo ma 2006 2007 sasa ikatokea na new generation of artists. One of them being Daddy Owen, my brother. So ikafika hiyo time hao ni vijana nilikuwa na coach lakini waka take over. Simu yangu ikanyamaza.
Wakaanza kupigiwa
sasa. Wakaanza kupigiwa. Ucheke. Sasa father, what do you do? Unawa support. Lakini pia father ako na needs zake. So unapata ilifika mahali sasa mpaka naambia hata upcoming tufanye collab wanakataa. Basically I was shunned. So nilikuwa mahali kwa ditch. Nilikuwa mahali kwa shimo nimeachwa kabisa. So hiyo ndio time hata ilikuwa yangu kama ni kwenda secular ningeenda hiyo time. Lakini sasa
sema tu hapo ndio Mungu alikuwa anakutest.
Hapo ndio Mungu alikuwa ameniwekea mzee punde imewekewa mizigo. So ilikuwa noma, jiji ilikuwa noma sana.
Ilikuwa ngori.
Ilikuwa noma sababu kila mtu anasema wewe ushakuwa mzae, trends change, relax, achia
hata vijana wapige show.
Lakini bills hazijui.
Wewe ni mzae.
Hazijui historia ya
uzae. In fact zinaongezeka. Unashika sio kwamba nisha mari nini. So ikafika mahali nikaambia mama, itakuwaje? Nakumbuka hiyo time tulikuwa na producer wangu Teddy B. Alikuwa ananifanyia job Lamstan Records. Nikamwambia naje collab, akaniambia wewe tuma demo tuone kama tutakuapprove collab na wewe. I'm serious.
Legend.
Nikaambiwa legend, wewe unajua hivyo. Lakini nikaambiwa tuma demo. So wakati niliona napatiwa process refu, nikarudi nikakumbuka Samson wakati alikuwa kwa zile pillars. Aliambianga God one last time. Give me one last chance. Wacha nywele zangu zime one last time. So nikamwambia God maze nipatie kamba. Niko kwa kisima, nisaidie kamba kutoka nje.
Nivute.
Na best yangu ile wewe usema, unajua shida ya kisima uko huko ndani, unapiga nduru help me, lakini watu wako juu na unacheka. So anasema msee anajibamba, kumbe unalia, ni kilio cha haki. So in other words nikamwambia God nisaidie. Nikasema wewe si ndio God ulinipatianga Mwikulu. Watu wananiambia styles zimechange. Watu wananiambia mimi ni mzae. Nipatie kitu moja kama Samson. One last time. Nitetemeshe hii stadium. So nakumbuka nilikuwa naoga, nikasikia ta 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 ta. Baada hapo nilikuwa nenda kinyozi ya so. Hapo Buru mtaani kuna bestanga anaitwa Chris.
Phase 3.
So, Phase 3. Naona sasa niko Phase 3 hapo. Naenda kinyozi. Nasikia Mungu Baba tuwaomba. Then kidogo best yangu pia anawaka hapa. Akanipigia akaniambia niaje GSU wanataka kufanya album na wanatafuta mtu mwenye atawinio tenda. Kuna makampuni mob zime apply for that tender. Lamstand inaweza apply hiyo tender. Mimi nikasema so best yangu anaitwa Eunice, Mungu ambariki. Akaniambia sasa wewe utadu, hebu underquote.
Underquote.
Buda nili underquote mpaka nikabea Matchbox. GSU akaona hii studio analipisha mobu yako sasa tuko wajanjeza. Hapo ndio nikapata contract ya kuproduce album ya GSU. So wakati niletwa GSU walikuwa mtu kama so moja, wote wako na mabuti mpaka hapa na macrown. Hawataki kujua, wananiambia hata wakienda kurekodi kwa booth mazee hakuna kutoa kiatu. Nikafanya hizo ngoma zao 11. Nikamwambia mimi tu request nataka moja, nipatie collab
moja tu.
Ngoma yetu ndio itakuwa actually zilikuwa ngoma 10. Mimi nikasema mimi nipatieni ya 11th. Hiyo ngoma nikubalie mimi ni walid. Nikamwambia sawa. So walikuwa wanaitwa Kurutu at that time. Mavijana wa Young kama hapa tu hivi. Ndio tukafanya Mungu Baba tuwaomba. Wacha ngoma itoke hivi.
Wacha ipande.
Wacha ipande.
Wacha uitwe.
Wacha niitwe.
Wacha
mimi